What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo you know. This is the Daily Diddy Day 3. Now, the trial has already started. I got to move times around. They redoing my sidewalk out there. So we're going to go ahead and jump on into this because we really don't have time to spare. Um, I'm Mo, and we've been covering this trial for 3 days. Well, today makes it third. 3 days straight. And these lives are in between 4 hours to 7 to maybe 8 hours. It depends on how much information we're getting into court. Yesterday, we had Cassie testifying. Cassie is back on the stand today. The prosecution is on her. So we're going to go ahead and jump into that. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. What up, Kendall? What up, Eric? Lee? Yeah, man. If you guys see me getting up periodically, it's because it's hot as heck over here. There ain't no AC, and I haven't brought my fan down over to the studio. So I'll probably go do that when we get to a break. But we're going to jump into it because I know we're a little bit behind on as far as her taking the stand. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Pinned in the chat is the Discord if you'd like to join that. We'll be talking about the trial. Again, Raising Canaan is the last show that I'm covering on my channel. On Friday, we'll have that live after show. But after that, every day I'll be live streaming this. And I'm in Germany. So I start around 3, 4 o'clock, and I go to about 11 to midnight. So I'll be doing the Diddy trial for this next 8 to 10 weeks. Some of the details and testimony that we go over will be a little graphic. I do reenact things. I act out what I'm reading. So some of these things will be very sensitive and disturbing. Of course, we won't joke about that, but we will be making jokes throughout this. So if you're easily offended, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I know we had a little incident yesterday, but I'm going to be me. You know what I mean? I'm going to be me. But let's go ahead and jump into this. This Diddy, day 3. Cassie is on the stand. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let's get this thing rolling. All right. Let me pull up. See, yesterday. We do go to Inner City Press's Twitter. We'll get caught up pretty soon. The way these updates are coming in is not that fast. We got Inner City Press. We got CNN. And then let's see if we can get the New York Times, because that's what we were looking at also. That's live there. What up, Divine? What up, Danny? Janisa, what's going on? Sorry, so we got the live updates here. All right, get situated, guys. We're here. I'll take the steering wheel here and I'll guide us to the promised land. Now, again, I'm not on either side. I'm just going to give my opinion. And remember, Diddy is not on trial for DV. He's not on trial for abuse. He's on trial for 1, racketeering charge, 2, transportations for prostitution, and 2, X trafficking. So him beating on Cassie is not what he's on trial for. So guys, let's not keep saying, man, well, they need to charge him for DV. I don't know what he's here. He's here for X trafficking, moving someone against their will and making them perform X. He's here for transportation of prostitution, meaning hiring escorts and taking them somewhere or flying somewhere else and having someone fly in and having X with them and paying them. This is what he's on trial for. All right. So let's go ahead and jump into this. What up, 811? What up, Queen? So this is what we're here for. We got Cassie on the stand. This is be Cassie part 5. Also, at the end of each night at 6 p.m. you guys' time, all of Cassie's testimonies will be up in every single part because we go from the moment she sits down till break. So all of that will be up, and they're about hour-long videos. So if you don't get a chance to go back and watch the long 7 hours, all of the testimonies will be chopped up to each part from break to break. So those will be up. I'm probably going to upload them at 6 p.m. I might move them to 7 p.m., but this is so you can go back and you don't have to watch all of it. But there'll be parts, and this is part 5 of Cassie on the stand. What up, Samuel? We got us a grand old time here. Inner City Press. Cassie's back on stand. 4 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. All right, so I guess this is the first one. All right. So 20 minutes ago, they say Cassie's back on stand. Ventura testified just over 4.5 hours yesterday. We covered all of that. Prosecutors submit collection of exhibits into evidence. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is continuing to question Cassie this morning. She handed a drive containing photos and messages from Ventura's devices to Ventura, who is on the witness stand. Ventura says she's reviewed what's on the drive. Johnson is now submitting a collection of exhibits into evidence. Ventura recalls Combs packing up guns after he learned his rival was nearby. We went over that yesterday. There was a freak off going on. Diddy is no longer freaky. It's a nasty off because of what we heard yesterday. But there was a freak off going on. Security came in, told Diddy Cassie was crying and yelling. She didn't want him to go do nothing stupid. They went to go after Suge. Ventura says Combs took her belongings during the 2016 hotel altercation. Day one, we got the security guard who is now LAPD. He testified about this, and he said there was someone else in there. Cassie actually told us yesterday that there was a freak off going on prior to the hotel surveillance. Ventura says when she tried to fight back with Diddy, it would make him more violent. Emily Johnson clarified with Cassie that she was referring to the altercation in 2016, the footage we seen, when she said yesterday that she did not fight back against ex-boyfriend Sean Diddy Combs. In general, throughout the relationship, Ventura said there were times she did try to fight back when Combs hit her. She did, she did so more in the beginning of the relationship. I learned that it could escalate the fight more and make it worse for myself, she said. When she fought back, Ventura said it would make him more violent, make him stronger, make him want to push her harder. Okay, here we go. So now we're up to date. Yeah, Lisa, they're started right now. I'm just giving you guys an update what happened this last 20 minutes because I wasn't on here. So this is the first part where she was talking about trying to fight back, was the first part of her testimony. Here it says Combs' team did not want pregnant Cassie paraded by jury before her testimony. Now, if you've seen the sketches, these have to be some of the worst sketches I've ever seen in a courtroom. You would think, since this is a federal court case, they would have someone that actually knows how to draw, but it's just like a lot of scribble. But the defense didn't want Cassie to stand up there because there is a sketch of her putting her hand up and she's pregnant. They didn't want the jurors to see that she was pregnant because now they're applying that pregnancy. That's what they see Cassie. But when they hear the things, you can correlate that, like, oh man, you know, if he would do that, who knows how far he would take it. So the defense definitely didn't want that to be up there. But hey, man, that's part of the game. Okay. Combs' defense made their best effort to have Ventura seated at the witness stand before the jury entered the courtroom, what I just explained. I'm going to ask that the victim number one, when she testifies, be already in the jury box when the jury comes in. She requested that they requested that on Monday, adding he was making the request because Ventura's physical condition. Now, that obviously didn't work. In trial, optics may impact a juror's perception positively or negatively. However, a source close to Combs made the request specifically to avoid Ventura being pregnant, well, being paraded as pregnant. All right, so we're caught up on everything that happened this morning, and here we go. Now, remember yesterday there were names. We're not sure if there's really four or not, but we got Howard, we got Dave, we got Jules, and we got the Punisher. And it looks like today they're going to be asking about the Punisher and Jules. They showed Cassie photos yesterday, so that's where we are now. It was 6 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, 22. Jeez Louise. Okay, we got a lot of catching up to do. Okay, this isn't nothing up here. This is just the defense sent the zip file of text messages we're reviewing. So the defense is submitting things. So they're still what? The judge is talking about having privacy screens. All right, this is all the stuff. I'm gonna go back and read this, but it looks like they're just submitting more documents. All right. We'll get to what Cassie's actually saying. You don't have to put in the letter. Judge, we have a witness waiting in the back. Produce them before the cross-examination starts. You can email me cases during the trial. Let's get moving. Let's get Miss Ventura back. So again, this judge, he's not playing around. All rise. The jurors enter. You are still under oath. Proceed. This is Emily Johnson, the prosecution. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. Miss Ventura, I just handed you 2 drives. What is on them? GX8. Cassie gonna say, messages and photos from my device. Emily Johnson says, you testified yesterday about Shine going armed to look for Suge Knight. Ventura said, Shine took guns. He took guns with him. And he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops. So they're just jumping around asking everything. Ventura said, I will begin by saying, I was not a cop. Shine told you to do that? Yes, Cassie responded. What happened when you fought back? Ventura said, I did more early in the relationship. It would make you more violent. Want to push me harder. Objection to speculation. Judge, overruled. Overruled. Continue. How would Shine react if you fought back? Cassie said, anger. Emily Johnson says, I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental Hallway again. Play from 143 to 146. Now, I played this on my channel a while back and I got copyright strikes, so I'm not going to play it. Johnson says, who enters? Ventura says, Sean. She says, what's in his hand? Ventura says, he doesn't appear to have anything. Go ahead and play 159. Now, anything in his hand? Ventura said, oh, that's my phone. Emily Johnson says, how did he get it? Well, he took all my stuff. Where does he end up? Ventura says, sitting in the chair in front of the window. She said, what are you doing? I'm walking away from him. Okay, now who's in the video? Me and security. Now, this is Flores, Israel Flores, who testified on day one. Me and security is who she's talking about. She said, in this one, play it from 531. Where did you go from the hotel? She said, to my house. I took a Uber. Now let's turn to text messages. Can you read page 4? Ventura said, please call. I'm surrounded. She said, who sent that? Ventura said, oh, this is from Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put a robe on. Who sent these green messages? She said, I did. I wrote Sean. Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. Who's Jules? Jules is an escort. Jules is an escort. Well, Kevin, this is a federal case. And in federal court cases, cameras aren't allowed in the courtroom. That's just the way it is. So Inner City Press, heads up for you guys. He's actually in there. He's live tweeting it. And what we do is we get these tweets. Of course, it's only about 120, 150 characters. So he can't write it all the way out. From there, we cross-reference with CNN, which is going to give us a summary of everything he said. And then the New York Times, we're watching them also because they give us a little more detail. So I'm just trying to read through all of this and get us caught up on where we're at. And then that way we'll jump through each website and get a full understanding. Now, remember, security said that there was another guy in the room. Diddy was in the towel chasing her through the hallway. This is after a freak off prior to the premiere of her Perfect Match movie premiere. So security didn't talk to Jules, but it turns out Cassie said Jules, one of the 4 guys that was named yesterday, was actually an escort. Now, was Jules flown in from Vegas? We don't know. If he is, transportation and prostitution. But he was in there for a freak off. She ends up texting Jules. She says, Cassie, is this Jules? So Cassie looks at the photo. It's a big smile on there. Ventura said, yes. Emily Johnson said, B606 and 607, side by side, please. Cassie in big sunglasses. Ventura said, that's me. A selfie of me with a fat lip. Emily Johnson said, when exactly did you take this? Ventura said she took this photo of a fat lip with phones inside of the Uber. So we have some documentation. Now, remember, when they cross-examined yesterday, he was asking, why didn't you put that in the report? So here goes the text messages from you guys' boy Diddy. These are the text messages Combs sent Ventura after the 2016 hotel altercation. Now remember, inner city press is just a brief overview. Boom, 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 boom. This is what happened. CNN's filling in the blanks. After security guard Israel Flores, who testified on Monday, responded to the hotel room following the 2016 altercation, Cassie Ventura testified that she was able to get her things and leave the hotel. She took an Uber to her apartment. According to Flores, he put his forearm against Diddy and said she gonna leave this apartment or this hotel. From the witness stand, Ventura read a series of text messages between Combs and herself from after the altercation. Those texts read, "Call me. Yo, please call me. I got 6 kids. Please call me. Yo, please call. I'm surrounded. Call me for my kids. Help!" Wait, you mean to tell me that bad boy Diddy is begging? Now, this isn't allegedly. These are text messages from Diddy. Call me. Yo, please call. I got 6 kids. Shut up, Diddy. You did this shit, nigga. Yo, please call me. I'm surrounded. Help me for my kids. Help. Ventura testified that she responded eventually. Put the robe on, she said. She sent that because he was running around in a towel and I was just looking out. He again texted her. She said, call me and call now. Ventura said she responded again, telling Combs that she spoke to security and the escort had left. She told him, as long as you don't disrupt the guests, they'll leave you be. Now, remember, there's a lot of people that were like, oh, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm not defending anybody. But remember, a lot of people say, oh, Cassie, she was a victim. She was involved in that. Okay, what are these text messages? It don't look like she was involved. If she was involved, then why is Diddy begging for help? Why is Diddy, help, please call me, man. I got 6 kids. Don't look like she was willing here. But hey, man, let's continue on. Ventura texts back to Combs that he gave her a black eye and a fat lip. Well, it wasn't in the incident report. Remember Xavier? No, it wasn't Xavier. It was Brian Steele. Kind of a weak cross. But he was like, why didn't you report this? Well, we got text messages from Cassie to Diddy the same day that the incident happened. Prosecutor Emily Johnson showed the jury 2 selfie photos from Cassie Ventura. She said we're taking an Uber ride from the hotel after the altercation. Now, you can go in here, you can look at the properties of this. You got computer forensics that are going to look at when this photo was taken. They can also tell if it was altered. Ventura said she had a fat lip and was wearing sunglasses because I had a black eye underneath. Diddy texts back asking her to call him. He claimed the police were there and he was getting arrested. Call me, the police are here. You're going to abandon me all alone? He said. She texted him and she had a premiere coming for what she said was the biggest thing she'd done in her life so far, because Diddy signed her and not a 360 deal, was like a 5,050 deal, 10 years, 10 albums, which never came out. She said, Diddy, I have a black eye, a fat lip. You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you've done. Please stay far away from me, she texts. So for everyone that's saying Cassie was a willing participant, this looks like she wasn't. This looks like she was trying to get away from Diddy. And we got text messages to prove it. Okay, the friend called the police after 2016 altercation. People said, why didn't Cassie call? Well, she was recovering from a black eye, a fat lip. And guess what? Her friend called. Cassie Ventura testified that her friend was at her apartment when she got home from the hotel after the altercation in 2016. She was super upset. She had just seen both black eyes and a busted lip before. Ventura said her friend called the police. I answered a couple of questions, but when they wanted me to say who I was talking about, I would not, so they left. Johnson asked why she wouldn't tell the police Sean Diddy Combs' name. She said, just in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. It was just too much going on, Ventura added. She wasn't ready. Ventura says Combs tried to get into her apartment, calling it pretty normal behavior for him. Cassie testified that she could hear Diddy Combs banging, kicking, yelling outside of her door, trying to get into the apartment later that day following the altercation. One of his assistants reached out to Ventura to tell Combs was trying to get in her apartment. She said the behavior outside her door, she said, was pretty normal of Combs. Now I'm gonna check it. I just got to catch up. I started the live late, but what do you got? Hey, is this normal behavior? Whooping somebody's ass and then banging and kicking and trying to get it. Is this normal behavior? This don't sound like Cassie was a willing participant in this. This sounds like some weird nigga. You know what I mean? They said New York Times are moving fast. Oh yeah, they are a little bit ahead of us. Oh shit. Let me see. What we got here? We might have to go over to New York Times real quick. They are moving like a mug. Let me see. Okay, here we are. Cassie testified after the hotel assault. Sean tried to get in her apartment. Cassie testifies that she went to the home of one of Sean Combs' security guards, D-Rock, not long after the assault to feel safe. She later went to Combs' house to do a fitting for her upcoming movie premiere. The jury saw a photo of her in a gown she wore to the event. Now, we brought up that photo yesterday. Um, the jury saw a photo of her in a gown she wore to the event. She was in sunglasses, she says, to cover up her black eye. The movie premiere that Cassie was attending was for a romantic comedy she starred in, The Perfect Match. Was 2 days after the hotel assault. The jury sees a photo of a couple at the after party. Ventura points out a bruise on her right arm. All right. Yeah, see, New York Times, they are fast, but they are giving us what we need, the quotes. We need to know what the hell they being said. You know what I mean? 1 minute. All right. So 7 minutes ago, in this photo, what are you wearing? And this is where we're at on New York. In this photo, what are you wearing? She said, a gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye. What if any other bruising was visible? Ventura said, I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes. What's this? Me and Sean at the after party. I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person? Cassie said, no. In what cities did you use him? She said, in New York. Then she asked about another guy. Who is this? She said, it's an Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas. Well, there you go. If you had him in LA, you had him in Vegas. Transportation or prostitution. Who is this in 2A16? Jeez Louise. How many people they got in these photos? Yeah, they definitely gonna get him on this prostitution. So right now we got the four names from yesterday. We got the Islander from today. Um, we got a guy unnamed. So we got 6 escorts right now in 2 days. So we got 6 escorts in 2 days. Okay, that's 20 minutes ago. All right. Yeah. So now here we are. We're caught up. We're just gonna be waiting. Yeah, I'm not rushing, guys. I just wanted to get us all caught up on all the websites so we can see. And again, they said Diddy was trying to climb in through a window or something. The police were called after this incident, but she didn't tell, which is common from victims. Yeah, we just sitting around, man. Like, again, racketeering, 2 transportation of P-tuition, 2 charges for X trafficking. Uh, as far as like to me, the transportation of prostitution, to me, that's a no-brainer. In my opinion, he's already guilty of one of those charges. Even though we already got 2 escorts that have been named, we need to hear the defense and how they cross-examine this. But if I'm in the jury, I'm like, well, he's already guilty of just this. Unless the defense can say that none of these guys went to a different city and it was just within the state, so it wasn't federal crime because they never crossed state lines. But if you know what I mean, if you in the jury, you like, I don't know, man. Anthony said they wasting time building to what they had, a domestic violence relationship. So what they're trying to do is establish. This is what the prosecution is trying to do. They're trying to show that Cassie, doing all of these freak offs and doing the relationships, Diddy was abusing her so much that she was scared to do anything in fear of being abused. Now I know people have been hitting me up. Man, did you hear that she was given the escort directions on how to do certain things? I'm like, yeah, I did read that. And Diddy's not on trial for the free calls. She could have been instructing them to do whatever. We have to understand is transportation for prostitution. It don't matter. If Cassie was willing, that's not what they're on trial for. They're on trial for Diddy flying escorts, allegedly, to different states, crossing state lines. That's what those 2 charges are for. The racketeering conspiracy is using an enterprise. See what they're doing? It's not like Rico. It's just a racketeering conspiracy where you use an enterprise to commit illegal activities. She said that Diddy's travel agency was the one that booked flights. So if one of his businesses paid for an escort to go somewhere, that falls up under the racketeering conspiracy. And that's why it's only one person, because it's this whole enterprise that they're trying to tie it up under. Then the X trafficking, well, that's pretty self-explanatory. So they're just establishing the domestic violence so they can say Diddy had full control. Now it's up for the defense to say, well, the defense already said that Diddy whoops her ass. So for me, I'm looking at it like that's terrible because now you're showing that he got strength and control over her. But I mean, we got to wait and see. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a doctor. Yeah, Tia, they are painting a very vivid picture. And then everything else is just, they're just, I won't even say humiliating them because Diddy did this shit. That's on him. Like it ain't on. Hey, no one told you to do none of that nasty stuff. So let's see what we got. What we got? Islander. Okay, here we go. So we had the last guy, the Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in L.A. and maybe Vegas. Ventura said we called him Tommy. Who is? Oh, so the Islander. I'm guessing that's Tommy. So who is this? Ventura. I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami. Who is this? Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. Who is this? Red baseball cap backwards. I don't know. He looks familiar from the. Jeez Louise. So I don't know if Jonathan is Jonathan Odie, the one that shot up the Trump Hotel. So right now we got the 7 people. Then we got Tommy. Then we got Greg. Then we got Jonathan. Then we got red baseball cap with hat backwards. So we're at 11 escorts. I don't know. He looks familiar from the Freako. So we got 11 escorts right now. Jeez. Give me a second. Let me write these down. David. Then we had Clayton is his real name. Clayton has to submit stuff. Clayton, Jules, Punisher, Islander. There was another name before Highlander. If someone can go back and find that. Tommy, Greg, Jonathan, red baseball hat. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, we got another one somewhere else. I don't remember. But then we had the male escort that uh Dave Phillips got on the first day. Monday, once I remove my board, we will have the suspect board up. So I'll start printing off and we'll start putting people up there that took their testimony, all of the witnesses. We will have it starting Monday. We will have the board up together. I'll be printing off photos of everyone. We still got some blank ones here. I gotta get some more ink, but we'll have that on Monday just so we can have our own personal record because we got a lot of escorts, and then we have to tie them with however we got to do it. So that's what we're gonna do. We got security guards, D-Rock who was there, Miss Courtroom. We got David Obi or whatever O'Brien from yesterday, who was a personal assistant that was named in here. So we got a lot of stuff that we got to cover, guys. Uh, Jury views photos from the movie premiere. Okay, we went over there. I had bruises on my body that weren't completely covered by the makeup. I had quite a bit of makeup on my face, she said. The jury saw a photo of Ventura and Combs. From the premiere, some injuries on her body were still visible. The prosecution is showing photos and running a list of escort. We are currently at number 13. Oh, so we got 13. Well, we haven't got all the names yet, but there's 13. Oh, here we go. Uh, Ventura says we're hired for freak off. She testifies that these men were often found through a contact with a business called Cowboys for Angels, which advertises that it provides male companions. Ventura is identifying the escorts with the names she knew by Ash. So we got to add Ash, Tommy Greg, we got that, and a man known as Islander. So we got 13 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only got 10 listed, so there's 3 that we got to find. 13 total. Bean said, "Free our boy Diddy." It might be your boy. I got nothing to do with this guy. But yeah, I'm thinking that might be Jonathan Oddie, the one who first said this in 2018 when he got arrested, that he was messing with Diddy and Cassie, and people thought he was playing. Ventura says it was her job to hire escorts using Combs' money. Cassie reviewed a binder of more than a dozen photos of escorts she and Diddy hired for freak-offs over the years in different cities. She says she typically reached out to the escorts to arrange freak-offs because it was her job. When she paid them, it was Combs' money, Ventura testified. So the defense got to prove that the money came from Diddy. You know what I mean? Well, they got to prove that it didn't come from Diddy and just say, Cassie, you sure wasn't your money. All right, we're just waiting. Cassie testifies it was her responsibility to reach out to the escorts. Sean directed her to do so. That was her job. It was expected. The prosecution is trying to underscore that Combs was involved in each one of these freak offs, and it was his money that was used to pay the escorts. And that's exactly why I was saying the defense is gonna have to prove that it wasn't Diddy's money. Anthony said, I have a feeling the defense won't get a fair cross. I mean, what? It's a fair cross. You just got to get up there and you got to. So far, the judge, I think the judge has been all right. You know, he stopped the prosecution when the objections were out there. I mean, you just got to do your job, man. This is why defense lawyers get paid a lot of money. This is why defense lawyers can be called $1 million lawyers. You got to get up there and earn your paycheck. It's already going to be hard for the defense. The prosecution got the upper hand. They got evidence on you. You got to try to defend from all of that. So you don't know what they're going to do. So this is what being a lawyer is about. If you want it to be easy to become a prosecutor, you want the real money, you want millions of dollars, become a defense attorney. You know what I mean? This is just the way of the game. So let me ask you guys this, though, while we wait for these updates. Well, there's one here. I'll ask after this. What did you write here? Cassie said, this is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. What did you mean by this is all we do? Free calls. So did she text this to somebody? Did she text this to somebody? And also, let me ask this. With Tony Busby, everyone calls him an ambulance chaser. What do you call a defense attorney that has all of this evidence against his client that takes that case? Are they just taking that case to get paid? Now, I know it's not an ambulance chaser, but what would you consider that? A defense attorney that knows somebody killed somebody, but they're trying to prove that it wasn't intentionally or self-defense. What is that? You know, are you just taking this case because it's a high-profile case and you want to get paid, win or lose? You see what I'm saying? A lawyer is going to take a case. If they think they can win a case, a lawyer is going to take that case. That's their job. That's what they do. Now, these lawyers, they took this. Brian Steele just beat a RICO. Well, he didn't beat a RICO. He did beat a RICO, but his client took a plea and lost all the other stuff. But he took that, and guess what? Oh, damn. All this stuff's against Diddy? I could probably get another $1 million out of this for 2 months, $1 million. Fuck it, I'll take on that case. I'll join on the team. Plus, I ain't got to do all the work. There's other people on there. I'm really waiting for the defense, but it looks like Cash is going to be on here for a while. Emily Johnson asked, did you try to avoid anything in the free calls? Cassie said, I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate, but Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts. What did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday? She said, a free call. Oh, that's it. So wait. So Cassie didn't want to do any kissing, but the guy on day one was like, yeah, man, I thought Cassie was feeling me. Man, Cassie wasn't feeling you. And we all said that too. We all said that too. What up, TV Junkin? This case so far is not shaping up how I thought it would. Thought the prosecution going to come out swinging harder, but we still got a ways to go. Well, this is their witness. The prosecution ain't going to come out swinging on their witness. The prosecution, everything that they're going over with Cassie, this is their witness. So they spoke to Cassie. This is what we're going to be asking you. You know, they prepped their witness. They're not about to be swinging and make their. You don't want to get your own witness called up. You know what I mean? The prosecution, they're starting to lay down all the evidence that they have. And they're just building this up, piling it up. You see what I'm saying? The defense got to come out swinging. The prosecution is just setting the land. You know, they're just saying, this is what we got. What you going to do about it? You don't want to come out swinging if you're the prosecution, unless it's unless it's like a co-defendant or something. You know what I mean? You don't want to do that to your star witness. You go up there, you get her nervous, she get to stumbling and forget what y'all done went over. Let me see what we got. Right now, really all we've been seeing is fucking how terrible Diddy was in the freak offs, but he's not on trial for the freak offs. Like we can't, he's a nasty dude, but we can't judge him for that. I mean, we can because we ain't in the trial, but the jurors are not supposed to be taking any of this into consideration. Besides the fact that, they're trying to build it up like he was in control of everything. Prosecution using the 2016 hotel surveillance to, oh, okay, man, this is a legal expert. All right. We already know that. One, they're supporting Cassie Ventura's credibility because what she's saying, the jury doesn't need to take it at her word. They can see it in the video. And the second thing, they're using Cassie Ventura to narrate that video because it tells you a lot, but it doesn't tell you everything. So this is a legal expert, not just me. Ventura avoided kissing escorts because it made her squeamish. But Sean would request her to do it. So she would. Okay. Here's a text message from Diddy. The prosecution showed a 2016 text message from Sean Combs to Cassie about freak offs. He suggested that they have a proper freak off without the drug ketamine involved. He wrote that a successful freak off was when he remembered. I won't bring it up again until you are in that mood, he wrote, suggesting that when she was, he would fly in a man known as Dave. Ventura testified that ketamine was her preferred drug during the freak offs because it was taking her away. Dissociative. So, Ventura does say she's using drugs. Diddy wants to have a proper freak off without a drug, one where he can remember. So, with these text messages, again, Diddy's not on trial for drugs. He's not on trial for DV. He's on trial for flying in prostitutes. He's on trial for sex trafficking, taking someone somewhere and having sex. But we got text messages that show when he has freak offs, he don't remember nothing. Now, if Diddy's old lawyer said that Diddy was going to take the stand, which will be totally stupid because he'll fuck around and admit to something. But Diddy himself in 2016 said he don't be remembering these freak offs. He just get freaky. He don't even remember that swimming pool in the room. He just get freaky, but he ain't a freaky guy. He's a nasty guy. So that's where we're at right now with these text messages. Damn, Cassie kept these messages. Well, I guess in 2016, if you got an iPhone, those messages are easily be recovered. Cassie said, one time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. What did Sean say the impact would be? Ventura said it would be shameful. Let me show you a chat. Who's on it? Me and Sean, July 22nd, 2013. This is 3 years prior to the altercation we seen. Emily Johnson said, read the message, Cassie. Cassie said, I wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your device. He said, no, iCloud, all good. Ambien kicking in. Damn, every text message Diddy's on some kind of drug. Please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said no iCloud. All good. Ambient kicking in. What does that mean? No, he deleted it. He put it on the iCloud, or no, they don't have access to my iCloud. All good. Ambient kicking in. Yeah, we need some more. We can't say he didn't delete them. So Diddy in 2016 doesn't remember the freak offs. Well, he don't remember any of them. That's why he wanted to have a proper one. A proper freak off is crazy to hear coming from Diddy, knowing what he does during these freak offs. And then here he's talking about the ambience kicking in, and she wanted the photos and videos deleted. How are you guys interpreting this? They're probably not on his iCloud. That's what I was gonna say. How do you guys interpret this? He said no iCloud, all good. So is he saying no, they're not, no, they don't have access to the iCloud? No, I don't have the videos on my device. They're no, they're on the iCloud. No, 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 no. He didn't send them to 50. 50 said someone else sent it to him, and he sent them to Diddy. And Diddy called him and was saying, hey man, how'd you get these? But I think that was in 20, was that 15, 16? I don't know, man. This is all over the place, but this is what we're here for. Let's see if CNN breaks it down a little more. All right, we got a short break. Ventura says she preferred taking ketamine because it was more disassociative. In 2016, Combs sent Cassie a text that he wanted to have a proper freak off where they didn't take ketamine. A successful freak off is one we remember, he said. Ventura testified she preferred to take the drug during the freak offs. Okay, that's that. The jury is on a short 10-minute break. Cassie's testimony is now getting into her account of how videos of the freak offs were turned into blackmail materials. She says that several times Diddy brought up the subject of actually explicit videos of her when he was angry about something. One time I dated someone else. That's what it was all about. I'm going to put out 2 embarrassing videos of you, she says, adding that she thought he just wanted to hurt me. In 2013, this is the text message. Please delete any videos you have in your iPhone. Combs responded that he had deleted them. Okay. But there were times in the relationship, she says, when she saw the videos still existed, but thought they had been deleted. So Combs responded that he deleted them, but she said there was times that the video still existed. We're on a break right now. See, this is why we gotta get the evidence out. They could at least show us the text messages. They could give us the text messages. They could give us. We don't need no videos of the freak. They can keep the freak offs. Ventura describes how plans for her 29th birthday were sidelined by Combs' wishes. Cassie testified to celebrate her 29th birthday. She wanted to go to a club called the Blind Dragon and do karaoke with friends. But Diddy told her he wanted to have a freak off. I told him that I wanted to stay out and celebrate with my friends. And in my mind, I just didn't want to have the burden of having to do that at the end of the night, she said. I just wanted to have my birthday. Ventura said they went to the Blind Dragon for a bit, but Combs pulled her aside so many times she gave up. And we went and had a freak off, Ventura testified. All right, well. We are on a break at the moment. So, part 5, 50 minutes. All right, so we finally we reached the break. We got our first break of the day. Diddy wasn't trying to go to no Blind Dragon. I'm about to look up the Blind Dragon though, so we about to see where the Blind Dragon is or what club it is. All right, so this is the Blind Dragon Club in Los Angeles. They got a website? Let's see. Blind Dragon. A modern risque speakeasy. A hidden joint. A blind spot where anything goes. Y'all probably need to take that out the title right now. Oh, man. This ain't no type of club I'm trying to go to. What is this? It looks like the who's of LA are out here. Okay, so they do got the karaoke in there. All right, look like a cool little time. When are these photos from? These photos look kind of old. 19. Let's see if we see any celebrities on here now. All right, we ain't seeing nobody of importance. All right. So they called for a sidebar before they took a break. So I guess they had the sidebar. They took a break, went on out of there. What y'all think on a scale of 1 to 10? Not you, just what you think the jury is thinking. This is bad, 10 being the worst, 1 being, it might be all right for Diddy. What do you think the jury is going through right now? Hearing all of this, they went home. You just laying in bed. Man, I heard some disgusting shit today, and I got to go back tomorrow for the next 8 weeks. I got to go in there and listen to freak offs. What you thinking, man? Oh, Jessica, if you guys weren't here yesterday, the only time we mentioned the word freak is doing freak offs. Other than that, Diddy is not a freaky guy. Diddy is just a nasty individual. Diddy is an NN, a nasty nigga, or we can call him a nasty ass nigga. But yeah, Diddy is no longer freaky. This dude is no longer experimenting. This dude is just nasty. But again, we got to reiterate, he's not on trial for being nasty. Okay, so Combs responded that he already deleted the videos, excuse me, and his iCloud wasn't on. All good, he said in the message. So according to Diddy, he said, nah, he deleted them and there's no iCloud. So they weren't backed up on the iCloud. Everybody's saying to you. All right, like be honest. I know we were just reading this, so we had time to I'm not even gonna say digest. We had time to read, like I seen it before I read it out loud to you guys. But imagine you sitting in trial because you trying to stay up. You got to go in here for 8 hours, and they probably only give you like $25 a day. You in the jury box. Freak off number 97. Okay, another freak off. Diddy used to make me go in the other room and put it on his nipples. Whoa, 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 whoa. You waking up. Wait, Your Honor, real quick. Jurors, we need to have a huddle over here. What are we doing here? I thought this is just gonna be a freaky ass trial, talk about some freak off. This is just some nasty shit here. Cause I ain't gonna lie to you. If I would have heard that in Brandon, I'm like, man, what the fuck? All right, jury, no talking. My bad, man. Your Honor, I just ain't never heard no nasty shit like that. But remember, guys, I'm talking to the other 11, my other 11 disciples. Hey, listen, he ain't on trial for being nasty. Privacy screens are added to monitors in the courtroom. While court has a short recess, privacy screens are being placed on multiple. Hey, it's about to get nasty. It's about to get nasty. Privacy screens are added to the monitors in the courtroom. They're probably about to play some freak offs. They are probably about to play some freak offs. It might be very graphic, but I'm gonna try to read it as appropriately as possible so YouTube won't slap us over the head. But yeah, they putting up the privacy screens, but I guess they just want, they probably don't want the audience to see, but they'll probably have the screens in front of the jurors so they can see it. The defense can see a monitor, the prosecution can, and obviously the judge. So they're probably just doing this so no one in the audience can actually see, turn the monitors so the jurors can see exactly what they're talking about, but it will be described. Yeah, they said earlier, I think they said Ventura's back on the stand. Judge says defense team should turn evidence over before cross-examination. Lawyers argue about text messages ahead of today's testimony. Here we go. Combs families arrived. We got the sons. Justin, Quincy, and King have arrived along with other family members. CNN did not see his daughters, who have been in court the past 2 days. The family has been arriving in a black Mercedes van, and the daughters did not appear to get out the car today. All right, so the girls aren't here. Grandma is here. Well, mom is here. Well, Diddy's mama. Let me not say my mom. So the girls didn't show up. All right, that's good. They already walked out the courtroom anyway. So that's where we are right now on a little break. Shout out to my dog Maurice. Everybody show my boy Maurice love. He's about to become a lawyer. I'm gonna bring up his Instagram. He does updates on the trial also. He gives his opinion on it. He's practicing to become a lawyer. I got him up under my wings. He's kind of like, he's my mentee. I'm his mentor. He comes to me like, how would you break this down, Mo? And I'm like, chill, grasshopper. Remove your feelings. Use your brain. So yeah, that's my dog, man. You know what I mean? He about to be a lawyer, you know what I mean? I don't know. This is just early. This is no disrespect to my dog Maurice, but if I had a case that I had to beat right now, I'm probably gonna represent myself before hey Maurice, you can help me out. Don't worry about it, because I know Maurice is probably gonna try to hit me over the head. Hit 5,000 an hour. No, I'll represent myself. All right. At 11:10 a.m., the judge is taking a break to change some things in the courtroom. During the break, Combs sits at his defense table. His lawyer, Xavier Donaldson, who we found was a little bit weak, is leaning down to speak with him. What up, all in? Tamika, what's going on? TV Junkie. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Miss T, what's up? Anthony said, to have been on drugs every day for 10 years and to remember everything step by step, a little fishy to many. I mean, shit. I mean, if you got like text messages to reference, I know it's been many a drunk nights I don't remember. You remember parts like leading up, and then it's like, oh, I don't remember none of that. I don't even know how I got home last night. In the open up for second day of testimony, Cassie Ventura, the singer, detailed after. Okay, this is just a recap. And then this is the photo that they're talking about. So this is 2 days after. Oh, let me see something. Let me see. 2 days after. 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 2 Hey, look who's in the. Well, well, well. Who do we have here? Mr. Bali himself. So this is 2 days after the incident. This is the premiere that they are talking about.
Going on right now. I'm freaking out.
And working with a lot of these big names.
Damn, you wouldn't even be able to tell that she had a black eye. She got just look like normal makeup.
Trying to do that like every day. But it's just people see it. I don't want to give too much away, but the message behind. Oh wow, I'm not a guy approacher.
That's a little fantasy.
What'd she say?
When you approach a guy, what works the best?
They're talking about her approaching a guy. Last guy she approached, this car got blown up.
What works the best? What pickup line that you use? Or
oh wow, I'm not a guy approacher, but I'm all about like, you know, just casual.
for the guys out there, let's say that you have.
Right, yeah. Combs' sons are in the courtroom. His adult sons have been present this morning. His daughters have not been in the courtroom. I ain't gonna lie to you. If my pops was on trial for something like this, man, after like hearing yesterday, I'm not showing back up. I'm not showing up till Cassie leaves the stand. My dad just gonna have to understand, like, dog, at the end of the day, that was your life. You decided to do that shit. I'm not about to be in the courtroom on day 2 of Cassie taking the stand. I'll show back up with my dad guy like someone else on the stand. But no, there's no way I'm showing up after I heard that my dad wanted Cassie, who I was cool with and was around for 10 years, to like number one in her mouth and then let niggas finish on her. And then my dad talking about, yeah, put it on my nipples. No, I'm not showing up to court today. Day 3, I wouldn't be there. What happened to Mo, man? Shit, my stomach was sick, something. I'm not going to court for this one. Now it's my pops, and it's like, damn, man, you fucked up. But I'm not showing up today. When Cassie leave the stand, all right, I'll be back. But no way I'm there for day 3. They putting up privacy screens and shit. This is about to be wild. Let me see. At what point would you stop showing up? If you were the kids, at what point would you stop showing up? Maybe he should have took the plea, but I think one reason Diddy wouldn't have took the plea is because if they trying to offer you like 30 years, you got to think Diddy's what, 56? A 20-year sentence. 20 years behind bars is different than 20 years in real life. Like my pops is what is this, 25? My dad would be 75 this year. 75 to 55, 20 years in the real world is different than 20 years behind bars. 20 years behind bars is like 30 years. That could potentially be a life sentence for you. So I'm guessing if you're facing life anyway, you might as well swing for the fences. If I'm like 55, 60 and I'm facing life, yeah, I might as well take it to trial. You ain't got no other option but to try. Because this is the feds. They're not about to offer you, okay, Diddy, look, we'll give you a plea deal. We'll give you 3 years with terms. No, they ain't doing that. They're going to say, since you're facing up to life, we'll give you 25. Man, hell no. You gotta go to court. Like, you got to. Also, I'm not. Everybody used to be around thinking your dad was so cool. Damn, Sean Combs was your dad. Now they finding out about this. Now you finding out about this. Like, man, if you one of the sons, ain't no girls gonna want to mess with you. You got that freaky ass house, a nasty ass dad. Oh man, it's over with. Because now we even gonna be looking at the kids. Remember, the kids were doing all that defending, and you saying no Diddy. No, it really is no Diddy. Justin Combs, Christian Combs, little niggas, no Diddy. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, there's no Diddy. I literally don't want to do anything that this nigga Diddy did. You know what I mean? Damn. JL, that's a good point. Who's taking a plea when he already spent probably $10 million in legal fees and already paid her at least 30 to 50 M's? And then he tried to offer a 50 million. Like, yeah. You didn't already put up houses and stuff? Nah, you got to take it to trial, man. Yeah. And that's for anybody. Unless they talking about maybe 3 years with time served, then yeah, man, maybe 5 year, like a 5-year plea deal I'd take. Maybe even I think a 10-year plea deal would probably be the highest amount of years I would take. But of course, if you got a 10-year plea deal, that means you're facing at least 40 to 50. So in that case, all right, I'll take 10. But yeah, at 55, you might as well fight. Okay, here we go. Analyst, my bad. Analyst, how the defense may approach cross-examination. Now, this is what we wanted to hear, how the defense could potentially approach this. Oh, man. Yeah, even if Diddy beats this, let's just say the defense has a perfect trial and they beat this. Everyone heard all the shit you do, Diddy. Ain't no sponsors gonna be around your nasty ass. It's over with. You know what I mean? Ain't no one gonna want to do music with you or anything. Analysts say how the defense may approach cross-examination of Cassie Ventura. All right. Cassie has taken the witness stand for the second day after she spent over 4 hours on Tuesday testifying as the prosecution's star witness. Ventura's emotional testimony has at times focused on the power dynamics, ex-performances known as freak-offs, and the physical abuse she endured throughout her decade-long relationship with Diddy. CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson says the defense will likely remind the jury that this is not domestic violence case. And that's what I keep telling y'all. Hey, we got to remember he's not on trial for that. So it sounds bad, whooping ass, beating Cassie. That's not what we're here for. Getting nasty, swimming pools full of baby oil. That's not what we're here for. This is a federal case involving federal crimes. Combs has pleaded not guilty to a total of 5 counts on charges that include racketeering conspiracy, transportation to engage in prostitution, which is why we hear Cassie continuously say we have freak-offs in these multiple cities with these individuals. So that's the transportation to engage in prostitution and trafficking by force or coercion. As far as the defense may approach cross-examining Ventura, Jackson said the fact that Ventura is pregnant is relevant because of the sensitivities involved in that, adding that at the same time, I think you have to get to the core issue. Jackson said the defense may try to focus on the fact that Combs and Ventura were in a long-term relationship and question why Ventura didn't walk away or say no at any point, despite having the opportunity to do so. It's important to note, Jackson said, the issue really is not about the person's ex-life on trial. Jurors are not there to be the morality police. The issue is it a federal offense? Where is the fraud? The bottom line is, yes, there are a lot of sensitivities in cross-examination, Jackson said, but at the end of the day, keep your eyes on the prize. The defense attorneys would say it's not about sex, not about salaciousness, it's about criminality. Now, remember, the issue is there a federal offense? transportation to engage in prostitution is long. If you flying niggas across state lines, it becomes a federal offense. And that's why I say, at least on those charges, I think he's going to be found guilty. So he might beat the racketeering, he might beat the ex trafficking, but I think just on the transportation to engage in prostitution, I think they're going to hit him over the head with those two. I think the maximum is 10 years. Um, if they're, when I was looking it up, I think if it's under the age of 14, it's life. I know ex trafficking, if they're under the age of 14, it's life. I think the transportation to engage is, if they're minor also, is life in the federal. And I think the maximum is 10 years. So that'd be 2 charges, at least 20 years there if he got those. But I'm sure they'll probably be able to tie in one of the ex trafficking charges with him too, man. We can't blame nobody. Jury returns to the courtroom. The jury is entering in the courtroom following their brief break. All right, so hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know. This is day 3 of the Diddy trial, day 2 of Cassie on the stand. They did just put up privacy screens over the monitors in the courtroom. So I'm assuming that they're probably about to start playing freak off videos, or probably showing maybe some compromising photos of probably Cassie or just all of them from a freak off. We don't know yet. We're about to find out. The jury is returning right now. When is the verdict read? Man, they said this trial is going to be 8 to 10 weeks. So the verdict probably won't be read. This is May 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 weeks takes us to July 7th. 10 weeks takes us to July 21st. So that's kind of roughly where we're at. At least if it goes, that's what they got it allotted for. It can obviously end before then, but the judge said 8 to 10 weeks. So that will put us in the week of July 7th to July 11th. So that's including breaks. You know, you got Memorial, you got Juneteenth. Memorial's on a Monday. Juneteenth is on a Thursday. 4th of July is on a Friday. So after Juneteenth, they probably won't return for that Friday. They'll probably get off early on Thursday. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, they just entered back into the courtroom, and this is where we're at right now. Get this out of here. Inner City Press. All right, we still ain't got nothing yet. Combs' 3 sons, Quincy, Christian, and Justin, they're seated in the spectators gallery. Justin had his arm around Combs' mother, Janice Combs. 3 of the daughters who have been attending the trial are absent. Yeah, it's probably gonna get nasty today, or they probably just heard enough yesterday. It says, when Cassie entered the courtroom for her testimony today, Combs, wearing a cream-colored sweater and gray pants, tracked her with his eyes as she walked into the witness box. Why are they saying all of that? They making it seem like Diddy was in there. Now remember, Diddy only got 5 suits. Diddy ain't used to wearing the same thing over and over. Those 5 suits, you can go through them quick. He tracked her with his eyes as she walked into the witness box. She stared ahead. Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, has had his eyes focused on Combs for part. Man, Alex, you don't get your weak ass out of here. I can't stand. Like, Alex, you wasn't doing nothing when you was messing with Cassie behind Diddy back. Why you ain't go fight Diddy then? Now you over here staring at Diddy. All right, here we go. Here we go. They got Diddy, and man, y'all heard Cassie though. Cassie said, man, when Diddy get on them drugs, man, his eyes go black. He turned into somebody I ain't never seen. All right. Let's get back in here. Let's see if we got any updates. Yeah, I guess it's still just getting situated. I am not seeing any updates in here just quite yet. Okay, we do. Here we go. Emily Johnson says there's still some issues with the privacy screens, so we'll put that off and do something else now. Judge said, okay. Welcome back, Ms. Ventura. Bring the jury in. The jury enters. All rise. Emily Johnson says, I offer more exhibits. So the prosecution, y'all wanted to do spicy to pick up. The prosecution said, hey, Judge, we can't get the privacy screens on there, but we going to double back on those exhibits that we got. We're going to handle that a little bit later, but we got some others to offer to the courtroom right now. So we're about to look at these exhibits. They may just be photos of other freak off members. We got 13 people listed right now. We don't know all the names, only got 10 names, but they said they're going to hold off on these videos, or maybe it's photos that they're going to put on the monitors. They said they're going to hold off right now. Like, look at these sketches, man. These are terrible. What is he using? Oil paint? Or she? What are they using? Oil paint? Yeah, Alex is in there now. Everybody tough when they get in the courtroom. You see how that works? You see how that works? The tough guys on the street, when they get in the court, they be scared. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. But the people that are, I won't say scary, but like the regular folk, once they get in that courtroom, they got all these police around because they know Diddy ain't, what Diddy about to do? Get up and try to rush you. When Alex was over there working out with Cassie, he wasn't stepping to Diddy in. But I mean, shit. When your old lady got a 30M check, allegedly, when she got that 30M check, you can go in there. If Cassie was my wife and I was in there, oh man, I'm mean mugging Diddy. I'm outside the courthouse. When they ask me a question, Mo, how you feeling about the situation? Tell Diddy bring his bitch ass on outside. That's what I'm saying. If I'm outside the court, Diddy in there, I know it's security, he ain't got them no more. Tell Playboy come on outside. You know what I mean? I'm outside acting tough. When they asking me, I'm like, yeah, man, I never liked Diddy anyway. I was only there for a check. I always thought he was a goofy. You standing out front. Did somebody come? What you say about Diddy? Man, I was just, man, you know how it is. You know, I'm just trying to get an interview, man. No rapper friends there to support. Anthony said it seems like most escorts were already there in the city when they got there. See, the key word in what Anthony said is most. It seems like most escorts were already in the city when they got there. Well, if all of them went there, guilty. You see what I'm saying? Unless you can say that all of them were already there, guilty. If you had a fly in the end, which Cassie said, and she said she went through Diddy's travel agency, there's going to be documentation of that. We're going to see, man. We don't know yet. Again, I'm not on anybody's side. Once I get on the defensive side, just like we was with Brian Steele, how we were with Donaldson, I'm going to be on their side, giving my perspective from the defensive side. All I'm doing is just reading what's here and covering it, guys. We're still waiting on some updates. Here we go. We're good. Let's lock it up, guys. We're back. We got action. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo J. This is the Mo You Know. Diddy day 3, Cassie on stand day 2. Also, subscribe to my other channels, the Mo You Know, where I'll be cutting up all of these clips. This is Cassie part 6. We got 4 testimonies from yesterday, 5 this morning, and this will be part 6. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Join our Discord if you like to. And if you want to support the channel, Cash App's pinned in the chat. We don't get paid off of this because of the stuff we're talking about. But hey, let's get it. Jeez Louise. Okay. 3 minutes ago, what did you say here? Cassie said, I've been told there was actually explicit videos out there about me. I reached out to Sean. Emily said, and then what? Ventura said, we were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to his DJ, Who Kid. If you know about DJs, that's who they're talking about, DJ Who Kid. Emily Johnson said, did that happen at a restaurant? Oh, no, did that happen? Ventura said, yeah, at a restaurant. What was his security's role? Ventura said, to intimidate. They were lining the room. Who was there? Uncle Paulie, James Cruz. Who the hell is Uncle Paulie? Yeah, there go Who Kid right there. Come on, CNN. We need to find out who Uncle Paulie is. We need to know what the conversation was about DJ Who Kid. Oh, this is good. I know Who Kid was like, damn it, don't be mentioning my name in here. All right. So how would you recover from a freak off? Ventura said, I wanted to feel numb. I'd go get massages, IVs, fluids. The chef would cook us something. How often did you take the opiates? 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 I don't know what the hell that is. How often did you take them after the freak offs? She said, often. I had a UTI. What? She had a urinary tract infection and they were going in here with these freak offs? The baby oil came up yesterday. There was a swimming pool full of baby oil. If you guys haven't heard, there's a swimming pool full of baby oil. The jury sees text messages between Combs and Ventura regarding actually explicit videos of her. March 2014, someone told Cassie Ventura he's seen videos while they were at an event in Atlantic City. So somebody seen a video from Diddy. Oh, I don't know if it's got to be from Diddy because Cassie don't have them. In 2014, someone told Cassie he'd seen about actually explicit videos of her while they were at an event in Atlantic City. Immediately, my thought went to a freak off video, Ventura recalled. The jury saw text message thread between Ventura and her former boyfriend, Diddy Combs. Combs told her to find out more about what he knew about the video and where it came from. Combs told her to ask the person what the room looked like in the video. So it seems like it was a Diddy video, and he's asking Cassie, whoever told you they seen the video, what the room looked like. Because this got him thinking, wait a minute, we held a freak off in that room. And then look, remember? They talking about Diddy directing her. You got to tell him this is your life. This is serious, Combs told her. She met the man and a DJ Who Kid. The DJ who has shown. So the DJ, this is where 50 Cent comes in. 50 Cent was a mixtape DJ. I mean, not 50 Cent. DJ Who Kid was a mixtape DJ for 50 Cent. Someone sent 50 Cent the video. 50 Cent sent it to Diddy and said, is this your girl? And Diddy said, yeah, where'd you get that? Oh, my goodness. So the whole time, people always, 50's a hater. 50 was telling the truth. There was a video that was sent to him because now we're getting the transcript in the actual, someone told Cassie about it. She's asking the DJ, which is DJ Who Kid, who worked for 50 Cent. She met the man and the DJ who had shown him the video. So the DJ showed the man the video at the restaurant in New York. The next day, She brought security with her to intimidate the men at Combs' direction. So Diddy told Cassie, go over there and tell them this is your life is serious. Take the security with you, intimidate them. Ventura said her manager, James Cruz, was also at the dinner. Oh, my goodness. The truth shall come to the light. This is interesting. Who kid? All right. Cassie had a UTI. She was having freak offs. Here we go. I'm going to play this real quick.
The nigga Puff, like, he called, we should kick it on telephone and shit, after the May shit.
Right.
And the nigga be like, matter of fact, they sent me the girl pictures, like pictures of this girl, like, not the shit that y'all saw. Worse, way worse.
This is in 2010. This is in 2010. You hear him talking about Puffy. Puffy asked him to go shopping, take him get some clothes. Well, now 50's talking about some photos and videos were sent to him.
Wow.
Oh, you kidding me up?
Like penetration pictures and
Nah, come on, man. Come on, Phil.
all that. And I called the nigga. I said, yo, you fucking with this girl? Like, you really, like, you like her like that? And he was like, yeah, that's my girl. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna send you something. You look at it, you call me back.
Oh,
I sent him the photos, the pictures and everything. And the nigga called back and was like, yo, thanks, man. Yo, I really appreciate that. Yo, where you get these shits from?
So 50 said, where you get these shits from? Look what Combs told Cassie. This is in the text message. Combs told her to find out more about what he knew about the videos and where it come from. So that's exactly what 50 was saying back in 2010.
And I said, you know, like, because they know, like, if something crazy is going on, if they send it to me, I'll make sure it get out there. Like, as far as this video.com is concerned.
Yeah, yep.
And those other properties. So they sent it to me. But, you know, I really kind of felt like those photographs was not happening because of Cassie. I felt like they was happening because of Puffy.
I feel like those photographs didn't happen because of Cassie. Even 50 was telling us back then that Cassie probably wasn't participating in this. Remember, guys, we don't know these celebrities. 50 was around them. He knew them. And he said, I don't believe that any of those photos or any of that would have ever even been taken or came out if it wasn't for Diddy, because Cassie wouldn't do that. And now these text messages are verbatim, basically what 50 was saying, who is a third or a fourth party. Oh my goodness, man.
Right. Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? Because when a girl moves from a man and she upgrading, niggas be insecure, you know what I'm saying? They start feeling some kind of way, especially like whoever the guy where she was with in the photos versus where Puffy's at. Because Puffy's, he ain't no slouch, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he been able to take advantage of all the suckers. The nigga Puff.
Damn. The one thing about the internet, when it's out there, it's out there. Let's continue on. So 50 had knowledge of this way back when. I got to tell him what I know. All right, so she had UTIs. Uncle Paulie was there. James Cruz was there. Here we go. What? Hold on. Okay, were the UTIs painful? She said very. Antibacterials didn't work in it. Jeez Louise. All right, guys. Before I go into this, this is gonna be talking about her personal area down here. So just we're adults here, man. The hell with it. We're adults here. I'm just gonna read it. You guys do what you want with this information, but be prepared. So they're talking about the UTIs. Emily Johnson says, were the UTIs painful? Cassie said very. antibacterials didn't work anymore, meaning her body had got so used to these antibacterials being in her to try to combat these UTIs, the body couldn't, the antibacterials weren't even strong enough anymore. That's how many times she was getting this. How did it feel during freak offs? She said, burning. I would not advise. What I hope no one's doing this on a YouTube. Cassie, let's read this out loud. Ventura said, I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. Emily Johnson said, what sores? Ventura said, friction in my mouth. From what? Oral X. You said another UTI, then sad face emoji. Cassie said, I was open with him about them. Emily Johnson said, so you feel sick. Ventura said, why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. Well, the UTI is all we know about now, but these are text messages that they're reading. So these are text messages between her and Diddy. Emily Johnson is responding as Diddy. Ventura is saying, Diddy, why do you feel sorry? I took the blame for things. But Diddy is admitting guilt to this in the text message. And Cassie is saying, why do you feel sorry? I took the blame for it. Because one, we know that Diddy has been beating her. So it's like, I don't want to piss this nigga Diddy off because we don't know what can happen next. Now, this ain't me making up nothing. This is what's coming from the courtroom. So don't look at me, guys. All I'm doing is reporting the news. So Cassie was in there burnt up, continuing to do free calls. Diddy knew about these free calls, and Diddy knew about this burning sensation. And she said she wouldn't advise you to do it. But guess what? Diddy ain't cared. Diddy said, more free calls, more baby oil. Hey, I'm just telling y'all what we're reading here. I'm not assuming anything, Anthony. We're reading it right here. I'm not making up anything. I'm reading this verbatim. We'll go over here. So stop saying, look, I'm not making up anything on here. If I'm reading the transcript, I'm reading the transcript. If you have a problem with what I'm reading, please go to New York City, the Southern District, knock on the court door and ask the prosecutor, hey, can you stop real quick and let me go over to the stenographer and get the transcripts to see if Mo is lying or assuming, or did Diddy say sorry in these text messages? And Cassie said, why are you sorry? I'm not assuming anything. I'm reading what is on the screen from a guy that is a credible source within the courtroom. Please stop, Anthony. Please stop. We got a show to do. Please stop. I understand you may have feelings involved with this. I don't give a damn. I'm here to entertain you guys and keep you updated on what's happening in the Diddy trial. All right? That's all I'm doing here. If you have an issue with it, go to New York, tweet at Diddy, ask Diddy, why did you do this shit? Because I'm reading text messages from Diddy sent to Cassie. That's all I'm doing. Stop telling me what I'm doing wrong and go talk to Diddy, the nigga that is on trial. I have nothing to do with this. We got 300 people in here, Anthony. We ain't got time for the shenanigans. I appreciate you joining into the live. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. But don't tell me I'm assuming something when I'm reading the shit verbatim. All right? Let's not do that. All right? You go call Diddy, go call that nigga's sons, go talk to that nigga's lawyers. Brian still got an Instagram. You can contact his office and say, hey, Brian, just to verify, is this what was going on? Because this is what's going on. They are under oath. I'm not under oath. I can say what the fuck I want, but I'm reading what they are saying up under oath. All right? Let's get it. I respect you, Anthony, but let's stop it, man. Stop telling me what I'm doing. Nigga, I'm reading. All right. Ventura describes health issues she faced. Cassie Ventura is describing what she and Sean Diddy Combs would do in order to recover after a freak off. She testified she had regular issues from the drugs she took and frequent UTIs from the freak offs. The UTIs were so frequent, she would often have an infection during freak offs and typically medications. Hey, yo. If I was one of those escorts and I'm hearing this testimony, oh, I'm dropping a civil case on both of these motherfuckers right now. They got text messages between each other about her burning and him still wanting to do free calls and her starting to do free calls and knowing that she was burning. Oh yeah, if I'm one of them, they put me at potential risk. I'm coming forward. I want a civil suit. What Cassie get? 50 off of Diddy? I need 100. I need 100 between the two of them. You know what I mean? Oh, they got text messages. Oh, this is some wild shit here, man. This is nasty on both parts. Cassie testifies that she sometimes had persistent UTIs. When she and Sean Combs were having freak offs, she says she would continue to perform in the encounters despite the infections, calling the pain horrible. Oh yeah, I'm swinging for the gusto. Cassie, I know you got 30. What up, Dan? And everybody's going down now. Man, this is some wild stuff, man. But remember, he's not on trial for this. Now, amid the second day, Cassie Ventura's direct testimony, U.S. versus Sean Combs, is an exhibit. The L.A. hotel security email. Oh, man. When we go to a break, let me see if I can save this. So this is the actual this is the report. Exhibit 7R14. All right, I'm gonna come back to this. All right. In text messages between Cassie and Diddy, Cassie tells him that she was suffering from sores on her tongue. Ventura testifies that she attributed those sores to activities during the freak-offs, including taking drugs and performing oral. Diddy expressed sympathy in the messages to her writing, "I'm sorry." There you go, Anthony. I didn't assume anything. The nigga apologized. There we go, guys. We just cleared it up. That's all you got to do is present facts. You know, we not making anything up. You just present facts. We ain't in this case. Go get mad at them niggas. I can get on here and say whatever I want to say, as long as it ain't defamatory. Yeah, I slapped Diddy when I seen him. Yeah, I'm lying, but who gives a shit? This is my YouTube. He in court. You know what I mean? I can say what I can say. But the prosecutor questioning Cassie, Emily Johnson, has brought up the term swingers lifestyle, which the defense has cited as a way to describe Sean Combs' sexual preference. Ventura seems to agree with the label, but she is clear in her testimony that she did not want to participate in freak-offs that came to define her relationship with Combs. Fresh teas. I'm reading everything on the screen. Come on now. I've been doing this for the last, what is this? We had an hour and a half. I've been doing this for the last 15 hours. Ventura says she felt empty after freak-offs. Cassie says she felt empty after freak-offs. Empty. I definitely felt just gross, she testified. Ventura says she felt worse when she didn't stay with him after a freak-off. Ventura said she felt like, okay, I did my job now, and I'm going about the rest of my life. The same feelings over and over. All right. Let me see. But also, guys, real quick, Inner City Press on Twitter, CNN live updates for Diddy, New York Times live updates. If I don't read everything, it's because I'm about to be on here for another 6 hours, all right? I'm reading what I need to read. If you want to read these, here go to 3 websites. Here go my sources. You can go back and read all of them, but I'm going to read what I need to read. I still got to entertain you. I'm not about to just be up here, Matthew Russell Lee, as Inner City Press covers. That's not how I do my stuff. I like to kind of, you know what I'm saying? I got a personality. I'm not a damn robot. Come on, guys. But remember, remove your feelings. We don't know these niggas. This is just a court case. Listen, it says the United States versus Diddy. I'm an American citizen. I can have whatever opinion I want on this. I can interpret this however I want. I'm United States. You United States. But we're not picking sides here. We're just covering this, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Jeez Louise. Now, this is expected, but this is the last time I'm addressing it. If I just see comments, I'm just not going to read them anymore. But I do want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to keep this thing going. I'm trying to jump through so we can get a full understanding of it, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. I'm hot as hell in here. It's 75 degrees. I'm in Germany. We ain't got AC. I'm already sweating. We still got 6 hours. I got these bright ass lights on me. Come on, guys. But you can easily go read the stuff if you want. We got 250 people in here on the Mo You Know. Let me check these lights because we ain't even did a little checkup on it. We got 250 people in here, 73 likes. What a damn shame. Maybe I should read word for word. Hit that like button for me. Hit that subscribe button if you do. Let's continue on. Let's see if we got any updates. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Which escorts will go to the X clubs with you and Sean? Jules. Now remember, we got 13 escorts. The escort from the Intercontinental in LA, yes. So this is the one that was on the bed when security came in there. Did you want to have X with Jules ever? She said no. Ha ha ha, laughs. But I knew him. What? Why did you do it? Sean. Who was present when Sean put his hands on you at freak offs? Sometimes the escort was there too. In the same room? She said yes. Jules. In the suite? Yes. Were they aware? Defense. Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. Answer the question, Cassie. Yes, they were in the suite and they were aware. I wonder what they're trying to go with this, with Jules being aware of it. I guess if they were aware of it, that means then Diddy was aware of them being in the room. So they were trying to separate it. Like, wait a minute. That whole incident happened after a freak off, which is why they went ahead and put the incident report from that day in here. So I guess that's what they're trying to get at. There was a freak off that led to the attack that we seen in the hallway. And we don't know if Jules, we don't know what city Jules is from, but they are in LA at this time. Over on New York Times, Cassie testifies that Diddy took her to X Club several times, where she at times had X with Combs and a male named Jules. So they were doing it at the club. She said she was uncomfortable there, but she told Combs she didn't want to go. He would typically try to convince her by framing it as a fun outing. So they were going to the club with it. So they were going to the club with it. And Cassie was saying she didn't want to go to. Damn, this nigga, hey. This nigga Diddy was, what did he say yesterday? Diddy is flying at all times. And this nigga, everywhere he go, he trying to fuck something. They had the birthday party. Talking about, let's go have a free call. They had the X Club. Let's have a free call. Dog, they at the hotel. Let's have a free call. We ain't got nothing but time. All right, so let's see. Ventura says Combs will push her to go out to X clubs. This is CNN giving us the fill in for what we just read. Where she would have X with Combs or an escort. Ventura says she didn't want to have X with the escort. Combs will request it. Ventura testified she told Combs she didn't like the X clubs and that they made her uncomfortable. He usually just like push, keep pushing, or try to convince me. Convince me that it'd be a fun thing to do or that we wouldn't go for long, she said. She says she would often drink alcohol or do drugs before they went. So now what they're trying to do is link the X trafficking. You taking Cassie to the strip club. You want her to have X there. So that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to tie up everything. The defense is going to have an uphill battle with this. I definitely want to see. I hope they got Brian Steele doing this. Okay, we read that one. Cassie testifies that there were times where Sean Combs would put his hands on me doing the freak offs with male escorts. He would grab me up, she says, push me down, hit me in the side of the head, kick me, you name it. Sometimes an escort was close by and was aware of the physical abuse, she says. The escorts would ask me if I was okay afterwards. In what cities did he put his hands on you? New York, LA, Miami. How frequently? Too frequently. What's the Abbey? A gay club in LA. I went there with my friend. Oh, man. What did Diddy do at the Abbey? What did Diddy do at the Abbey? I'm definitely not about to Google the Abbey. Y'all go look that up on your own. Oh, man. So the prosecution got something in. Let's see if there's any update. Yeah, we just waiting on it. You know it's about to be something ridiculous. The question is, what didn't he do? Hey, for real, man. At this point, there's no telling, man, what this dude did, man. Whatever they say he did, you could probably look at him now, like, and you pretty much say, all right, we know about the swimming pool. The swimming pool with baby oil is already crazy. And then when we hear the put it on the nipples situation, that's fucking just, that's just over. I don't know, man. Sharon said, can they top the golden shower? I mean, the golden shower, putting the stuff on his nipples. Like, this dude is, I'll say this. From what we're hearing, remember, Diddy is not on trial for being nasty. He's not on trial for abusing Cassie. But this dude's just nasty all around. But we can't use that in determining if he's innocent or guilty. Is he guilty of being nasty? Is he guilty of abuse? Yes. Okay, here we go. Where were you going? Ventura said to a music festival in Canada. Oh, here. Look, where were you going? To a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Say, Drake, I hear you like him. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was thrown into a bed frame. What's this? A photo of my eye afterward. Who took you to the doctor? D-Rock. Okay. So she was supposed to be going to a festival ran by Drake. What year is this? 2010? Come on, CNN, give us some details. Combs assaulted her at times when escort was still in the hotel room. Okay, we know about this too frequently, several occasions. All right, we waiting on this update. See, New York Times, they're giving us more in depth, so it's going to take a while for them to give us an update because they're piecing everything together and actually making it a formal writing, you know. Over here on Inner City, it's just, this is raw, real. So she said she went to the doctor. D-Rock, the security, took her. Yeah, we just waiting, man. We just waiting. Oh man. I might have to tell the judge we might need to take a break real quick, man. You're going too fast through the transcript on X. Can't read it. My bad. I ain't gonna lie to you. When I read it, I try to get, because if one thing about me, if I have too much free time in between here, that's why I try not to talk, because then I'll start rambling and just start talking about some off the wall stuff. So I'm trying to keep it primarily focused on this. We were getting faster updates yesterday. Jackie said, take a break. We'll wait. Nah, if I take a break, then I'll be letting y'all down, man. If the judge is working, I gotta be working. That's how I look at it. All right, we ain't got nothing yet. I still want to know, today it seems like we're going to see footage. Well, we're not going to see footage. They're going to see footage in trial today, or is at least going to be some photos that they're going to bring up for the jury. And see, he's not giving us everything. He mentioned the Abbey, unless they're going to bring up the Abbey, this gay club, a little bit later. Yeah, and this is wild, man. Just knowing that 50 was actually telling the truth, man. That's why I support his shows. D-Rock took into. Now, D-Rock got a lot of interviews on, I think, the Art of Dialogue. I think he got one on Vlad. Who else does he have one? Not Witty Apparatus. Shout out to Witty Apparatus. I used to listen to him when I was in Germany, or when I was stationed over here. Yeah, we ain't getting no updates right now, man. Something must be going on in the courtroom. Oh, here we go. Okay. Cassie testifies about an incident of abuse in 2013 when she was with two friends in her apartment before traveling to a music festival. That's the music festival she was talking about that Drake was running. Now, Drake doesn't have anything to do with it, but that name is thrown in there, and you know you got to throw in high-profile names. She was going to a Drake festival. Say, Drake. Sean Combs entered and began yelling about her sleeping on the couch rather than packing, she testifies. She said that when Combs moved to attack her, her friends jumped on his back. During the altercation, Combs threw her down and she cut her eyebrow on the corner of the bed. She says afterward, Combs had security bring her to a plastic surgeon's office in Beverly Hills to fix the gash. She says she later texted him a photo of the injury and wrote, "So you can remember." So they were about to go to the festival. They were about to go to the festival. Diddy came in. She was sleeping on the couch. Probably, just napping. We getting ready to head out, hop on this flight from LA to Canada. Diddy comes in, pack them damn clothes. And then he moves to attack her. The friends jump on Diddy's back. So they jumped on his back. They must be little because Diddy ain't no strong type of nigga, just from his physical appearance. So Combs threw her down and she cut her eyebrow on the corner. So I wonder were they on his back when he went over there to do it. And then he sent her to the plastic surgeon. The security took her over there. She fixed the gas. She said she took a photo and sent it to Diddy and said, so you can remember. Carrie Morgan, the girlfriend from yesterday, sounds like she was consistently just high, not normal behavior. You're right. There was a Carrie from yesterday. All right. Ventura, Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort. Which one? Dave. I took GHB. I went into a G hole. And blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. Then what? I spoke to a friend of Sean's, and then we had a freak off. What's this? My eyebrow healed up a little bit a week later. I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. What's this? Me at the Canes Festival. What the hell is a G? Let me Google this off the screen. Let me see what the hell is a G hole? Or if somebody can explain this, I'm not sure what the hell a G hole is. What is we know what GHB is, so I guess that's just talking about like. I guess she passed out from the GHB. What up, MIT? Gloria? No, I don't. What was she going to? No. What? What? No, hell no. Look, so they just had a wall in the room and said, "Hey, cut that hole out there," and Cassie going the other side. Like what? And then she woke up nude in the shower. What up, Moochie? They're gonna have to fill this. They're gonna have to fill in the blanks here. Come on, New York. Come on, CNN. Well, it's not unbelievable to have a false wall in the room with a hole cut out in it so they can insert and she be on the other side, because we know that there was a swimming pool, a blown up swimming pool with a baby oil all in it. So it wouldn't be unfathomable to have a glory hole in the hotel room. Dude. So what happened up there? Sean accused me of taking drugs from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat. And you were on the red carpet that same night? Yes. Did you attend the movie? Yes. So I'm guessing the G ho is like she took the hell is it called? The gamma hydrobrite, or whatever the fuck it's called. We're just gonna call it the gamma. I'm guessing the G ho is like you said, she probably passed out or something from it. But what do they mean? Diddy accused her of taking drugs on the boat and he threw me off. hey, you took my drugs. Like, did he literally? I'm not thinking in my mind. I know it's messed up. In my mind, when I'm hearing he threw me off, I'm thinking Diddy was on some wild, like hand behind the collar. I mean, yeah, the collar of your shirt, hand in the belt hole, the you know what I'm saying, the belt loop, and off the side. But I don't know if he threw her like off. He may have said you got to get off the boat. You know, I don't know, man. He literally threw her off the boat. So yeah, are we? Sean accused me of taking drugs from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat. Come on, give us an update. We need to know about all of this now. Okay. So this is about the eye. The jury saw a photo of Ventura in French Montana at the festival shortly after the incident. She testified that she styled her hair over her wound so it wouldn't be visible. She sent the image. She wanted him to say he was sorry about it. All right. So the two friends were on the back. We want to know about this boat, and did he throw her in the water? So Sean Combs responded to Cassie sending a picture of her injury by texting, "You don't know when to stop. You have, he probably on drugs. You have pushed it too far and continue to push. Sad." So these are the text messages that Diddy was sending. But again, we got to make it clear. Diddy is not on trial for abuse or domestic violence. But he told Cassie, "You don't know when to stop. You have pushed it too far and continue to push. Sad." He's being charged with 2 counts of ex trafficking, 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, and 1 count of racketeering conspiracy. Okay. So Diddy got her off the boat. She attended the movie that night. How did you get back to New York? She said on a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. On a commercial flight, I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. What did he show you? Cassie said freak off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he released them. So what? Diddy got on the same? So they must have been on the same flight together. She said she took a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. All right, we know Diddy as this mogul. So if you were on the flight and you seen Diddy and Cassie get on, it looked like she's like trading seats to get away. And then he's trading seats to go sit next to her. And then he pulls out a laptop and shows her freak offs on the plane. Like I'm already, you know it. When I fly, I'm always commercial. I only do business class if it's a flight over 6 hours. Other than that, you might catch me in the back. I might be emergency out. I might be in row 17, C, sleeping. You never know when you're going to catch me on a flight. But I'm looking up, I'm like, damn, what the hell Diddy and Cassie doing on my flight? She said they sat down and he was showing freak offs on the plane, man. This thing of Diddy is different. Do they have videos of the freak offs? They do have some videos. We don't know if they're going to play them or not. I know right now they're trying to put the privacy screens up. So that's what we were waiting for them to do, but I guess they couldn't get him up. So they said they'll continue on and they'll double back on that later. So he was allegedly showing freak off videos on the plane. Let me see something. Oh, no, I gotta keep this. I cannot read that small print. Hey, y'all, man, come on, man. 270 people, 90 likes. Hit that like button for me. Hit that subscribe button. You can give me 180. Let me get 180 likes. It's just 70 more, y'all. Y'all just in here chilling. You at work. Just look down real quick. You got your AirPods in. Just look down real quick. Close the chat up. Hit the like button and open the chat back up. It's really that simple. Or if you are in the chat and you don't want to hit the like button, if you go up to the top in the pinned comments, there's a link that says Cash App. You can click on that, and when you go in there, put 100 and then press send. But it's cheaper, it's easier if you just hit the like button. Okay, so she blacked out. It wasn't a glory hole, guys. After the 2013 incident at the apartment that caused her eyebrow gash, Combs went to the Hamptons to have a freak off at a motel. They were having freak offs at a motel? She said she blacked out off the drug GHB, woke up nude in the shower not long after. They went forward with freak offs. She has a permanent scar on her face. Cassie testifies that once on a plane, Sean Combs pulled up freak off videos on his laptop that she thought she had deleted. She says Combs told her that he was going to embarrass me and release them. I just felt trapped, she said. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Michelle is doing some work behind the scenes, though. Michelle, every time I look up, Michelle giving me some information I did not see. Okay. How did you feel? Trapped. When you landed in New York, what did you do? We went to dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off. So we had a freak off. What did you do? I mean, why did you do it? To make him not threaten me. How many freak offs is this nigga having? Yeah, he needed help back then. They had a freak off at the motel. She passed out. They woke up. Then they continued on with the freak off. They get on the plane. He shows her freak off tapes. They go to dinner. Then he want to have another freak off. And this is right after the eyebrow incident. So within, like, let's just say 48 hours, there was the eyebrow incident. They got seen at the doctor to get it. You know, I got a gash over here on the top of my eye, but mine was from basketball. They got the incident that happened, well, the attack that happened. The friends jumped on the back, went to go see the plastic surgeon, hopped on the flight, went to Canada, got kicked off the boat, lost the passport, went to the movie premiere, or went to the movie. Then from there, hopped on the plane, switched seats. Diddy called. Well, forget that. We forgot about the freak off because they wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons before they went back to New York. So, geez. They on the plane together. He done showed her freak off videos, goes to dinner, is like, let's have another freak off. Man, this is Diddy used to always tell us, y'all got the same 24 hours. Your 24 hours is different than ours. Ventura says Combs often threatened her to release videos of her if she didn't behave. Cassie testified Diddy frequently threatened her with releasing videos of freak offs if she didn't behave how he wanted. That was a big part of our relationship. After Shine, let me see. Was there one before this? Okay, she just felt trapped. After Sean threatened to embarrass her by releasing the videos, Cassie said that the plane she and Combs were traveling on landed in New York. She says Combs wanted to have a freak off. At that point, whatever was going to make him not angry at me and threatening me, I was willing to do, she says. I just didn't want to feel scared anymore. It was one of the things that made me feel like I was good at. A couple of hours into her testimony today, Cassie is speaking in a controlled and matter-of-fact tone. Her voice is somewhat flat and detached when she shares accounts of physical abuse and repetitive ex encounters with male escorts that she says made her feel empty. Got two more updates. It's starting to roll in now. Or those are the ones that we were just reading. Two minutes ago, we got okay. Let's read these from June 13th, 2013. Has Sean been violent with you before this? Cassie said yes. Had you told him before you didn't want to do freak offs? She said yes. You said you needed GHB? She said yes. And that 2 escorts not available. Oh, if those escorts weren't available, you know Diddy got mad. So here goes so CNN is falling behind. So we're a little over the place, but we'll just take it how they present it. Pause on that. Take that. Ventura testifies about what Combs showing her the freak off videos she thought were deleted. Cassie said her and Diddy stayed on a friend's boat one time to attend the film festival when they got into an argument after he accused her of stealing drugs. He kicked me off the boat with no shoes early one morning, and I walked over to his staff's hotel. I stayed in somebody's room. At the event at the festival, Combs kept giving her evil glares. He would grab my leg and like squeeze my thighs tight as he could. And I was wearing a beaded dress, so it was really painful. On the flight home, she said she switched seats so she wouldn't have to sit next to him, but then he traded seats with the person next to her. On the flight, he played videos of the freak offs. Combs told her he was going to embarrass her. When they landed in New York, she said they went to dinner. Then he wanted to have a freak off, so we had a freak off. Question. If Cassie or Diddy offered to switch seats with you on a flight, would you? Now, if Diddy offered me to switch seats and I go up there and I'm sitting next to Cassie, all right. But knowing me, if Cassie was like, hey, can you switch seats? I'm not going up there to sit with Diddy. I personally wouldn't have cared to sit next to Diddy. I'm go sit with that nigga, man. You know, my bags are up here. If I go up front, that means I got to wait till everybody get off to get my bags. That's what I'm thinking. But if Diddy was like, hey, switch seats with me, Playboy, and I get to go up to first class or business class and I'm sitting next to Cassie, all right, cool. But if Cassie's like, hey, you can go sit next to Diddy, nigga, what the fuck I'm gonna sit by this nigga for? He might take you shopping. Hell no, I ain't. Look, I'm fine with the clothes I wear, man. I'm fine with the clothes I wear. I don't need nobody taking me shopping. Nah, well, I don't know if the freak offs were her punishment. I know she said when Diddy used to take her stuff, that was a punishment for her. She would take like the phones and things of that nature. Okay, here we go. After she said 2 escorts weren't available, I wrote only Paul is available. Do we got Paul? I wrote only Paul available or Jake the white guy. All right, so we got to add. So that's That's 11 and 12. Paul is another guy. And then Jake. So we got 12 out of the 13 names. Well, except for Islander and Red Baseball Hat. I wrote only Paul's available or Jake the white guy, but he can't do until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. What do you mean? The freak offs. What is SLS? A hotel in Hollywood. But he can't do until 11. The other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. So Paul would have been the new guy. And if Paul came over, he would have known about the freak offs. Man, I'm telling you, man. When would you take volume before a freak off? Cassie said, when I had anxiety. Sean's driver was bringing me to the meds. It was Raheem, I think. Oh, Raheem, come on down, Mr. Drug Supplier. We need to look up Raheem, the driver for Diddy. Let's go find Raheem, the driver. No, this ain't. This is somebody in the UK. We ain't looking for that, Raheem. Timeline allegations. I'm gonna do some research behind the scene. We're gonna find who Raheem is today. Okay, when you would take the volume before the freak offs, when I had anxiety, the driver was bringing me the drugs. So real quick, when you guys ask about the RICO, it's not like all RICOs aren't the same. There's different definitions to it. Racketeering, conspiracy, and enterprise are key components of the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act, a federal law targeting organized crime. It defines racketeering enterprises as it defines racketeering enterprises as any organization, legal or illegal, that is used based for criminal activity. That means anything that Diddy owned, if it was paying for prostitutes, if it was paying for hotels to do this, that's where they're getting this racketeering conspiracy. It's from the enterprise part of it. You see what I'm saying? But then you got like gang RICOs. So yes, companies and entities can have RICOs. So that's what Diddy, everybody's like, why is he getting a RICO by himself? Because if his enterprises, if anything that Sean Diddy Combs owned was paying to transport prostitutes, male escorts to different locations, that's what falls up under the RICO. Racketeering involves engaging in a pattern, which we know they're trying to establish the pattern of doing this, of unlawful activity, often including fraud, extortion, and other crimes. See, the conspiracy is an agreement of two or more individuals to commit a crime. Now, Cassie could have been involved in it. Now, Cassie is in charge with it, but it refers to an agreement between one or two. And that's why they're bringing in everybody else. Because if he has employees that were helping him out, that's the enterprise. So that's where they're getting the racketeering from. So it's not like, most RICOs we thinking like the mob. You just thinking like of all gangsters and stuff. So People are looking at, well, why is there a racketeering charge? It's because of the enterprise. If you're using your businesses and companies to do things of that nature, then they can hit you with that. But that's why it's so important to read the black and white, because how they interpret it, they put everything in there for a reason. It could be organizations, it could be enterprises, you could be doing legal stuff, you could be doing illegal stuff. This could be a law firm. But if they're doing illegal stuff with this legal company, that could fall up under the RICO conspiracy, the whole enterprise. So that's why there's a RICO for one individual, because all of Shine's entities fall up under that. So that's why Shine is getting hit with the RICO, because he owns all of this. So if anything, his travel agency that she says she booked through, RICO. Bad Boys Records bought a hotel and a freak off happened and you flew niggas in from a different state, RICO. You see what I'm saying? That's where the RICO part is coming from. And that's why I say is he might beat the RICO part, but if they can prove that one of his businesses, all right, we on lunch break. We went over that. They on a lunch break. I gotta take me a break too. But that's where the RICO is coming from. So we got us a stopping point right here. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Damn, what was this? This was 2 hours on this second parlor stand. So they on a lunch break. We're at 2.5 hours. So we got roughly like 5 hours left. What time did they say they'll return? (1:15 p.m.) So it's 12:37. We got about 40 minutes. All right. So I'm gonna go grab me some more water. Y'all hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me try to find some Law and Order. Law and Order. Doom, 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 doom. Let me find a Law and Crime video that maybe recaps yesterday for you guys. I'm gonna go grab some water. We still got the rest of the day, 150. We still got 4 hours after this. So 37 more days, guys. This trial is 8 weeks, and we're going to be here every single day, 4 to 5 hours, reading the live updates. Again, I have no dog in this fight. I'm just reading this, and I'm asking you guys questions to engage, man. Don't look at me, man. All I'm doing is reading this stuff, man. I'm not the one on trial. You can't get mad at me for something Diddy did. You know, I could go into one of those little spats. That's what's wrong with our community now, man. That's what's wrong with us now, us as a people. We try to kick a man while he's down. We ain't kicking this nigga while he's down. We reading what our tax dollars is paying for. I'm not kicking Diddy while he's down. Diddy was kicking Cassie. But y'all mad at me for reading what this nigga did. We ain't kicking this nigga while he's down. Last I heard, he was standing up in court in a cream-colored suit. Now, of course, I don't try to offend anybody, but I'm still going to try to entertain you guys because this is 8 hours. I'm not about to be sitting here like I'm not getting paid for this. This isn't my job. I'm interested in this. Among the many texts between Cassie and Shine read into evidence today are some love and messages between the troubled couple. You are truly the most extraordinary man, Ventura texted him on Father's Day when the two were together amid the other messages working out the logistics of a freak off. What? So you were truly the most extraordinary man, Cassie texted Diddy one Father's Day when the two were together amid other messages working out the logistics of a freak off. So it's like they working out a freak off, but Diddy's an extraordinary man on Father's Day. Thank you for always showing me love and happiness the way it's supposed to be, she wrote, adding that she couldn't wait until the couple had a baby of their own. When asked by the prosecutor why she sent those messages, Ventura responded, because I loved him, and it was Father's Day. So even on Father's Day, while they're texting each other, oh, I love you too, this nigga Diddy's like, nah, let's get this freak off cracking. Diddy's an extraordinary man. Per Cassie. That Jose Cazarelli. Hey, let me go get some water and stuff. I'm gonna bring up a long crime. I enjoy you guys. I don't. When you hear, hey man, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I definitely appreciate you tuning in. Like I said, we're over 15 hours just in 3 days. We did 5 hours on Monday, 7.5 yesterday. We're at 2.5 today. So every day is going to be at least 5 to 6 hours. Let me go find a long crime video covering what Diddy has done, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna give me some water. I might be gone for a little, you know what I'm saying? I got to do what I got to do. Nah, so Anthony, everything I'm talking about, when I say I'm not going to get paid, like, the I'm not gonna leave y'all here with no audio or nothing. That just ain't that ain't gonna be cool. If you know about YouTube, so what we're talking about here, you see that yellow there? Limited ads are not monetized at all. The stuff we're talking about here, yeah, YouTube will let me talk about, but I'm not gonna get paid from these videos. These videos, man, we talking about free cars. We just mentioning nipples. YouTube is not about to pay a nigga. So there you go. I'm not. So you can support me if you want to, but the biggest support is just subscribing to the channel and tuning in each and every day. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Let me see.
And that emotional healing is not a linear thing. It takes a while to get out of these relationships and then feel strong enough to be able to go through the entire court process, especially sharing the most horrible, degrading things that can happen to you as a human being, and sharing it in front of people you don't know, sharing it in front of your partner, sharing for all of us to sit there and analyze it. That's tough. That's not an easy thing to do, and some survivors are never able to do.
Yeah, you're most definitely right, Melba. And they have to be ready. They have to be ready. And often at times there's a lot of fear. So we are going to get back to the questions here in just a few moments. Stay with us, everybody. Keep dropping your really great questions into the YouTube chat. We are going to take a quick break, but before we
I love fall.
My favorite part is the Starblock's pumpkin spice.
The Lagmeister's near.
The Lagmeister.
The Lagmeister, king of lag and all things glitchy. He terrorizes poorly run Minecraft servers using his rubber band of doom. Did you not set up this server with Bisect hosting like I told you to?
No, I used a cheap competitor.
Did someone say lag?
Whoa! We need to get into a Bisect hosting server. Follow me.
Their interface is seamless.
Don't let the Lagmeister get in the way of your fun. Start your server with Bisect Hosting today.
Oh man. All right, man. So what I'm hearing is Cassie's supposed to be on stand or potentially on stand all week. Again, if you guys know any other Twitters that are at the courthouse, I know Inner City Press is just like the main one. There's other people there. If you guys, I don't know if you heard of Tisha Tales. I used to listen to her stuff all the time. I mean, I still listen to it every now and then. She does little breakdowns. I know she's at the courtroom. You know, she be getting insider information. I don't think she has a Twitter though. Oh man. Oh man. This is gonna be a long case. Remember we do have 2 other Jane Does. I think they put in a request for one of the Jane Does to release her name. So you got a Jane Doe, they're gonna call Jane, and then they got another one. I think there was Mia. So you got those 2. I don't know if any of the other escorts are gonna come to the trial and actually testify. It seemed like the prosecution, they got all kinds of questions. Now, you hear that they're bringing up these different hotels in different locations, but they haven't mentioned anything about it, like the Abbey, the Hee Hee Club, the SLS Hotel. They haven't mentioned anything about that. I think they're just starting to throw them out there so then they can refer back to them a little bit later, which makes you wonder if they're doing all of this. They probably about to be questioning Cassie literally till maybe the end of tomorrow, and then Friday the defense will pick up and go into next week. Yeah, we got us an angry orchard today. One angry orchard a day keeps the doctor away. That's what they tell me. Oh boy. Let me see if we can go look at some tweets on Twitter during our little lunch break. They redoing my damn sidewalk outside. I can't park in my garage. Man, I woke up this morning, 6 o'clock. Woke up at 6 o'clock. Man, the Germans were outside. They don't start working till 6:30, but they outside my window because they didn't made it up the street to where I live. I got to go across the sidewalk to get into my garage. They outside. Sound like they outside drinking and shit. They smoking. And you know, over here we ain't got no AC, so you got to have your windows open to ventilate the house. Man, I go outside. I almost break my damn leg this morning because I didn't know they made it down to my house. I ain't got no sidewalk, and they didn't put down no wooden board for me to be able to walk from the entrance of my house across the sidewalk. Man, I stepped out that motherfucker today, almost twisted my damn ankle. Man, I looked at them, they said, oh, sorry. They go bring the board down. Nigga, I don't need the board now. I'm limping to the car. So I showed up to work like 20 minutes late. You know, I had to get in the car and, you know, my leg was hurt. So I had an excuse to go in late today. I was like, hey, my damn leg, I almost broke it. I might need to go to the hospital. Yeah, so when I went out there just a minute ago, I was looking, and they work like 6:30 to 5. What is it, 6:50? But all this shit's on the street. Man, it's all kinds of wild stuff. The Germans, they don't really like think things through. These motherfuckers, like, they wait till it's the springtime. Man, y'all had all last month. Well, a pipe bursted last month, but now they doing like, man, I can't park on my street. It's supposed to be closed for 2 weeks. I think that Raheem is Diddy's main bodyguard, who was at a scene when MJ's body was found. Let me see something. I may have spelled it wrong. Rahim. Diddy. Joseph Sermon. Nah, the guy that you're thinking of, the head of his name is Fahim, not Raheem. Yeah, Fahim Muhammad was the head of Diddy security and was over at Michael Jackson. So it's Fahim, not Raheem. Yeah, so here. Yeah, the Nation of Islam follower Fahim Muhammad, not Raheem. No, I'm trying to find though. I'm trying to find. Let me pull up some of these tweets. It ain't as crazy today, but it's still a wild testimony from Cassie. Oh man. Dog. So on Twitter, this tweet right here. Oh, damn. We're not going to. So this is a betting website. It says Diddy I suggests he'll get between 11 and 12 years. So people are betting on this shit. Look at these damn sketches, man. Matter of fact, we about to do a sketch of Diddy. Let me find a Diddy picture. We're gonna see if I can do a better job than that sketch artist. One of the YouTubers that was in the actual courtroom said that the details of the day 2 freak offs was even worse than what we seen. It was full on GB porn. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's. I don't know if they're ever going to release any of this stuff, but we just on lunch break, guys. You know, when you're on lunch break, you do all kinds of wild shit. Today, we're going to be doing the sketch of Diddy. Okay. Give me a second. Let me whip up something real quick. Keep me updated on the time. We got 20 minutes. Easy, guys. Art takes time, man. Art takes time, guys. Come on. Don't judge me. I got work to do right now. is I see where we at. It's in the detail, guys. It's in the detail. Let me see if we got an update over here. Court is taking a break to 115. Okay, we got that. We got that. So what y'all thinking, man? Is Diddy still driving Mercedes? Yeah, yeah. Does he take his from the 80s? Yeah, yeah. That's what they're saying. Now remember, this is just a sketch, guys. So don't judge me off of this, because if they getting paid this kind of money to be in the courtroom doing this, then I should definitely be in the courtroom. Like, I will put my skills probably matched up with everyone except for Picasso. Picasso probably would be where I draw the line. And if you've been following me for a while, you know I take drawing very, very serious. We used to watch Bel Air, and when we would watch Bel Air, people were always like, "Damn, Mo, you really are an artist. You should probably start taking it seriously." So I was like, I probably should, but I never did. But here we are today, and I'm like, you know what? We got a little bit of time. Let me show y'all what I'm capable of. But don't judge me though, because I'm using a pen. Normally I work in pencil and then I go over it in pen. But today I don't have any of that. So we got to just go what we can and make this happen. One, two, okay, you got 5 fingers. Just making sure. All right. We're just drawing the face. So when you see this, don't be in awe. On a scale of 1 to 10, what y'all thinking? On a scale of 1 to 10, what y'all thinking? Diddy, Daily, Mo. J. What's today's date? The 15th, 14th, May 14th, 25. All right, here we go. One lucky contestant is going to get a sketching of Diddy in 2025. This is the best sketch you're probably going to see on the internet right now. Ain't no one else doing this on the internet because ain't no one else got the talent nor the time. Here is my sketch of Diddy in 2025. We need someone to get in contact with the federal courthouse so I can get in there. The photo in question is here. Drum roll, please. Yeah, what we thinking? Yay or nay? What we thinking, y'all? We good? We good? Close enough. Y'all know this is Diddy, right? Like, if you seen this, warning. If you seen a nasty nigga on the street, call him out. We have a sketching of him. He's about 6 foot tall, 217 pounds. His hair may be gray. His appearance may be a little bit different. But if you've seen this man, please notify your local PD. He goes by the name of Papa Diddy Puff. He goes by Sean Diddy Combs. He goes by Love, Brother Love, and freaky ass nigga. He's a 69 God. What y'all want? What y'all want that? Pop, pop. Hey, chill. Pop, pop. Winter said a Flintstone head. Come on, man. Dirty dog. Hey, man. I think I did an all right job, though, to be honest. I think I did an all right job. It may have been my glasses. This prescription is like 3 years old. So it may have been the glasses. If y'all think it was off a little bit, it may have been the glasses. All right, man. All right, we still got like 12 minutes. All right, we good. We good. We just relaxing. We just chilling a little bit. Maybe during the lunch, they're going to work on getting the, what's the name? The privacy screens up on the monitors. To me, he said you made him look good. He doesn't have the black eyes in your drawing. Nah, he do. It's just the lighting is off. Like if you look closer, he got the black eyes. See, it's kind of black right there. Diddy's looking at one of you lucky. Which one of you lucky ladies is Diddy looking at? Diddy pulled the glasses down. He looking at y'all. Boy, hey, whole time Diddy thought he was a player, man. Diddy thought he was a player the whole time. The whole time we found out that this nigga wasn't worth a damn. But he's not on trial for that. Diddy is not on trial for that. Let me see something.
In a man.
Diddy trial. Let me see.
Hoy es miércoles 14 de mayo.
Oh, that's in Spanish, man. I'm not trying to translate today. Yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. We're not about to go over none of these tweets. It ain't nothing but jokey jokes. Oh, there was a guy yesterday. Let me see. So this is what happened yesterday. There was a reporter out there. They said it was a crackhead. You got to remember, this is in New York. So like New York and LA, they are major cities. But man, it's a lot of bums out there. So this is what happened yesterday.
I feel bad that guy was sticking up for us, but white boy. This is how. Shut the fuck up, bitch. This is the problem. I said, bitch. I said, shut the fuck up, bitch. I said, I called you a bitch. I called you a bitch.
You see what's going on here? Like, okay, it's like a crackhead. She's over here minding her business. This is for ET. He over here, he high talking about shut up. You see, ain't nobody approach him though. Everybody got something to say. But ain't nobody go over there and approach him because at the end of the day, you ain't trying to get a bum butt, word to Kevin Hart. You ain't trying to have this bum bite you. You ain't trying to have this bum scratch you. You just got to pay him no mind. I lived in San Francisco, San Jose, San Francisco. I lived in the Bay for 3 years, and let me tell you, those bums out there, they're aggressive. This bum is doing all that talking. Now, one person went over there, like, hey, man, chill the fuck out. Because they ain't trying, man, let me tell you something. A bum, you can whoop certain bums, but this dude seemed like he came over here on that energy where he can take a couple punches. So you kind of want to avoid these type of niggas. But yeah, everybody talking about, hey, you need to chill, but ain't nobody go over there and check them. Ain't no one go over there, hey, man, what are you doing?
When a grown man speaks, you shut the fuck up, you fucking homo. Shut the fuck up, you fucking homo. Because anybody that takes a dick in the butt is the devil.
What? Let me get this off my damn screen, man. I don't know. I seen this earlier, but I never watched it all the way through. I just heard him saying, shut the F up. Oh, no, it sounded like he's about to drop an F-bomb. Hey, put up Princess was in the courtroom yesterday. I think she was, or she was there. I know she's just been. Okay, hold on. We got an update over here. Come on, Inner City Press. You're supposed to notify me. Let me see. 15 minutes ago, there was an update. Okay. Hecker Fink, lawyer. Mia would have taken this to her grave. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss her pain, what she went through. We will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof, the judge said. We are trying to prevent witnesses being counseled on how to testify, what to say or not to say. Anything else? Okay. Would that be acceptable? Hecker Fint said, I'm afraid she'll have a moment, lose it, then ask me, did I forget something? I worry. So they're talking about bringing up Mia. I guess the judge is saying, nah, if you're going to bring them up here, bring them up here. You can't coach them. Well, look at these sketches, man. Okay, that's what we need to know. All right, let me see. Let me see what Hecker Fint is about. Let's see what this lawyer is. See if he's been really putting in work. The most formidable and elite. Hecker Fint LLP was one of the most formidable elite litigation boutiques in the country. Guiding our clients through high-stake litigation, investigation, and trials. Clients trust Hecker Fint with some of their most pressing challenges, from white-collar criminal defense to complex appellate litigation to business disputes, employment discrimination, harassment, Title VII and Title IX matters. We have a singular goal, achieving the best possible. Is this just a law firm or is he our talent? Let's see. Let's see if Hecker Fint is the actual lawyer. We got Julie Fint. Mac Jenkins. Man, I'm definitely not trying to have Mac Jenkins as my lawyer. Counsel and counsel. So this is the business. Okay, this is just the partners. And then this is the actual counsel. Yeah. Kate Epstein. Come on, man. The associates. They on their way up. Okay, Alicia Bruce. Patricia Butler. We got two on the top line. We got two associates working their way up. Okay, look at Jocelyn. Joycelyn Hassel. Okay, might get the word. Christopher, my nigga. Hey, this is who y'all need right here. Y'all need Q. Q Newbill. That's what we need to work on our case right here. What up? My name Q. You know what I'm saying? I joined a law firm from an international law firm in New York. He practices with a focus range on white-collar defense crimes and internal investigations, intellectual property disputes, and cybersecurity matters. He has experience in the state and federal courts. All right. My boy went to Columbia. Tayana, okay. Let me see what my girl do. She represented a group of New Yorkers at a trial on appeal in their successful challenge to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s deliberate use of false residence and trying to gain access to 2020. Oh, this is recent. Oh, he was trying to act like he was in New York so he could vote. Okay, Robert F. Kennedy. So this is Jane Doe, Mia. So we got Jane and then we got Mia. So this is just one of their lawyers. They don't say who the lawyer is. But the judge is saying, nah, if she gonna come up here, she can be represented by a lawyer. But when she come up here to testify, she just got to testify. Now, counsel to Jane Doe says, I am worried that Jane Doe will not know what she can ask me. Judge said, as long as you don't coach testimony. Wilgdor, counsel to Cassie Ventura, I have nothing to add. Mrs. Shapiro, we have spoken with each attorney. So I guess they're going to, I don't know if Mia's going to take the, well, they can't take the stand today until Cassie gets crossed. All right, well. I knew my man Danny would know. Those are traditional sketches, style required by Fed Corp. The style stayed the same since the 70s. You haven't missed anything. We just sitting around waiting for lunch to be over with so we can get back in here. I wonder what all is the jury allowed to, well, typically they order their lunch so the jurors don't have to leave because, you know, if you let 16 or 18 people leave for lunch, it's going to be hard for them to come back. So I wonder what the jurors have for lunch. That's what we need. We need updates. We need updates of what the jurors are eating for lunch so we can decide, are they going to be paying attention? They're going to be falling asleep. Well, Young Miami, like, we know that she said she liked that stuff, the golden showers, but then she went back and tried to backpedal it out of here and say, well, I was just talking. Diddy was probably like, man, you got to shut that up because, hey, man, I'm about to go to court for this shit. Inside the jurors' room. Yeah, that's what. Today, the jurors are having. What's a sub place? What's a famous sub place in New York? Not Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's is obviously in Jersey, right? What's a famous sub place in New York that they eat at? Today sounds like a sub day. Court is taking a break for lunch, resuming 1:15. Cat's Deli. All right, there we go. Cat's Deli, New York. Let's see what they got real quick and see if that's on the menu and what we will order if we were the jurors. Because right now, I know a lot of us are probably thinking like, damn, you're the juror. You got to sit here for 8 weeks. You're not going to be thinking about this trial all day. As soon as we get to lunch, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not thinking about this. I'm not even caring what the hell Cassie talked about earlier. I'm just giving like the honest truth here. If I was a juror, I'm sitting there, stomach is rumbling, because usually I got a snack in between 9 and 12. I gotta have some kind of snack. Water ain't gonna do it for me. So as soon as they say we got a break, I'm like, thank you. I'm not thinking nothing about this trial. When I get home at the end of the day, I'm not thinking nothing about this trial. Like right when I get on lunch, Hey, so what you think? Man, nigga, I'm not thinking. I don't know what. I don't even remember what Cassie was talking about earlier. I don't give a damn what Cassie was talking about earlier. I'm on my lunch break, man. Oh man, if they fed the jury's tuna melts, I hate tuna. Oh damn. Cat's Diner. This is a little expensive. $30 for a pastrami sandwich. $80 for 2 big. Oh man, what the hell? Who's eating at this place? A pastrami sandwich for $30? You out your damn mind. I'm saving my per diem. Hey, we going to cash today. I ain't going to cash today. I'm going to my house. I'm going to the kitchen. Let me see what they got on the grill. They got glizzies. $6 for an all beef glizzy. Cat's cheesesteak. God damn. I know in New York y'all hurting. Shit, $30 for just a sandwich. Cheesesteak. This ain't even a Philly cheesesteak. You don't get no sides with this. Comes with American cheese, peppers, and onions, unless otherwise specified. I'd never eat here. Too rich for my blood. Oh, Kendall said, what picture? The Daily Diddy. We'll probably do a photo. We'll probably do a photo of Diddy every single day, and then we'll put it together, and we'll see how good I got over the while. Yeah, I'm not eating here. This is too expensive for me, man. This is too expensive. $30 for just a sandwich. I don't care how good this sandwich is. It ain't $30 good. We should be returning from break right about now. Prosecutor says she'll finish in question Ventura before the end of the day. All right. So we're about to bring back the jurors and everything in. We're going to finish up today with the prosecution. 2 days of testimony, 2 full days of testimony from Cassie. So that means we'll probably get at least a full day tomorrow of the defense. Tomorrow, what I'm going to try to do, because we got the finale of Raising Kanan. So tomorrow, I'm going to do it live. And then right after that, I'm going to do an hour of Are We Ready? And then Friday night, I'm going to do my typical last live of Raising Kanan. Sunday night, I'll probably do a live for Monday Mistakes, because we'll be right back in the seat Monday for the trial. Like I said, I'm really going to cover this for the whole duration. Nah, ain't no hair dye. Let me see. Saturday. So I'm gonna try to do at least 4 hours tomorrow night for the live. If I can get home and do if I could do a recap, and that's all I gotta do tomorrow is a recap. So I can do a recap tomorrow when I get home, and we can do the trial. And I might push. You know what? I might be a little late tomorrow, but we'll do the trial, and I'll just push the live back for the finale until after 11. I'll just go 11:30. I'll just go 11:30 to 3. But we definitely can't miss the defense. So we'll figure that out. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are about to enter back into the court. Well, never mind. Court will continue at 1:45. Lawyers spent the entire planned break talking about court proceedings. So, all right. I guess not. Guys. I guess we'll be sitting here for another 30. You got your boy here. You got your boy here. You hear me? You got your boy here. Oh boy. Court is now scheduled to resume at 1:45. So we just got some downtime for 25 minutes. Excuse me. So here you go, Diddy right here. That's on the 13th. Again, in the link in the chat, if you hit the link, subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know, because after this trial is over with, I probably won't be streaming. Obviously, the trial will be over with, but I'll be over on my other channel. So all the breakdowns of each part of Cassie's testimony will be put up on the other channel. So you don't have to watch a 7-hour live. That'll be broken up starting tonight at midnight. Well, 6 p.m. Eastern. You'll start having those throughout the duration of the prosecution. The defense will pick up tomorrow. So those lives will probably start. I probably overlap them because it looks like we're going to have Cassie, 1, 2, 3, 7 parts for Cassie. Yeah, like 7 parts for Cassie, and then 30 minutes ago. Yeah, there'll be 7 parts for the prosecution, and then probably about 5 or 6 for the defense. Add some color to the drawing. Y'all gotta send me some money, man. Look, all I got is pens. I got something for y'all. Y'all want some color? All right, I got some color for you. There we go, Playboy. All right, this is Diddy Day 3. All right, man, we got some free time, man. What y'all got? What y'all got, man? We got to do something. I can't sit here in no damn silence. So wait, Diddy's 3 daughters, all of them, you got the twins, all of them are the same age? Yeah, definitely, man. I'm scrolling down like, man, you scroll down Twitter, you'll see some disgusting shit. We'll just go through some of Diddy's suspect moments back in the days.
Your parties are the hottest ticket around.
They won't even give me a permit for the parties, man. They don't want me to throw the parties no more. But we ain't gonna stop. We gonna keep on having fun, bringing people together from all walks of life. You're gonna hear about my parties. They're gonna be shutting them down. They're gonna probably be arresting me.
Yes, they will.
Doing all types of crazy things just because we want to have a good time. You know, whenever you bring up a different element into people's environment, things that broaden people's horizons, people get intimidated.
Yeah, okay. We believe you, Sean.
There's a lot of people out there that feel intimidated by it. It ain't nothing but break it down racial barriers, break it down generation barriers. People from all walks of life. Ron Perlman talking to Jay-Z. Jay-Z talking to, you know what I'm saying?
Man, why you had to throw Jay-Z in this shit, man? This is your shit, man. This is you solo deal. Solo dolo. Let me see. Live updates. The judge is instructing attorneys not to engage in witness coaching. The jury is still at lunch. The judge spoke with lawyers in the courtroom. The judge said he won't instruct the witnesses, but told the attorneys for the victim witnesses not to engage in witness coaching or pass on messages from the prosecutors to their clients while they're testifying. An attorney for victims witness, Mia, said he needed to be able to talk to her on breaks during her testimony. We're not going to put words in her mouth, he said, but needs to be able to support her when she wants to talk about what she's experiencing on the stand. Candidly, her nerves are through the roof, he said, adding, she would have taken these things to her grave. These are the worst things that ever happened to her. The defense had asked that victim witnesses be instructed not to speak to their attorneys or the prosecutors about their testimony. I see someone say Mia may not be a reliable source. Probably she want to make sure she got everything right, but hell, if it happened, then you should be able to go up there without being coached. The defense is on the way. Combs' attorney says defense has to adjust strategy since Ventura's testimony was different than expected. In talking about what exhibits the defense might submit into evidence, Tina Garrigo said Cassie's direct examination went differently than the defense had expected, so they're readjusting their strategy. How did you think Cassie's testimony was going to go? Man. Combs' attorneys say the defense has to adjust the strategy since Ventura's testimony was different. What did you think Cassie was going to get up here and say? Life was great with Diddy. Diddy, it was a great time. What? Oh, he may have hit me a couple of times, but that's just what lovers do. What did you think she was about to get up here and testify and say, man? We all knew once Cassie was everybody knew once Cassie was taking the stand that the most degrading, disrespectful, disgusting things were about to come to the light. What did you think she was going to get up there and do? Everything was peaches and cream when I was with Diddy. Freak offs, amazing. Diddy hitting me in the hallway, just a normal Monday. What did you think she was about to get up here and do? And they're paying these niggas millions of dollars. They got to adjust the strategy. What were they thinking? Cassie was going to get up the way? We had a civil case. Me and Diddy handled that. I really don't even want to be here. Nigga, her lawyer has been saying for the last 7 to 8 months since Diddy got locked up, Cassie is ready to get on the stand and tell what she knows. Now they talking about, well, shit, we didn't think it was going to go that way. How we got to adjust. You got to adjust your strategy. They said they're going to be done today. They got to put Brian Steele up here. Tina Garrigo's, I don't think she's ready to get up there and go toe-to-toe with what we just heard, because if she got to adjust her strategy within like 30 or like an hour, a couple hours, or by tomorrow. Oh, man. Yeah, we got to adjust to it. Now, remember, he's not on trial for being nasty. He's not on trial for the DV or abuse or anything like that. He's on trial for the racketeering, 2 counts of how are you going to So, with one of the two charges that he has is transportation to engage in P-tuition. Give me a second. The federal sentencing guideline for transportation, the federal sentencing guideline for transporting someone to engage in prostitution or coercing them to travel for the purpose of prostitution is found in 18 U.S. Code 2422. It prescribes a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison and a fine of up to $250,000. If the victim is a minor under the age of 18, the penalty can significantly be higher, with a minimum sentence of 10 years up to life in prison. The maximum penalty is 20 years in prison and a fine of $250,000 for non-minors. So, flying an escort to a different state becomes federal. If you're paying them to have sex, transportation to engage in prostitution. All they got to prove is that someone flew from another state to a state and Diddy paid them for a freak off, which the maximum penalty is 20 years, which you know the prosecution is going to go for two charges. So they need to find two people that this happened to because it's two charges. I don't know how they're breaking down the charges. With 2 counts of it, I guess you got to have it 2 times. So when they're talking to the jury, as far as the transportation to engage in P-tuition, we have multiple escorts that were flown into multiple cities that were, I'm going to say alleged, but in the court, they're going to say that Diddy did this too. So the defense, I don't know how they're going to fight this because there's text messages of Cassie saying, hey, these people are the only ones available. Yesterday, we heard that Cassie would send the photos to Diddy to get approved and then book flights through one of his travel agents. I don't know if it's his personal travel agency. That's what we need to look up. Does Diddy have a personal travel agency or does he just have a travel agent? Sean Combs Travel Agency. There's no direct mention of Sean Diddy Combs owning and operating the travel agency in the provided search results. However, the results do mention that Combs staff and associates, including those within business empire, would make travel arrangements for him and others, sometimes using aliases or agents, according to CNN and the Department of Justice. So the Department of Justice, let me see if they got some information on that. This suggests that while Combs himself may not have owned a travel agency, he used various means, including his staff, aliases, and possibly travel agents to manage his travel arrangements. So that's what's in the this is actual documents here. That definitely is something. We can see what Trump does about this, but we can see, Pam Bondi might not do it. But then again, depending on the judge, since this is a federal judge, Pam Bondi may not want to prosecute this or take it any further. But a federal judge can assign a special prosecution to go ahead and go through with this. Now, what happens after that? If there is a pardon, then of course that would take place. But a federal judge can assign, because we got to, there's actually a case going on right now. The one that happened with Mayor Adams, the Department of Justice, they didn't want to press charges because, he had talked to Trump or whatever. But the judge assigned Letitia James to be the special prosecutor in that case. So that's the power that a federal judge has. Now, the court case will continue to go on, but after that, of course, it could just drop it and get a partner or something of that nature. But I don't think Diddy's going. I mean, not Diddy. I don't think because there's photos of and you got all these photos of baby Trump was like, man, lock that nigga up. Shut that nigga up. Let me see. That Rick James, that's a good question. Yesterday I was talking about that. When we were breaking down like the paying for X, you get in more trouble for paying for X than someone selling X. Like whenever you see them bust, you go in there, like the hooker, they'll get like 6 months probation and get released. You got to go to jail. They put you on the offenders list. Like paying for it is worse than selling it, unless you're a pimp. And if you're a pimp, then you the scum of the earth. You definitely about to get a whole lot of time. Let me see something. Let me see if I can find. I'm trying to see if the see, here we go. Remember we were talking about the RICO? So here's what they're talking about, the enterprise, the Combs enterprise. This is where the RICO part comes in. So this is why it's just a racketeering conspiracy, because of the enterprise. The Combs enterprise, from at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of his indictment, Sean Combs, all the names, the defendant and others known and unknown were members and associates of a criminal organization, the Combs enterprise or the enterprise. Members and associates of Combs enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for the purposes of prostitution, enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics, offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice. The enterprise, including its leadership, its members, the defendant that just keeps going over his name. All right, so the defendant entities within the Combs businesses, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprise, Combs Global, individuals employed and by associates with the Combs business. The Combs Enterprise is an ongoing organization whose members function as continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs Enterprise. The Combs Enterprise was engaged in activities affecting interstate and foreign commerce. The Combs Enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York. The individuals, so you're just naming off the businesses here, such as Combs, security staff, household. So anyone that did something, but they always want the big fish. Purposes of the Combs Enterprise. The purpose of the Combs Enterprise includes the following: operating a global business in media, entertainment, lifestyle, including, among other things, record labels, recording studios, apparel, alcoholic, spirit businesses, marketing agencies. I'm trying to find out about the travel. Enabling Combs and other members and associates to engage in unlawful acts of violence. No, we're not looking for that. Free calls, trying to mitigate room damage, arranging for travel for victims, commercial ex workers, calls and free calls, resupplying calls. We don't care about that. Is anything in here? An agency, marketing agency? Marketing agency. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything as far as like the travel agents. Nah, I ain't seeing nothing with a travel agent in here. All right, guys. We're getting through a lunch break. How much time is 8 o'clock? 7:45. 24 minutes. So they're printing out binders. I don't know who these binders are going to, but when they said they were going to extend it to 1:45 for lunch, they're saying they need more time to print off binders. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So that's where we at right there. We're gonna see, man. It's still early as hell. Hopefully, we can hear some of the. I want to hear at least some of the defense. All right, in my opinion, all right, we got enough of the. Well, if they say they're gonna be done with Cassie today, they're gonna have to swing. They're gonna have to swing. They're gonna have to try to knock this out the park. What we heard yesterday, terrible. What we heard today, terrible. Will the jurors remember this in 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks? They definitely need a refresher. We might have enough of Cassie information right now. I don't know how much more information they could have unless they about to just. This is going to sound bad, but if I'm the prosecutor, I've already talked to Cassie. What I'm about to say, y'all going to be like, Mo, that's fucked up. But as a prosecutor, your job is to win this case. Cassie, before you get off the stand, we would like to know from your recollection, was there any time that there was a moment where Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs was engaged in actual acts with a man? You got to ask that question before you get off the stand. If you're the prosecution, you got to do that, because what are you doing? If Diddy does beat this case, you want to stain that nigga's image for the rest of his life. I know y'all thinking, Mo, man, it's fucked up, but that's the way the prosecution plays. But you got to ask, was there ever a moment where Diddy engaged in anything with these escorts? That's just a question you got to ask. If you're the prosecution, because the people of the jury, they want to know. That's what the jurors, they hit me up and said, but we ain't supposed to be talking about this right now, but we want to know. All right, we should be getting an update. I know we ain't got nothing. We got the binders if you like your sport. Yeah, Nipplegate ain't enough information. It's terrible, but we in the courthouse right now, and at this point, anything goes. But the reason I say you got to do that, I know people think that's messed up, and people gonna say, "Hey, man, that's Diddy's personal business, man. They didn't need to bring that up in the court case." Well, listen, this is court. You're under oath. We want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. See, when defense lawyers get up there, their job is to make you seem like you're a liar. They're trying to discredit you. They're trying to taint you. Because if you get on the stand and lie now, when you get off the stand and you go back in the real world, we're like, I don't know if I can trust you because you was up on the stand lying. So we need the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So if the defense can make a victim or a witness a liar, then the prosecution has every right to make the defendant look like a sack of shit. Now, we're not saying being he is wrong, but what we are saying is Diddy was a playboy. You know what I mean? Playboy. See, that's the thing, Winter. We in court. We in court, Winter. We don't need to think. We need to know. We don't need to think, okay, maybe Diddy is he's a little weird. No. We need to know where Diddy stands. We got to know. We the people of the United States, one nation under the Lord, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Justice will be served. That would help Little Rod's case. Little Rod's case actually gets into criminal activity. Now, if you were in my live yesterday, remember what I was talking about, the prosecution setting it up? So let's say if Diddy does beat, let's just say hypothetically, everything goes right. The defense does what they're supposed to do. Guess what? They found guns with serial numbers scratched off at the crib. Cassie has talked about security grabbing guns. Cassie has spoke about her being handed guns. Let's just say in the perfect scenario, Diddy beats all of these charges. Little Rod got a case where he's talking about Diddy was admitting to crimes. This is how they stay out of jail, which is on footage. Then they got the camera. They could turn around and boom, hit Diddy with more charges. Okay, you beat those 5? Guess what? Here's another 2 charges. Deface serial numbers on weapons. Here's another one. Taking illegal guns across state lines. Hey, Cassie, do you remember him taking this gun specifically right here? Oh, yeah, that's the one I had with the number scratched off of it. Yeah, that's the one I took to such and such. So this is the feds. And the one thing about the feds, they hate losing. So, I mean, at the end of the day, the reason court is a horrible place to be in, unless you're like suing somebody and it's like, if I lose, I just lose, is because the fate of your life is in these 12 random motherfuckers over here. Just 12 random people you've never seen in your life that live a regular ass job, that may be feeling good one day, hate being here the next day. Your life is in their hands. You looking over there at the jury like, God, I'm not beating this case. You know what I mean? Or cool, okay, I got this jury looks good. Now they say it's like 8 guys and 4 women, and then we don't know what the 6 alternatives are, but you looking like you coming into court and right now, Diddy can't even be thinking about his personal image. Diddy, you're screwed as far as your image goes. As far as working with anybody, if you do beat this, ain't no one gonna win. Well, there's gonna be some goofy niggas that would. But yeah, like all that, I'm Puff Daddy, I'm Diddy, all that shit's done. You're Sean Combs from here on out. Let's see, do we got an update? No, that's it. We just sitting around, man. We just sitting around. He gonna say the guns ain't his and flee the country. And if they, the thing is, if he beats this and they try to bring up like other charges on weapons, he's gonna get a bond this time. Like if he beats all this, they're gonna give him a bond this time. But me personally, I think they're gonna get him at least with one charge, like the transportation. That's too. I won't say it's easy to prove, but it's probably one of the easier things to prove because let's just say Cassie was a willing participant. Okay, there's no X trafficking there. But wait. No, Winter. See, we when in reference to Diddy, unless it's a freak off, we no longer say Diddy's a freak. Diddy is a NN, a nasty nigga. Diddy is not a freak, guys. You got, I want a freak in the morning, freak in the evening. You know what I'm saying? A roughneck nigga to satisfy. That's what Adina was talking. That's a freaky nigga. Diddy has passed that. The point of no return. He's a nasty nigga. But let's remember, remove our feelings. He is not on trial for being a nasty nigga. Because remember, if you guys remember, Janet Jackson said, what she did? What did Janet Jackson say? Hold on, man. I done got a brain fart. What did Janet Jackson say? Oh, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. See, that's what Diddy did. Diddy done took it to nasty. He passed the freaky stage. You know, freaky stage is like she touching on you up on the table. You might touch on her. Ha, ha, ha. Freaky, freaky. But when we start doing all this other stuff, come in here and put this on me. No, see, that's where we start getting into the nasty nigga territory. And once you get there, it's like, as soon as you go through that door is locked. You just know you can't turn back around. There's no handle on the inside. You're locked in from the inside. Once you cross that threshold, you got to stay over there forever. You know, you might like one team and then you're like, you know what, after a while, I don't like that team. Let me go back over here. Now, I'm not talking about like he and all that. Once you go he, you stay with the he's. But once you cross over into that nasty nigga territory where Diddy is at right now, there's no turning back. See, when you cross over into that nasty nigga territory, you know who is in charge of all of that? The man downstairs in red. HE double hockey stick. See, the man downstairs, he's in nasty nigga territory. He's actually the head nasty nigga. You know what I'm saying? The HNNIC. You know what I'm saying? The head nasty nigga in charge is the devil. And then second, Diddy might, there's worse niggas than Diddy. But Diddy is at least, from what we know, in the celebrity list, Diddy's a top 10 all-timer nasty nigga. You see what I'm saying? Diddy is a top 10 all-time nasty nigga. Like, there's some wild shit. And Mess said, you rambling now? Well, I'm trying to figure out what we doing until we get some updates, guys. I mean, what do you want me to read this incident report? Y'all want me to read the hotel security email? Man, I still got 4 hours, man. I'm trying to entertain you guys, but I'm just making it. Well, wait. I wasn't rambling. The reason I started talking about this is because, wait a minute. Winter said most men are probably freaks like Diddy. First of all, ain't no men that I know or none of my real ones in here. We might get freaky with our old lady. We might get freaky with the one we with. But this is some nasty nigga shit. I'm not rambling. I'm letting y'all know on my channel, we no longer call Diddy just a freaky nigga. He's a nasty nigga. Let me see what this damn incident report says. My name ain't baby, it's Janet. Miss Jackson, if you know what I'm talking about. Let me see. So this is the incident report. This is the one that they said he didn't put in. He didn't. So this came from March 5th, 2000. So, he had photos and everything. Pics from the 6th floor. Today, March 5th, 2016, I received a call. From Instant Services, Wanda stating that she had just gotten a distress call from the 6th floor. I looked at the cameras, familiar with the situation up on the floor. All I saw before I took off immediately was a male wearing only a towel, walking back and forth. 11:15, I noticed a male black rapper, Sean P. Diddy Combs. I observed Combs sitting down in the far left chair floor, and the female who was closer to the hall, later identified as CC. So Diddy was calling her CC? Where the hell did the other C come from? I saw the damage that had been done, and I began to diffuse the situation by advising Mr. Combs to understand his status and the safety and concern of our guests. He began yelling at Miss CC, and I advised both of them to separate from each other, that it wasn't convenient for both of them to continue this, especially in the hallway and in the town. I proceeded to advise them to return back to the room. Mr. Combs began to offer me a bribe. You take care of this. I got you. Let's go to my room. I then responded with, sir, I know who you are, while extending my arm to him to shake his hand. Little did he know, Diddy just got out of a damn freak off. I extended my arm to shake his hand and said, all I ask for is respect for the guest and myself. So do me a favor and let's return to your room. He got up began to walk to the room. As we made our way down the North Hall, Miss Cece was behind us, coming from the South Hall. Mr. Combs noticed while turning his back and began to raise his voice. I then told him that if he didn't respect the guest, then he would be escorted out of the property. We walked over to his room, 602. You can catch me in room 1 tweezer. We walked over to his room, 602. And when we went inside, Miss Cece was told to leave by Mr. Combs. So she did just that. Mr. Combs opened the door and brought out a currency band wrapped around $100 and told me again, thank you, and said, you take care of this and I take care of you. I declined the money and told Mr. Combs that all we needed was for him to stay in his room until checkout, which is today. I left the scene at 11:25, so he was there for about 10 minutes. I took her to the elevator. I saw Miss Cece and advised her that I did not want him to see her, so I walked her over to the valet office until her ride got there. I asked her that we would need some information from her to stand by. I then walked over to MOD 80's office and advised him of the situation, and I needed him present. We then walked over to Miss Cece and was unable to locate. We then walked over to Miss Cece and she was unable to locate. So wait, did he get picked up in the security? She said she was on. Well, I thought yesterday they said. Oh, we might have an update, guys. Give me a second. After lunch break, Cassie is back on the witness stand. All right, so we back here. We know what happened here. Miss Cece was unable to locate with him in room 10602. 80 went up to introduce. When Mr. Combs came out, he was about to start yelling in his tower, but MOD 80 and I stopped him before he did. He automatically assumed he was being recorded, so he grabbed his hand and told him to back off and took his hand away from MOD 80. He was then told no one was recording him, that the safety and privacy of the guests is important. Oh man, so when the defense was up there, damn, Brian Steele, you read this and that's what you came up with, Brian? There's no, come on, Brian Steele. Brian Steele must still be, you know what I'm saying, jet lagged or hung over from the YSL trial. Yeah, he didn't even know who Cassie was. He was just Miss Cece. That's who Diddy was calling. He separated them and she went on about her way. But before he can get back, she had a black. This is a regular standard incident report. She was gone. They couldn't notify the police. Damn, Brian Steele, this is what you came up with out of this? That was a little, like when we listening back to it and reading this, it's like, this is a standard incident report. He diffused the situation. Cassie went on about her way. He separated them. And yeah, I'm not. She had a black eye. Hey man, we got the footage, man. We seen her get whooped on. Like, I'm just telling you what I seen. But let me use this bathroom. We're gonna come right back. Cassie is about to take the stand, and we're gonna get this thing cracking, you know? We're gonna get this thing cracking. Cassie part 7. This might be the last part that the prosecution has. And then we might see the defense start today. I'm not for sure. But let me see. I'll put it on the live updates and I'll be right back. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. All right, we're back. What other channel I'm on? I'm on my other channel, The Mo You Know. Which one are you on? Mo.J? Mo.J is my main channel. We're trying to get this one to 100,000. The Mo You Know is my other channel where I'm chopping all these videos up, and you'll be able to go back and watch each segment of Cassie on the stand. We're just cutting up all the lives, so you can go back and you don't have to watch the whole thing. We're trying to get that to 1,000. All right, so let me get situated, and we're gonna jump into this. I'm Mo.J. This is Diddy, Daily Diddy, Day 3. Cassie on the stand, Day 2. Prosecution should have her finished up today. They just came back after an extended lunch period, and we have Cassie on the stand. So this is where we are right now. 3:15. So we might get the defense today. Now, she did say she was going to finish up talking to Cassie today. Whether that means another break and then finish, we'll find out. But all right, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. We'll be here every single day covering the Diddy trial for 8 to 10 weeks or however long it takes. I'm putting a lot of effort and energy into this. 5 to 7 hours every single day. I'm cutting back on all my TV shows. This is what we're going to be focused on. We're going to be the subject matter experts. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. All right. The judge is talking about, let me see. All right. The judge is back on the bench. The jury is in, and Cassie Ventura is back on the stand. Before the jury came back into the courtroom, prosecutor Emily Johnson clarified, when asked by the judge, that today the government intends to show the jury actually explicit still images that are under seal, not videos. Johnson said the defense may show sealed video footage during Ventura's cross-examination. All right. So, prosecutors are about to show stills. They're going to probably go in depth and be very descriptive with this. The defense is probably going to show the videos because what they want to show is that Cassie was a willing participant. Now, remember, he ain't on trial for being nasty. He ain't on trial for being freak-offs. He's on trial for transportation and prostitution and ex-trafficking. So what we're going to read here, we're going to be respectful. I'll make my jokes when appropriate, but not when it comes to that part. But They're gonna go in detail. So I'm gonna glance over it before I read it out loud. You may see it on the screen, but just bear with us. Just bear with us. The prosecution clarified that it only planned to display potentially explicit images, not videos. The defense may use the videos later. In addition to privacy screens, videos would require the use of headphones for the jurors, but that seems like a problem for another day. So what it seems like is the jurors might get their own individual tablet or something to look at and with earpieces. So they don't want anyone out there in the gallery to hear any of this. I don't think they're even going to be able to see the videos. They're probably going to see the stills, but I think the videos are only going to be for the jurors. Oh, man. Just from the descriptions that we had in day 1 of Cassie and day 2, I'm sure these videos is probably, they about to be wild as hell, man. Because not only are they going to be showing them to the jurors and showing them to Cassie, they're going to have to ask her, okay, when this did this, when that did, you see what I'm saying? So, all right, guys, this is where we at. But this is what everybody been talking that talk, man. This is disgusting, but this is what y'all been waiting to hear, the spicy part of this trial. So this is where we're at. Thank you, Winter. Prosecutors admit photos in the evidence. Okay, so this is just what we just went on. Oh, well, this is a little more in depth. Prosecutor Emily Johnson showed Cassie Ventura an image of Mia that has been admitted into evidence under seal. Ventura said Mia is a longtime friend of hers and worked for Combs. Now, remember, we got Jane Doe, who's going by Jane, which they submitted documentation to try to get Jane's name exposed. And then there's Mia. So these two are pseudonyms. We don't know who Mia is, but she's a former worker of Diddy. Johnson showed Ventura an image of one of the escorts they commonly use for free calls, which was also admitted under seal. Ventura said that the still image was taken from a video of a freak off that was on one of her devices she turned over to investigators. Johnson showed Ventura an image of herself and a different escort in a freak off. This image was also taken from a video on one of the devices, Ventura testified. So remember, Cassie said she got iPads, tablets, old phones. So she turned it over, and now they're about to show it. Now, the thing about this is, remember, transportation of prostitution. If Cassie can show multiple videos of these escorts being in different cities that they were in, then that's helping the case right there. But let's see what we got. Emily Johnson said, I have a binder for the court. The gallery would not be able to see these exhibits. Ms. Ventura, I will show you some exhibits. 2A404. Who is this? She worked for Sean. That's exactly what I was saying. So the gallery, they're not going to be able to see any of this. It's just going to be straight for Cassie, the defense, prosecution, and the jurors and the judge. Emily Johnson said, we will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working? No, they were broken. Put 602A up for Ms. Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin? Oil. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Remember what I told you? Even if your phone is broke, unless you put in your hard drive in a microwave, even if you put it in water, they can recover that. Those digital forensics, man, they can work. And especially in 2025, shit, they can find out anything. They don't even give a damn. Cassie is now beginning to look at images of some freak offs that only her and the jury can see. In one, she identified a future witness for the prosecution who has been referred as a pseudonym Mia, but is listed in court papers as victim 4, a former employee who accused Combs of coercing her into X. Ventura is also identifying still images of a freak off of a video of herself having contact with Jules, Dave, and Greg, 3 of the escorts that have been referred to in her testimonies. She says the images were taken from videos that she saved on her electronic devices that she believed was broken, but was turned over to the government as potential evidence. So they got stills. They got stills of 3 different people, which we got listed over here: Jules, Greg, and what was the other one? David. Yeah, Dave, Jules, and Gregory. What up, Queen? Talking about you teaching some high schools about free call, man. They don't need to be hearing nothing about this. When did Sean first hurt you physically? Ventura said it started in the first year. What staffer were present when Sean physically hurt you? Objection, Your Honor. Physical is vague. Okay. Punching, hitting. The judge probably said, ask it in a different, ask it in a different way. Because physical is vague. You can't just say, well, it was physical. Like me bumping into you on accident that's physical. When you're trying to get through and someone don't say, excuse me, that's a physical, like, hey, damn, you could excuse me. You know what I mean? Or if you open the door and you accidentally touch someone else's hand, that's a physical. You know what I mean? So they wanted to be more specific because that could have been anything. All right. I like the defense is finally speaking up. We just had a whole hour that they wasn't saying anything, just letting it slide, man. What are they doing? But then again, we did hear the defense said that they need to reevaluate their approach. We ain't got no updates anywhere. We just waiting, guys. We just waiting. Where my phone at? Yeah, it's about to get crazy. Here we go. They said they're gonna be finished today, so we know they're going all out. Come on, man. All right, we still ain't got nothing. Still ain't got nothing. Ever since they put Joe over on New York Times, man, Joe ain't been giving us the up. Joe was trying to write paragraphs. Joe, we need 4 to 5 sentences. Get this thing over with, man. We trying to figure out what the hell happened. We got oil on. We talking about physical touch. We know all of that, but what does Mia know? What did Mia see? Now, Mia is supposed to be victim number 4. We're probably going to hear from her probably next week or maybe the week after. Hell ain't no telling what the way this process is going. Now, remember last week I did a video where they were talking about. I did a video last week. Remember? They were saying that one of the witnesses, they can't get in contact with her. The lawyers are nowhere to be found. That was Mia. Well, when they drop that subpoena on you, this isn't a state case. This is the feds. When they drop that subpoena to bring your ass in, you better bring your ass in. And I even said in the video, I said, when the feds want you, they going to come and get you. And if they can't come and get you, when they find you in 5 to 10 years, if you still living, they ain't forget. They going to hit you with some kind of charge. So Mia is here now. And that's why we had, during the break, they were talking to the judge about, hey, you can't coach her. We sent The Fed sent that subpoena to her ass. She did get on that stand and tell her what you know. What she know? The Fed, what up, DJ? The court is keeping actually explicit images out of the public's view. All right, we got that. This is what they said about. Okay, so they put the binders together. Prosecutors handed out binders to the judge, Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers, and more. The photos were then shown on screens before Cassie Ventura, who is currently testifying, and the jury. The images were not shown on the monitors at the lawyers' tables to avoid any members of the public. So they put them all in the binders. When one of the images of the escort was referenced, Combs leaned across one of his lawyers to get a better look at the images in the binder. Some of Combs' employees quit after witnessing him physically abuse her, Ventura testifies. Ventura testified that early in the relationship, Diddy's security personnel and driver saw him physically abuse her. In the later years, assistant, including one named Mia, witnessed the abuse. Some assistants told her they quit after witnessing it. All right, let's see what. Hey, hold on, Mo. Hold on, Mo, man. We in the middle of a trial right now. If you ask me a question like that again while we're in the middle, I'm gonna hold you in contempt. Mo, you married to Cassie and she just finished her testimony. What y'all talking about on the way to the car? We ain't got nothing. We ain't got nothing to talk about. I heard all of this. I mean, like, what can you talk about? There's really nothing you can. You didn't tell me about all of this before we got married. I mean, at this point, you're married. Like, what are you gonna do? Leave? But you definitely didn't. You definitely didn't tell me all. You told me about some free calls, but you didn't tell me it was nasty, y'all. But let's continue on, man. Jurors react to images being shown in the court. The jury is now seeing the explicit images taken for some of the freak out videos. One female juror let out a deep breath and rested her hand on her chest as an image was placed on the monitor before her. A male juror looked at the screen at one of the images and his eyes appeared to move away quickly. A different male juror wrote on his notepad, "Reenactment time." That's not being disrespectful, reenacting what the jurors are doing, is it? I gotta ask. I know some people feel a certain type of way, but this is what they said. One female juror, so they gave the female juror the image. Oh. Another man, he seen it, and as soon as he looked at it, another man looked at it and said, "I gotta write this down in my notebook. They ain't gonna believe what the hell they showing in court today." I'm just making sure, guys. That's what they said was going on in court right now. Dog. After all they heard, and we never heard the jurors say anything like that, I guess seeing it is, well, yeah, obviously seeing it is definitely different than hearing about it. Let me see. Emily Johnson said, when did Sean first use violence on you, Cassie? Cassie said, in New York City. We were in a car with a security, and he knocked me around. What did he do? He hit me in the side of my head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade. Oh, shit. This is probably about to lead up to one of the most filthiest freak offs. Cassie Ventura sounds and appears weary, even a bit resigned, as she continues to describe the specifics of the freak-offs, along with the frequency of the physical abuse she says she suffered at the hands of Sean Combs. Only at certain moments she analyzes her and Combs' choices and behavior. At the time, does she betray an apparent disgust or shame at the explicit details? Oh my goodness, it's getting interesting. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. The court is quiet. The court is quiet. Emily said, in January of 2009, did you attend an event in LA with Sean? Cassie said, yes. Emily said, what happened as you left? Ventura, I've been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking. Did you see any injuries? No. So Cassie slapped the hell out of Diddy after Diddy called her a slut. Oh my goodness. It's quiet in court right now, guys. I don't know if you ever been in a courtroom. Trust me, I showed you guys my paperwork. I was facing 4 years in Leavenworth. I beat that case while I was in the military. Fed time, not state time. I beat that case. And let me tell you, when you in there and it's quiet and you thinking you about to go to jail for some shit, that's a very scared moment. Now, my charges were nothing like what Diddy got, and I was proven innocent for mine. But let me tell you, 2012, May of 2012, when I was in that courtroom with my dress blues on, with a Fulberg colonel up there, and all the jurors are officers, and I got my lawyer in a regular suit going against the United States Air Force, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was scared as shit. I was fucking paranoid. I couldn't sleep at night. But the courtroom is quiet right now. This shit gets real. We're just waiting on these updates. But you can only imagine what's going through Diddy's mind right now is fuck, it's over. You hear how the jurors are reacting? They already then chose their side. They ain't supposed to. The defense has an uphill battle from here, and actually seeing what was happening during these freak offs, maybe Cassie was willing and wanted to participate in some of these. But some of these photos, it's like, I don't think she was willing to participate in that. Now, we don't know what these photos are going to consist, but once you heard that one of the jurors, that emotion is evolved right now. So even though it's not supposed to be an emotion, but the prosecution is doing their job right now. We ain't taking sides, but this is what it is. But it's quiet in the courtroom. It's quiet because can't no one see anything. They just have to listen to hear what the details are. We still ain't got any updates. Ventura describes physical fights with Sean. Cassie testified that there were times when she initiated physical fights with Sean Diddy Combs, but she never saw any injuries on him after. She said he abused her. She would have to recover for days, usually by hiding out in a hotel room. Anytime he was physical, there would at least be some trace, a bruise or something, she said. Oh, yeah, it's quiet in the courtroom. Come on. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me not update because I think this is New York Times. If I do that, then they might try to hit me for my one free article a day. Let me see. We ain't got no updates. They must be going in detail about something. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Did you see any injuries? Cassie said no. Cassie said, I was on the floor of the car and he stomped my face. Emily said, Cassie, can you explain to us how long did it last? Ventura said, 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. Who? Roger Bonds. What did he tell you? To go to the hotel. Now, Lisa, he turned down the first plea, so he's not going to be able to change the plea. Now, later on, they might bring up one once they start seeing if the defense feels like they can't change or do anything, they might present it to him like, all right, look, we'll take the 10 to 20 years. Rick James said Cassie hit him first, but she was abused. Remember, we gotta always reiterate this. This trial is not about abuse. It's not about domestic violence. Diddy's defense, they already admitted that Diddy, he drinks. If he takes the wrong drugs, he'll whoop ass. The defense already said that. That's not what we're here for. Them going back and forth, Diddy's defense was already, it was a toxic relationship, and sometimes they got physical with each other. That's not what we're here for. What the prosecution is doing is saying they're building up the case that it was ex trafficking. If she tried to leave, people said, why didn't Cassie leave? Well, she just told us she left, but security told her, went and got her, told her to go to a hotel. Now, if a freak off ensued after this, if you're escorting her to one place or another place and then having a freak off, we just heard that Cassie tried to leave. So this is what the prosecution, I'm not doing the defense's job. They're going to have to try to say, well, you came back willingly and did all of that. But that's what the prosecution is doing. So we got to, just like when I'm breaking down TV shows, we got to look at it from the prosecution standpoint. What they're trying to, none of us know Diddy. After this trial and before this trial, we don't give a shit what happens to this nigga. Did he go to jail for life? Guess what? Rent's due on the 1st. So I'm just looking at it, and that's how I always do everything. I'm looking at it from the prosecution's point of view. You see what I'm saying? Once we get to the defense, we're going to be on the defensive side and look at it like that. But what they're trying to do is show that there was control, show that there was abuse, which led to Cassie being afraid to not do the free calls. That's what they're trying to build up right here. You know what I mean? Cassie's admitting that she slapped him, but this isn't an abuse case. Okay, that was going on, but did you want to do the free calls? She said she did want to do the free calls to make Diddy happy, to please Diddy. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Cam, they're just building, they're showing a history of Diddy doing this. And then what we heard, she got off the boat, he showed her videos. So this pretty much turns into the ex trafficking of taking her to different places and forcing her to have X. Now, I'm not saying Diddy did that. It's all alleged, but this is where we are right now. We waiting on updates. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Nobody's giving you a play-by-play like your boy Mo is. She did say, I might, maybe over the weekend, maybe Sunday, we'll do like just a free live and we'll just have, you guys can come up and talk about it. I'm trying to get this thing rolling because I got to get off, but recounting the first time Sean Combs physically abused her around 2007 or 2008. Cassie testifies that it would happen after she witnessed him flirting with someone else at a group dinner. When they got into his Escalade after, she says, he knocked me around and was just really mean in front of security and a driver. Combs hit her in the side of the head, which sent her flying onto the floor of the vehicle. She says, I was just shocked. And remember, we were talking about the Enterprise? Security was there. Security went to go get Cassie after. I was just shocked. Ventura testifies about the first time Combs was violent with her. She's testifying about the first time. We just read that. She was at a dinner. She saw Combs flirting with somebody else. Another person saw Ventura, had noticed, and she shrugged her shoulders. Oh, another person saw that Ventura noticed that Diddy was flirting, and she just shrugged her shoulders. When they got into the car after dinner, he hit me in the side of the head. Okay, we got that. I was shocked, and I didn't necessarily understand what happened and why he was so angry, except for the little bit he said as he was hitting me in the car. She said, and I just went home and kind of hid out after that. Thank you, Rick James, for that $2. Thank you, brother. You know, we're going to make good do with that $2. You know, no Diddy, no escort. All right, so that's what we got right now. We're waiting on Inner City Press. Is there anything else? Oh man. All right, guys. We still what? Someone tell me what time? What time is it? 8. So it's what? 1? No, it's 2:30, right? It's 2:30 in the States, East Coast. Okay, 2:30. All right, so we got about 2.5 hours till 5 o'clock. So they'll probably keep Cassie on here, one more break, and then the defense might take the last hour. 1:30 Central. Okay, good. I'm just trying to see where we're at. Okay, here we go. After this happened in the Escalade, Emily says, did you feel you could leave the London hotel? Cassie said, no. I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made. When you were taken to the hotel after the assault, no. Okay, so she didn't see this after they went to the hotel. She just knew he was capable of having access to guns and threats he made. Remember when we talked about the feds? If in a perfect situation, even if they get Diddy on this, they're building it up, Diddy with guns. So the guns that they may have found during the raid, they're just trumping up more charges just in case, because the feds hate losing. Okay, and then Emily said, did you know that this assault incident was reported? I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names. Emily said, who raised the blind item to you? Cassie said, my mother. Objection, Your Honor. Objection. And where are we going? The judge says, overruled. Emily said, you're not for the truth. The judge said, overruled. Stand down, defense. Okay, here we go. That's what I'm talking about, defense. Stand up. Oh, yeah. We waking up the jury now. Who raised the blind item to you, Cassie? My mother. Objection. Defense. I told you guys yesterday about this. Just keep it calm. Keep it cordial. Civilized in my courtroom. Overruled. Emily said, not for the truth. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The defense is waking up. But remember, the defense over the break, they said, we got to change up how we're going to approach this. We didn't know that Diddy was going to talk bad about Diddy. We did not know Cassie was going to talk bad about Diddy. We got to take a different approach. Man, what? What you mean we didn't know that Cassie was going to testify this way, man? We all knew Cassie was about to get up here and make Diddy seem like a piece of shit. Come on, New York Times. Y'all need to keep up. Maurice, thank you for the 10, brother. Diddy and 5. You should have sent 10. You should have sent 10 pounds, my nigga. I know you got 10 pounds from London. Y'all forgot my dog Maurice was out there in the UK. I know you still got 10 pounds. You could have sent 10 pounds on over here. Make it an even 20. Diddy and 5, yeah. Diddy and 5 charges. Guilty. Diddy and 5. But when we get on the defense, we might change up our tune. We don't know this nigga. All right. Yeah, you move to New Orleans, you can bankhead bounce or whatever they do down there. Don't be Diddy bopping down there. Man, I wonder what it's like in this courtroom. All right, here we go. Cassie said, this was before FaceTime was very popular, so I could hide myself. She asked if it was me. Emily said, what did you say? Cassie said, no, I did not want my mother to know something of that magnitude and be in danger. Blind item. Blind. Oh, here we go. An alleged SUV assault in 2009. The incident was described where Combs was allegedly threw Cassie on the floor of an SUV. 2009. If anyone can find me an article or find this blind item in 2009, let's try to read that and see what that is. Yeah, I really did search blind item because when you put in the keywords, when they're giving a description, it could potentially say blind item, but that's why I went and copied all of that because I knew we'd be able to find it like that with Cassie testifies 2009. Comes allegedly through the floor, 2 takeaways, Arts culture. Yeah, see. You gotta use your resources. With all of this AI technology, you just put it in, it'll do all the work for you. All right, 23 seconds ago. Let's get back to the courtroom. When you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened? Cassie said, I saw an executive from BET. Then I heard that Sean was there. Emily said, what did you do? Cassie said, I left. I ran out as fast as I could. Why? I thought he was angry. Yeah, media takeout, man. I used to look at media takeout. Like, man, this is some wild shit. Testifying about another time she was stomped out and beaten by Sean Combs, Cassie recalls being made to hide out in a hotel for a week so her visible wounds could heal. Ventura wanted to go home to her mother, she says, but knew she was not allowed and that it wouldn't be safe. I understood Sean's capabilities, his access to guns, the threats he made prior to that, she says. I was privy. Later, Ventura's mother shared a so-called blind item in the online gossip press, recounting the details of an assault, asking if it was referring to her and Combs. I didn't tell my mom the truth because I was ashamed, Ventura says. I also didn't want to put my mother in danger for knowing the magnitude. Let me see. Diddy. Didn't tell my mom. Didn't want to happen. Home security. Okay, here we go. Combs security team once chased after Ventura after fight, she says. Cassie is describing another time that Sean Diddy Combs was violent with her. She said that after a party at Los Angeles club, Combs called he names. What? I guess Combs called her names, called me names. Ventura said she drunkenly punched him in the face in response. Oh, this is when he called her an alleged slut. Ventura said she drunkenly punched him in the face in response, was prompting Combs to beat her, stomping her on her face as she lied on the floor of the escalator. So that's what we just got. When they got to the house, she said she jumped out the car and tried to run down the street, but Combs security eventually caught up with her and brought her back into the house. Ventura said that she finally looked at her face when she was at Combs' house, and she didn't recognize herself, just knots and bleeding, swollen, everything. I looked horrible, she said. I'm just remembering all like videos and stuff, guys. We're gonna bring this stuff up. We're gonna try to. Okay, Emily said, "Did he come to the hotel where you were staying?" Cassie said, "Yes. He beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised. This photo, who is it?" Ventura said, "Scott, Miss Cuddy, known as Kid Cuddy. We dated in 2011. Emily said, "Did Sean find out?" "Yes, in my phone." All right, guys, we're about to get to the alleged bombing of Kid Cudi's car. Here's this video of Cassie up under a blanket from Diddy. I don't know what year this was. Let's see if we can play it.
What? What you got to say now? What you got to say now? What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap. What you got to say now? What you got to say now? What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap.
There's a longer video where he's doing a little more talking. But now when you look back at these videos, he was beating the hell out of Cassie. No, he wasn't charged with false imprisonment, no. I see you say there's nothing in concrete. Mo, we got multiple freak offs, multiple cities with one of these 13 individuals. There is concrete evidence. Now, all they got to do is the defense got to prove that Diddy didn't pay for any of this. But if Cassie can prove that Diddy booked a flight for one of these individuals to come out to have a freak off in a different city, it's over with. There's at least one charge that they can get, and that's the transportation to engage in prostitution. That's one charge they can definitely get out of this, regardless of whatever else happens. They could definitely get that in there. But we got to see what the defense got. We got to see what they got. And it's day 3. We can't say, oh, such and such is winning, because they might come in here and knock this thing off the hinges, which I wouldn't be against, because I do want to see. I want to see how these lawyers are in court. Again, I don't know neither one of them, the witnesses or Diddy. The lawyers, I'm impressed with that. You know what I mean? I like watching that type of shit. So that's what I want to see. That's why whenever you hear me say objection, I like hearing that. I like hearing the judge getting on the lawyers' asses, and then the lawyers proving the judge wrong. That's what I like to see. That's really one reason I want to cover this. Because as I said, man, at the end of the day, once Diddy is either guilty or innocent, rent still due on the 1st. Matter of fact, that's in 2 weeks. But yeah, let me try to find the.
The cooler TV. So since the Diddy video came, Diddy is right there. Clip that y'all went to the damn police, which she probably, and now they getting looked at a little different. So in this video clip, man, y'all get on the. And this is just, man, they've been live to. You should not have trying to hide all that to kill under this devil.
Niggas, all you fake.
All right, I ain't gonna be able to find it, but we seen it and we heard it. But yeah, he was talking about like going out and running and stuff. And she wasn't trying to do that shit, man. She had her face fucked up. Okay, here we go. Now remember, the last thing they asked was about Kid Cudi. Did Sean find out? Cassie said yes in my phone. Ventura said, Sean went through my phone doing a freak off. He found an email. Emily said, about what? Ventura said, taking my toiletry bag to Scott's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on the burner phone. Where did you go? Damn, Kid Cudi was risking his life to mess with Cassie. Attractive. Not worth it. Ventura said, I went to Scott's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants. Who the fuck is Capricorn Clark? Emily said, and then what? Cassie said, I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release the videos. It hurt Scott. And hold on. What videos? Cassie said, the freak off videos of me. Oh, shit. So then Diddy went over to Kid Cudi's house and blew that motherfucking car up. Cassie says she met with the singer and rapper known as Kid Cudi, born Scott Muscati, around December 2011. She was on and off with Sean Combs at the time, Ventura says, and she began dating Muscati. During a freak off with Combs soon after, Combs saw emails that detailed Ventura's new relationship, causing him to lunge after her with a wine bottle opener. Ventura managed to escape unharmed, she says, and went to another hotel where Kid Cudi picked her up. Ventura says she kept a secret burner phone at the time to communicate with Kid Cudi. Okay. So when Kid Cudi, remember, Diddy got security all throughout the city. Diddy got police allegedly on his payroll. I won't say on his payroll, but he knows some people that know some people that know some people. Hell, he had the key in New York, and both of their asses was crooked. But Kid Cudi came and picked Cassie up. Somebody probably told Diddy, yeah, that's Cudi car right there. And you know Diddy, blow Playboy's car up. Blow that motherfucker up. Like, damn, Diddy. Kid Cudi ain't did nothing. Kid Cudi made a song called Day and Night. I toss and turn. You know what I'm saying? A lonely stoner. Come on, man, it's Kid Cudi. Of all the niggas you want to, Kid Cudi is, man, that's one of the weakest niggas. No disrespect, Kid Cudi, but that's one of the weakest niggas out there. To blow up Kid Cudi's car is ridiculous. Now, this is all alleged, but Kid Cudi did confirm his car got blown up while he was dating Cassie. MS said, keep the transcript up. We can hear you without the Zoom interview. Hey. What that say right there? What that say right there? You gonna see me on my channel. If I'm doing a 7-hour live, 8-hour live, you gonna see me on my channel. We got Inner City Press on Twitter. We got CNN.com/entertainment. We got New York Times, Sean Diddy Combs. But you gonna see me. I'm not about to be on here 7 hours and y'all niggas don't know who the fuck this is. Y'all not about to just be reading. Y'all not about to be looking at this all night. This my channel. This my time to shine. I'm doing the entertaining. Y'all gonna see who the fuck I am. If you don't want to see this, then tune in when I put the YouTube shorts up on my other channel. But you gonna see me at least every 5 minutes. I'm gonna show my face now. It's either y'all gonna see this or you gonna see this. You don't want this nigga in your dreams. You gonna see me. The hell with that transcript. You can hear me. You gonna see me. I'll try to keep it up longer, but whenever, like, I'm not just trying to have it here because there are some people that are watching, and you know, we lose our attention span. And if I just keep it on here, people are like, man, I'm not watching this shit, man. It's just boring. You know what I mean? But anyway, Ventura says she didn't have the resources to leave after Combs beat her. Cassie testified about what happened after she and Sean Diddy Combs got into it and he beat her following the Los Angeles party. Wait a minute. Okay, we already went over this. This is leading to the Sean's capabilities and access to guns. So, all right, we already read this, though. CNN's just, they giving us their own little catch up. I'm just saying, y'all going. I'm doing 10 weeks straight of the Diddy trial. We gonna see me. We gonna see me. All right, what else do we got in the phone? Where did you go? Okay, here we go. Cassie said, I sent the email to my mom in Capricorn, Clark, from my flight to Boston and Connecticut. Johnson said, what did you write? Cassie said that Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas. And he'd had Scott and I hurt. He said he would be out the country then. Emily said, what are those photographs, Cassie? Cassie said, my mother took them there in Connecticut of the bruises on my back. Okay. Were you entirely honest with your mother about the abuse, Cassie? Cassie said, no. I said, this was the first time. Emily said, did you tell her about the free calls? This is for MS. No. Cassie didn't tell her mother about the free calls, but her mother documented the bruises on her back, MS. What up, Clarissa? Yes, I mean, so she got the itinerary from Boston and Connecticut. Let's see who what's his name? Capricorn Clark. see what Capricorn Clark is. I think I've seen Capricorn Clark before. Capricorn said, don't take the path of the wicked. Don't follow those who do evil. Stay away from the path. Don't even go near it. Turn around, go the other way. Proverbs 4:14. Doors be unlocked. Capricorn Clark, Diddy. All right. Ventura describes another incident of physical violence. Sometime during the first half of the relationship with Diddy, Cassie and her friends went to a party at Prince's house. Oh, I know they wasn't acting a fool at Prince's house. Y'all know Prince, my cousin. What up, Kirby? What up, Kirby? Kirby got a YouTube channel, guys. This might not be appropriate for you, Kirby, but you know what I'm saying? I'll see you tomorrow, my brother. Ventura described another incident of physical violence. Sometime during the first half of her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs, Cassie Ventura and her friends went to a party at Prince's house, she testified. She said she didn't tell Combs about it because she thought he wouldn't let her go. Once she arrived at the party, Ventura caught a glimpse of Combs and could tell he was angry. So she said she ran out as fast as she could. Combs later burst into the room at the hotel Ventura was staying at. She said they went into the bedroom so her friend who was sleeping on the couch wouldn't hear anything. Oh, so when we read it the first time, I thought they were saying that Cassie was the one on the couch, but the friend was sleeping on the couch. So Combs later burst into the room at the hotel Ventura was staying at. She said they went into the bedroom so her friend who was sleeping on the couch wouldn't hear anything. He beat me up in that room, she testified. He was throwing luggage at me, just calling me all kinds of names. Ventura said she had bruises on her face and knots on her head afterward. This is when they jumped on Diddy's back. I thought Cassie was the one sleeping on the couch, but it was the friend. Kirby has seen worse. Ventura said, is it possible to take a break? The judge said, yes, we'll take a break. All right, guys, we got a break. We got us a stopping point here, 350. That was about an hour, a little bit up under an hour. So it looks like the prosecution is going to take this last hour to finish up throughout the day. And from there, we'll have the defense probably tomorrow morning. Well, wait a minute. Never mind. The defense might get the last hour. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, we got 2 hours left. Sheesh. All right, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Yeah, we got 2 hours left, so they're probably gonna take a little 10-minute break. But in 2011, hold on. Well, let me read this first. In 2011, Ventura emailed her mom saying Combs had threatened to release tapes. The jury is now being shown an email Cassie sent to her mom and one of Diddy's employees in December 2011. December 6, 2011 is when I went to basic training in the world's greatest United States Air Force. The email says that Combs had threatened to release explicit X tapes of her, including one on Christmas Day. In the email, Ventura also said Combs threatened to hurt her and Scott, aka Kid Cudi, also known as Kid Cudi, who Ventura was dating at the time, but not with his own hands. Combs said he'd be out the country when it happened, she said in the email. All right, so now we're at a stopping point. Let me see how long this break is. I think the break is probably gonna be like a 10-minute. Yeah, so there we go. We're at a stopping point. They're showing a history. They're showing a pattern of Diddy being abusive. What this is building on, we already know how some of the jurors, well, they mentioned 3 of them. we know how some of the jurors are feeling about the situation. So showing this pattern is going to get to the point where some of the jurors are looking at, yeah, maybe in the beginning she was with the freak offs, but after that, it seems like she was trying to get away. But every time she tried to leave, security was after her. Remember yesterday she testified that she didn't own anything. Diddy had the cars, Diddy had the apartment, Diddy had his own key. Whenever she would get in trouble, they would take the things away. So the prosecution is showing that Diddy had so much power, Cassie did whatever Diddy was telling her. And the abuse that we're seeing is why Cassie went along with everything that they're saying that Diddy allegedly did. Well, I mean, it ain't alleged. We know what he's doing these freak offs. But you see what I'm saying? The prosecution, they're just building like, hey, Cassie feared for her life. Cassie got whooped on. We know Diddy said that he was whooping on her. He ain't on trial for assault or violence, domestic violence. But he had a pattern. What we're seeing, that video, there was a freak off. Diddy got mad, abused her. She tried to run away. What happened? She got beat. You see what I'm saying? So she ran away from a freak off in the hotel. He chased her down. So now the jurors are seeing this and they're hearing all these other stories. It's like, damn, well, how do we know that she, after all these years, how do we know she was a willing participant in all of this? You know what I mean? And then we got stories of her blacking out, the driver giving drugs. Now, we don't know if the driver did, but that's what she's saying. Unless the driver gets up here and says that he didn't do it, then we got to go with her story, because everything she put in that lawsuit in 2023, we seen play out in these videos. We starting to see text messages. We're starting to verify everything that Cassie is saying. So the defense, I don't know what angle they're going to take or how they're going to do this. It's going to be interesting because they are going to pick apart some of the stuff. It isn't going to be flawless for the prosecution. It definitely isn't. But we gotta wait and see how this plays out. Are they going to get into the details of Kid Cudi's car blowing up? That's going to be a whole alleged thing. Arson is in the legal filing, but it isn't part of any of the charges. Unless you're going to put it up under the racketeering. If they can prove that Diddy did that to the car, then that arson will fall up under the racketeering, committing the crime through the enterprise. You see what I'm saying? Because we know Diddy is not smart enough to make a car bomb. So it had to be some nigga he paid. But that's where we're at right now. We got a little stopping point. I don't know how much time they are stopping for. Ventura asked for a short break. She's been testifying. So that's where we are right now. You know what I mean? But remember, he's not on trial for whooping on Cassie. Not for, like, they're just, and with her being pregnant, I will say everything that Diddy did that we heard about, terrible. There's already no coming back for that. But we got to be non-biased because we can't do that. But Cassie being up there, being pregnant, and then talking about all of this, and then them seeing those photos, he's gonna get hit with one of these charges. Now he may beat, maybe he can beat the ex trafficking, but I see that being hard because it's kind of like the ex trafficking is low key tied into transportation to engage in prostitution. Like, you're flying out these escorts and paying them for the prostitution, but that's still sex trafficking. You flew someone out to have sex. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like those two charges got the ex trafficking charges tied into it. So if you get hit with one of those, then you're gonna get hit with one of the ex trafficking. You see what I'm saying? And then if they can tie any of that into Diddy's entities paying for it, then that's where the RICO is. So the feds are, I'm not saying the feds are playing a dirty game. They playing it by the rule book. It's written in the white and black, not the black and white, the white and black. Because it was the white folk that wrote these laws. But hey, man, when you got all this power, this is what Kanye say, no one man should have all this power. But this is a stopping point. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're going to be back. We got 2 hours left. Cassie on stand, Diddy daily, day 3 of court. Cassie on stand, day 2. Prosecutor said they're going to be done with Cassie today. We're going to see where we're at. We got us a nice little stopping point. Let me go use the bathroom. You guys do what you need to do, and we'll be right back. See, there's a difference between having people flown out. You can fly somebody out. But if you, like, if somebody was to come and visit me from the States, They came to visit me. I didn't fly them here to have X. I flew them here to enjoy Europe. Now, if we have X as consenting adults, that's okay. Now, if they fly here and when they get here, I pay them €100 to have X with me, then yeah, I'm committing a crime. But if you come over here, we enjoy Europe, we go somewhere, we go see Paris, bonjour, be we go enjoy that. We go up the Eiffel Tower, and at the end of the night, we have us a romantic evening. That ain't X trafficking. That ain't engaging in prostitution. That's us consenting adults having a good time. But if you like, man, I'm gonna fly you out here, how much it is for that box? Then your ass is going to jail if motherfuckers want to say some shit. And then also including, we ain't whooping nobody's ass. When she come over here, I might slap on the booty, but that's a whole different story. That's consensual. That's not me putting foot to face in an Escalade. You see what I'm saying? So you can fly somebody out. And don't be, yeah, girl, you know what I'm gonna do with you when I see you. I'm gonna tear that shit up. Yeah, y'all can have those conversations, but I think at this age, it's kind of fucking whack. It ain't like we in high school or anything. If you're a high school student, don't even be Xing each other. Like, what they call it, sexting? Yeah, don't even do that because your ass going to jail. Somebody parents find that out, they under the age. Oh, yeah, you might be 16, she might be 16. You just sent the meat picture, you going to jail, little nigga. They don't care. And then you're going to be screwed for the rest of your life. But we had a stopping point. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, well, I'm not flying nobody out at all. You know, I got women that hit me up. When I'm gonna come see you. Whenever you book a flight out, this motherfucker, I got work in the morning. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll be right back. Here you go, MS. You can keep this up on the screen right here. Coming into the home stretch, guys. The home stretch. Oh boy. 42, Cassie part 8. So Cassie got 8 parts. Part 8. All right, it says they're back. What up, Alma? All right, here we go. Inner City Press on Twitter says 3:09 p.m. They're back. Judge, Miss Johnston, any estimate? Emily Johnson said about an hour more. The goal is to finish the direct and allow the start of cross-examination today. The judge said, bring the witness back in and then the jury back in. All right. We about to get to the nitty-gritty. So we got about an hour left for Cassie. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and bring the defense in. Now, I don't know how the defense is going to approach this, but this is where we at. All right. Just waiting on the updates now. All right. Analysts said why the jury's reaction to seeing explicit images at trial matters. The jury on Wednesday was shown actually explicit images taken from some of the freak-offs videos while Cassie Ventura was on the witness stand, sparking a reaction from several jurors. If I were at the defense table, I would be very concerned because a picture speaks 1,000 words, legal analyst said. Trial attorney and podcast host Mercedes Cohen. Oh, we need to find out who Mercedes Cohen is, and we need to try to get Mercedes Cohen on the channel. They told CNN Cassie was describing it in direct examination. Now you can see it in a picture. These still images, Cohen added, are graphic enough to show and really hit home that Cassie was not in a relationship as a consenting adult. That's what we were talking about, building a pattern. The actually explicit images that were shown are out of the view of the public inside the courtroom, seen by the jury via binders that the prosecutors prepared and on screens seen by Ventura and the jury. When the images were shown, to the jury, one female took a deep breath, rested her hand on her chest, while separately a male juror looked at the screen at one of the images and his eyes just appeared to move away quickly. So that's where we're at. Got a live update. The jury is back after a short break. The jury is back in the courtroom after taking a quick break. Cassie Ventura will continue her testimony soon. Now, we got about an hour left for Cassie. And then the defense will start. So that'll put us like at 4 o'clock, 4:15. We'll probably take another break at 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock to 4:10. Defense comes on 4:10-ish till 5 o'clock. Now, remember, the defense probably ain't about to be super aggressive today because they'll probably take their time Thursday and Friday. And then the prosecutors to get their chance back on Monday to, go against everything. And then we'll figure it out from there. But it looks like Cassie will have one more hour. Will they get into the car exploding? We'll see. In the courtroom, Cassie, her husband, Alex, and Sean Combs are and Sean Combs are an uneasy trio. While Ventura never seems to look at Combs, preferring to stare at the prosecutors into space or down at the table in front of her, Alex occasionally turns to look at Combs across the aisle before turning back to his wife on the stand. Alex is a tough guy in here. Alex is standing by his wife. He looks over at Diddy, but as soon as Diddy looks at him, he looks away and he looks at his wife. Combs usually sits with his hands clasped on his lap, occasionally writing notes to his lawyers. Man, do y'all think we can beat this case? Man, it's getting ugly. Why did we turn down that plea deal? When photos of Ventura's bruises were shown on the screen, he briefly rubbed his eyes. He shook his head at once, like he trying to act like he ain't see it. Like, nah, Diddy, look at it, nigga. They should have had somebody over there. Open your eyes, nigga. Diddy over there. I ain't see nothing. Diddy did. I ain't see nothing. I ain't see nothing. So Diddy, he wiped his eyes and shook his head at once. The jury, meanwhile, has maintained its best poker face, especially while looking at still images from the free calls. Oh, it's quiet in the courtroom now. Cassie is sitting down, all rise for the jurors. Now us, the Moettes, we in here and we looking. Yeah, but we ain't got nothing to do with this trial. We ain't got nothing to do with this. We are hands off. All we are doing is reading what's happening, giving these updates. But it's quiet in the courtroom. Diddy's writing notes to his lawyers. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. The food's terrible, man. After this, don't send me back to my jail cell, man. Can y'all bring me some hot fries? I definitely need some hot fries. Everybody loves hot fries. Diddy is trying to figure out how they're going to attack this. We know that the defense during lunch just got hit upside their head, which means they probably weren't prepared. Brian Steele, hell of a lawyer. But let me tell you something. You need more than like 2 weeks to get in here and prepare for this because the defense is saying they don't know how the hell they're going to attack Cassie right now. We're just waiting for updates. I'm trying to fill you guys in on what the defense might be doing in like an hour. I don't know because they don't know. They switching everything up. At first, we were going to attack with A, and then we were going to swing around and do C and then double back for B. But guess what? B, C, D, E, F, G, all of that's out the picture. We got to go A to F and then F to Z, but Z back to E because we may have missed something. But right now, the defense is in shambles. We're waiting on these updates. It's quiet in the court. Cassie won't even look at Diddy. It's despicable what he's done to her. But he's not on trial for DV. He's not on trial for abuse. He's on trial for ex trafficking, 2 counts. He's on trial for transportation to engage in prostitution, 2 counts, and racketeering with his enterprise. So right now, we're just hearing what Cassie got to say. It ain't up for the defense to prove that all of this happened. It's up for the defense to prove that it didn't happen. That's all it is. That's all it is. And we're going to see if Kid Cudi's car was actually blown up by Diddy. It's all alleged. All right. If I was in the courtroom, I'd ask the judge, can I take a sip of some drink? It's getting ugly in here. Right now, we're just sitting around waiting. But this is probably meaning that they're going to give us maybe like 3 or 4 updates at once. Yeah, we're just sitting around, man. I'm trying, guys, but this is a lot of free time that I got to try to. Oh, we got updates. What are we doing? We y'all BSing. All right, here we go. Emily said, where did you go after Connecticut? Cassie gonna say, I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona. His son, college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work. Did Sean talk to you about Scott, aka Kid Cudi's car? Cassie gonna say, Sean said when he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up. Cassie said, Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up. Emily said, this is how I'm imagining Emily up there. Emily's up there. So what happened next, Cassie? Cassie said, Sean said he wanted to see Scott's friend's car blown up. That's very interesting. And then Emily went like this. She put her hand on the stand. This is just what I'm getting inside of information. She put her hand up there where Cassie's at on the stand. And Cassie, tell me what happened next. Cassie said, we met. Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, what about my vehicle? And Sean said, what vehicle, nigga? He didn't say nigga. And that was the end of the meeting. Emily said, put the photo up real quick. What is this? Cassie said, me and Sean Kingston in Jamaica for Sound Clash. So Diddy, according to this, they had a meeting after the car blown up. She said that Diddy said, I want this nigga Kid Cudi's friends to see his car blown up. Guess who Kid Cudi was signed to at that time? Mr. Day and Night was up under Kanye. We know Kanye wasn't really fucking with Diddy from what he's been saying. So they had a meeting, and this meeting was this long. Hey, Diddy, what about my car? That nigga Diddy said, what car, nigga? And that was it. So the car had blown up. They had a meeting. That nigga was like, hey, man, what's up with my car, man? What we gonna do? That nigga Diddy said, what car, nigga? Kind of like Debo. God damn. This nigga Diddy different. This is all alleged. I don't know if they got proof or anything. All right. We met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, what about my vehicle? Sean said, what vehicle? And that was the end of the meeting. Put up this photo. What is this? Me and Sean Kingston in Jamaica for Sound Clash. A clash. Emily said, were you bruised? Cassie said, yes. Emily said, and in this photo, what is this? Cassie said, this is me in Sean's bathroom, September 18, 2015. Emily said, what were you doing there? Cassie said, recuperating from being beat by Sean in Las Vegas. Cassie then went on to say, we were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room and beat me, kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet. Emily said, what stopped you? Cassie said, D-Rock and James came in. So they were in a after party at the suite. We know Diddy be having after parties at the suite. He told Kevin Hart, don't sit on the bed. And he also said that him and Usher used to wrestle over the Frosted Flakes, which is extremely crazy. That Diddy, what car? I might make a t-shirt. What car? So she was saved by D-Rock and James Cruz, who was her manager at the time. You already know, like, we just waiting on these updates. My bad, MS. I'm sorry you don't want to see my face, but you already know there's about to be a lot of memes on the internet right now. They about to put Diddy's face on Debo, and you already know. And they're going to show Kid Cudi, man, what about my bike, man? He's like, what bike? They about to put Diddy's face on Debo, man. You already know the internet doesn't care. The internet doesn't care about this trial. The internet doesn't care about what the hell Diddy done got into. As long as you got something to laugh at, that's all the internet wants. And y'all know we're about to see it. I guarantee before we finish this live, I'm going to find somebody that got Diddy's face on there talking about what car, nigga. You know they making it right now. But let's continue on. The jury has shown a photo of Ventura with a black eye. The jury has been shown photos of Cassie with a black eye, which was mostly concealed by sunglasses. The photos were taken in Jamaica in 2013 and 14. So that's where we just seen she was with Sean Kingston. Was it Sean Kingston? No, it was me and Sean in Kingston. Oh, so she wasn't with Sean. My bad, I read that wrong. I thought it was saying Sean Kingston. But they were in Kingston. Ventura testified that she doesn't remember exactly how Diddy gave her the injury, but she recalled hiding from Combs underneath a tractor with a friend for several hours. What the hell? What up, OT? The realist is in the chat. That's my dog, man. Y'all show my dog OT some love. Hey, OT, what car? All right, so here goes more in depth for the the Diddy and Kid Cudi situation. Back on the stand, Cassie testifies that she broke things off with Kid Cudi, aka Scott, the rapper, after Sean Combs' threats against them near the end of 2011. Too much danger, too much uncertainty of what could happen if we continue to see each other, she says. Combs has said he will blow up Kid Cudi's car, Ventura says, and that Combs wanted Kid Cudi's friends to be present when it happened. The next time she saw Kid Cudi was at Soho House during a meeting with her and Combs. What about my vehicle? Kid Cudi asked, according to Ventura. Diddy said, "What vehicle, nigga?" And that was the end of the meeting. No, man, let me find out, Kid Cudi. Well, let's be real. If a nigga got the power to blow up your car, that's not a nigga you want to have any issues with. At that point, my bad, you got her, Playboy. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real. We can joke around about this situation, the Debo memes, but if a nigga blows up, it's one thing for a nigga to do a drive-by, shoot up your house. It's one thing for a nigga to sucker punch you when you out. But if a nigga has the resources to blow up your fucking car, that's a beef I think you want to stay away from. Like, when he said, "What car?" You right, what car? You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do at that point. If a nigga blows up your car, you know what? You right. I was tripping. Now you got to look at Cassie. Like, why was you even hollering? You know you got a nigga at home. What happened to people being faithful? You know what I mean? Like, you got to look at Cassie and say, this nigga is this nigga different. Why would you come to me with this shit? Why would you want to flirt with me when you know that Diddy is capable of blowing nigga shits up? Like, Kid Cudi you can't beef with Diddy. And at this time, he was on the verge of being a billionaire. But hell, a nigga with $1 million compared to 1,000 errors is a huge gap. But 100 mil to maybe Kid Cudi's like 5 to 10 mil. Yeah, there's nothing Kid Cudi could do here. We can make jokes. Oh, I would have told Diddy. Yeah, you would have got your ass slapped or something. We know what Diddy is capable of. But this is wild. Yeah, Kendall. Yeah, what vehicle, Playboy? Shit, you right. I ain't had no vehicle. I like walking. The prosecution is not following a linear timeline in asking Cassie about her relationship with Sean, while the government lawyers seem to be establishing litany of various moments when Combs demanded specific actual scenarios or was physically abusive. Sometimes linking the two, they are moving quickly back and forth across nearly 11 years. The pair were together. Again, we're just building a pattern. What vehicle? And was into that. After one instance of physical abuse in 2015, Cassie says Combs told her to put on more makeup because he didn't want one of his sons to see the bruises on her face while she was staying at Combs' home. And the sons are in the gallery right now, the peanut gallery. Okay. Were these all the times he beat you? Cassie said, no, there were more. Emily said, with who else did you see Sean be violent? With who else did you see Sean be violent? Cassie said, I saw him drag an assistant out of the bed. I saw him punch Eli in his head one time in Turks and Caicos. He dragged a person. Who the hell is Eli? Blowing up a car would be up under the arson, which would fall up under the RICO. Because, and the reason it will fall up under the RICO is because, put a 1 in the chat if you think Diddy is capable of rigging up a bomb. Put a 2 in the chat if Diddy would have to hire somebody to do that. Put a 1 if you think that Diddy was out there putting a bomb up under a car. Put a 2 if you think Diddy had to hire somebody for that. So that's where the arson comes from. That is, it wouldn't be an attempted M if nobody was in the vehicle. I think the vehicle was outside and Kid Cudi was in the house from the story that he was saying. Matter of fact, we got time today. Even Boosie said if Diddy did that. Kid Cudi, let me see. Let me find an article. This is Rolling Stone, and then we'll get back to it. Kid Cudi's car arson, new details revealed in the fire report. So there was a report. Prosecutors accused Sean Combs of being involved in a vehicle firebombing that appears to align with Kid Cudi vehicle fire listed in newly unearthed report. Oh, come on, Rolling Stone. Okay. The alleged arson of Kid Cudi. Come on, Rolling Stone. Let me get one article. The alleged arson of Kid Cudi's car, first described in Senior Cassie's lawsuit against Diddy last year, seemingly alluded to the criminal indictment that Combs announced last week, has been corroborated by Los Angeles Fire Department. Reported and obtained by Rolling Stone. The newly unearthed report says Kid Cudi was the owner of a Porsche that was set on fire by an incendiary device on January 9th, 2012 at a Los Angeles address connected to Kid Cudi through public records. The report says that the fire was reported at 10:50 in the morning, with the damage estimated at $10,000. The cause of the ignition was listed as intentional. The report makes no mention of any suspects in the alleged arson purportedly was carried out in the broad daylight. An official with the fire department in 2012 confirms to Rolling Stone that the fire was called in and a woman at the home spoke with the fire department. The official recalls inspecting a fire-damaged luxury vehicle and said it was not engulfed upon their arrival. In the lawsuit filed in November, Ventura alleged that when she tried to move on from Combs and had a brief romantic relationship with Kid Cudi in 2011, Combs found out and told her that he planned to blow up Kid Cudi's car in his driveway. In a statement to New York Times in November, Kid Cudi confirmed Ventura's account, saying his car indeed exploded. This is all true, he said. There is no allegation that Mr. Combs was involved in these actions or directed anyone else to take them. Combs' lawyer, Mark, said. Now, this is Mark and Philo. I can't pronounce his name, but this is the lawyer that left Diddy's case. He's the one that said Diddy was going to take the stand, and he was like, this isn't a good idea. He quit Diddy's case. When a lawyer quits your case and they're getting paid millions, it's probably because they know you done fucked up too much. So Mark left, and he was originally Diddy's top lawyer. This is where Tina Garagos came in, whose father is working on the Menendez, who was actually a lawyer for some high-profile people. I'm going to call them characters. It's clear the government doesn't know who set the fire of the vehicle as it relates to Mr. Combs, who denies any involvement. Last week, prosecutors seemingly gave new details to the alleged arson without naming Kid Cudi in their indictment or court filings opposing Combs' release on bail. In a letter to the court filed September 17, 2024, they alleged that co-conspirators acting on behalf of Combs set the fire to an unidentified person's vehicle, slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail. So it was a Molotov that they dropped in there. It wasn't actually a bomb. But in early January 2012, they said multiple witnesses could testify that Combs allegedly bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. So they cut the rag top open, threw an incendiary in there. Molotov is just a bottle, some kind of alcohol in it, some kind of, probably liquor, probably a bottle of Ciroc. That would have been very, very stupid if they would have had a bottle of Ciroc with a, say, the talent. But they caught this car on fire. The fire department confirmed it. Now, they said they got witnesses that were hearing Diddy bragging about it, but that's neither here or there. Diddy's different. You can't be, and this is at 10:53 in the morning. Diddy's not about it. Diddy's a noticeable person. You not someone else had to do it. But let's get back to the case. Here we go. We still need to find out who Eli is. Cassie said, I believe we had a freak off in Turks and Caicos. Well, shit, that wouldn't be unbelievable. Emily's gonna say, what floor did you live on in 875 Comstock? She said the 17th floor. Did a friend stay with you? Cassie said, yeah. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio on the furniture out on the balcony. Damn, you on the 17th floor. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out the. Okay, I thought she was just saying she. Man, when I was reading that, I thought they were saying Diddy threw her off the 17th floor. I'm gonna say, wait a minute, that can't be right. I know he ain't. If he did that, we need to be pressing charges. But she stayed with a friend, and Sean came in and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. Cassie recalled, so they just flying through it. They just bringing up all these incidents. Cassie recalls when Combs' security guard cried after seeing her injuries from beating. Cassie is now testifying about an altercation in 2015 in which she and Diddy, she said Diddy beat her in Las Vegas hotel while she hosted a party in the adjoining room. He punched me, kicked me. I was trying to run away. I made it to the bathroom. So we went over this one, but this is a little more in depth. She said, describing how she tried to hide underneath the toilet to get away from him. Members of Combs' security and management teams finally came into the room to end it, Ventura said, describing how she had black eyes and a golf ball sized knot on her forehead. She said that one of Combs' security guards started to cry when he saw her. Ventura said she had to stay at Combs' home for a little less than a week to recover from the injuries. Combs' son was also staying in the house with Ventura at the time, she said. When Combs saw the injury during a FaceTime call, he told her to put on more makeup so his sons wouldn't see the injuries. That's the same thing we just read here. That was 9 minutes ago. Yeah, Diddy is it's a unique individual, but remember, he's not on trial for any of this. Cassie said, so this is after he allegedly threw the friend. I don't even know. Can we say allegedly? Do we have to say allegedly while they're in the courtroom with this? I mean, they under oath. I mean, fuck it. I'm not. Everything we saying here is alleged, except for the text messages. Cassie said, I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony. What? I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture. And who was this? Carrie Morgan? Ventura said, I saw Sean hit her in the head. Did you get drugs on your own? Cassie said, occasionally, drug dealers. Xan, Valium. So he's missing out on it. They're going through this fast. So we know he's just typing up as much as he can. And then we're just waiting on CNN and New York to put it together. But she said, I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony. What are you guys? What are you guys? I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony. So is she saying that Diddy had her like? If Diddy was, come on, man. Cassie says she lost her best friend of 17 years after the woman got into a physical altercation with Combs in 2018. When you saw the two women were planning to do drugs together, when he saw the two women were planning to do drugs together, Cassie testifies he hit the woman in the head with a wooden hanger. So that is Carrie that got the concussion. Combs' physical abuse was not limited to her. Ventura testifies she says she witnessed him assaulting employees, assistants, punching one, a man in the head, and dragging another woman, known for this trial as Mia, or victim 4, out of the bed once on a trip. Ventura also recalls the time where Combs attacked her friend, dangling. Oh, so he did dangle her over the apartment balcony and then throwing her onto patio furniture. This incident was referred to in Cassie's lawsuit in 2023, as well as a subsequent lawsuit from the woman, Brianna Bongalan, known as Banna. This nigga was hanging people over. Who did he think he fucking was? At first, I was wondering, okay, what was when? Wait. So she's seeking $10 million in damages. When they say he had her over the balcony, was it? I'm not. The way they're describing it is making it seem like either he's like holding her by her legs or something and is dangling that way, or he like just got. Diddy isn't strong enough to dangle anybody over a balcony. So I mean, I know you. I'm not trying to discredit their story, but dangling off a balcony, this isn't a movie. In movies, you can see a nigga holding somebody with one hand, talking about I got you, and they pull a nigga up with one hand. Let me tell you something. This nigga right here ain't pulling shit up with one hand. This nigga is not strong enough to dangle someone over a balcony. Even Big Red needed two people to do that. So maybe they were just like holding her like the back against it, maybe her head was, but dangling is fucking crazy. If this nigga had her dangling over the balcony, let me read with this. We got time because they got an hour and they flying through it. So this will give us time to catch up. And the new lawsuit, fashion designer Brianna accused Diddy of groping her and dangling her over the balcony at Cassie's apartment in 2016. She also alleged that she observed signs of Combs' abuse on Ventura and suffered terror and abuse at the hands of him throughout her professional relationship. She's seeking $10 million in damages. She accuses Diddy of dangling her over the 17th floor balcony. She filed a 17-page lawsuit against Combs, who is currently awaiting trial and pleading not guilty, being denied bail. I want to see her case. This week in Los Angeles for battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, false imprisonment. Well, that's what, according to the court documents, the fashion designer is seeking $10 million in damages from Diddy. Anyone has a right to file a lawsuit regardless of the evidence. This is just the lawyers talking about that. But she was sleeping at Cassie's spot in 2016. Combs approached her on the balcony after loudly entering an apartment early in the morning. He grabbed her, turned her back to his chest, and molested her by groping her breast as he yelled to be left alone, the lawsuit claims. After Brianna began to struggle, Combs moved his hands from her top section to her armpits and placed her on the banister while repeatedly yelling, "Do you know what the F you did?" Oh, she's only 4'11". Oh. Alma, you're right. She's 4'11", 100. My bad. He probably did dangle her. I'm not saying Diddy did this, but would this be something we could believe? Definitely. 4'11", about 100 pounds. He picked her up. So regardless if he had her sitting on the rail, that's some fucking scary shit. I hate looking over balconies. I'll look like this, but I don't touch balconies because I don't want them motherfuckers to fall. But if she's 4'11", 100 pounds, I'm not saying Diddy did it, but is this something that Diddy would do? Of course, he ain't on trial for this, but this is a whole $10 million case here. Now, that's a whole nother, it's never going to end because there's a plethora of people that did it and did things too. Sheesh. I'm not saying he did it, but shit, that case is going to be an uphill battle too because they getting testimony and they about to admit everything that was going on in Cassie's case. All right, Ventura says one of her friendships ended after an altercation with Diddy. Cassie said her friendship with a best friend for 17 years ended after an altercation with Diddy in 2018. He came in, saw we were doing drugs. He hit her in the head with a hanger. She said nothing. Oh, no, she said, noting that it was a wooden hanger. So what Cassie is explaining here, on a separate occasion on an international trip, Ventura testified she saw Combs drag his assistant Mia out of the bed and onto a deck outside of her room. After she resisted, when he tried to take her phone, Ventura went on to describe seeing Combs hold her friend over the balcony railing at her Los Angeles apartment early in the morning. There was an incident where I was sleeping in my room. Diddy came in. He was holding her and threw her onto the patio furniture. So remember, they said Diddy had her like this. Her back was to him. Then he removed his hands from her breast and he put his hands under her armpit. So 100 pounds, 100 pounds ain't shit. Up under the arms, that's up and over like, oh man, he probably did that shit. You put your like 4'11", 100 pounds. It's only this like standing next to me sitting down. That's like 4'11" right here. Maybe about right here. Yeah, it's like, yeah, so that's like a bag of potatoes. 2 bags of potatoes. You can pick 2 bags of potatoes over one hand. Oh shit, he probably did that shit. Diddy probably did that shit. Diddy probably did that shit. Let's continue on, man. Jeez Louise. She want 10 M's for that. Oh, we still need to look up what she looks like so we can see. She got photos of Cassie on here, but I don't think this is her real page. Delete at 130. Oh, so this is her real page. Yeah, she looked little as hell. Let's continue on. All right. Cassie, back to you. Emily said, your brother's birthday party was in Connecticut in 2013. What happened? Cassie said, my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head. What? Cassie's mother told her someone was taking pictures of me, and I went and punched her in the head. Emily said, you testify your relationship with Shine ended in 2018. How was your health? She said, I was sleepwalking. PTSD. Objection, Your Honor. Judge said, overruled. Continue on. So Emily said, what's this? Cassie said, a photo of my front door in 2018. Emily said, publish it to the jury. Why is there a knife there? Cassie said, Sean was coming around a lot, so I had to keep a knife. Emily said, August 2018, what happened, Cassie? Cassie said, we were having closure. It was just a conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to the Burning Man. Emily said, were you seeing someone anymore? She said, my now husband. My now husband. So I think this is going to lead to the last allegation of Diddy coming over to her house before they ended it. I think that's the last thing that was in her court case or in her civil suit. Okay, the prosecution seems to preemptively and briefly raise the incident when Cassie physically attacked another woman, which Sean Combs' defense had alluded in the pretrial hearings. Ventura says her mother saw a woman possibly taking a picture of her at a bar where she was hanging out for her brother's birthday. Ventura admits to pulling the woman out of a car and confronting her. Man, who letting Cassie snatch them up? Little as hell, Cassie snatching you up out of a car. Put them paws on her. Cassie says she sought professional help for being on drugs, used several times during a relationship with Combs. Cassie testified she often took narcotics from and with Sean, and she said there was a period of time where she took opiates every day. She would feel ill. She didn't take them. When she didn't take them, that's withdrawals. Ventura says she was heavily dependent on them throughout her relationship with Combs. She said she sought professional help for the use 5 or 6 times during the span of the relationship. She said she last did drugs in 2022 and she no longer uses narcotics. I went to rehab and sought professional help, she said. So what happened next, Cassie? She said, Sean came to my house and yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So after the dinner at Malibu, she was dating Alex, her husband, her current husband. She said, after the dinner in Malibu for closure, which I don't even know why there needed to be a closure conversation, just go on about your life. But hey, man, it is what it is. She was still on drugs till 2022. This is 2018. Cassie said, Sean came to my house and armed me on the living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. Emily said, you cried? What did Sean do? Cassie said he continued and finished inside of me. Then he got up and left. Did you ever have sex with him again? Wait, is this the same time? Emily says, did you ever have sex with him again? Cassie said, yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back into his house. Can you explain why you did that after he R-worded you? We had been together for 10 years. Yeah, now I mean, I don't know if her husband's in here right now because they did say they were gonna try to have him leave during some of this testimony. But yeah, she was on drugs by her admission from 2018. The last time she took drugs was in 22. I think they got married in 2019. Diddy allegedly R-worded her, and she went back over there while she was with like wait. You got R-word in 18 while you was with your soon-to-be husband. Then you voluntarily went over there and voluntarily had X. I don't know about, does he know about all of this? I don't know, man. Couldn't be me, man. It couldn't be me, man. I don't know, man. If she kept a knife, or we read that, but that goes back to what Maurice was asking. Like, what's the conversation you have if you didn't know that this happened? We're waiting on the last of these updates. 4:58. Yeah, we're about an hour in. So I don't know what else the prosecutors are going to ask. I mean, right now it's just going through all of the abuse. But we got to remember, this isn't the only witness, and it's only day 3. This is wild, though. This is wild. Oh, man. Man. All right. This is where we at, guys. I don't know if we're coming to a stop, but we are at an hour left, so. Man, I got all these damn bugs coming in here, man. All right. Do we got any updates? I think this might be coming to a break before the defense comes. Let me see. No, we ain't got nothing yet. Do we believe that there's going to be anything more damaging than this? There's Mia, who allegedly was an assistant who got dragged, woken up. As far as the freak offs go, the defense, when they get up here, they might show. The defense could show the video footage to try to break Cassie. And then they could poke holes in her story. I'm with you, Eric. I think everything that Cassie said is more than enough to at least get my whole thing is the transportation for prostitution. That's my whole thing. I believe that what we heard so far, they can at least, the jurors are going to probably at least get one of those charges. But yeah, man, none of this, anything they say about Diddy at this point, you're not supposed to believe it, but it's kind of like, nigga, all the shit you done. If you took it there, then we can believe you took it there. You know what I mean? No wonder one of his lawyers quit. It's kind of hard to sit in there. They're seeing and then you got to look. You're gonna look at the whole situation and say, all right, Diddy met her at 18, 19. Well, 19 when they got together. Prior to that, there was no signs of drug usage. So when you hearing that Diddy did this, Diddy done gave her drugs, like from the beginning, the whole isolating her, paying for everything. It's like, yeah, she may have been willing at one point because she was young and dumb, but after a while, it's like, damn, this nigga Diddy, it sounds like this nigga trying to have a freak off every fucking 17 minutes. He want drugs all the time. He's flying. And then the defense is talking about, yeah, Diddy, if he take the wrong drugs, this nigga gets abusive. So it's like, he had Cassie when she wasn't all the way developed. She was legal, but she wasn't like all the way developed. So he groomed her to do this. So it's like, after a while, this is the norm for her, but it doesn't necessarily mean she was in agreement with it. The defense got an uphill battle with this. I don't know what they're gonna do, but they should have known that this is the only thing that the prosecution was gonna do. was make Diddy seem like a sick individual and detail all the times that he assaulted her, all the times that they done flew to different locations, hired escort. The prosecution listed off 13 escorts, not the defense. The prosecution said, well, we got 13 that we can name. David, Clayton, Jules, the Punisher, Islander, Tommy, Greg, Jonathan, Red Baseball Hat that was backwards, Ash, Paul, Jake. Oh, we forgot about, oh yeah, we got Greg. And then there's one more nigga. So the prosecution is like, yeah, we know about the free calls. We ain't here for the free calls. We ain't here for the free calls. I don't know, man. The defense is going to have to do a hell of a job. But I think Cassie is enough to get at least one charge. But of course, we can't say that, man. That's just our opinion at this point. When we get on the defense, we probably gonna be on the defense side, like, damn, okay, that's a good point there. But that's what we're waiting to see. We're waiting on any updates. I didn't make that up. Dina girl, one of the guys' name is the Punisher. I never seen the witness list. I just know about the four that they had, the four victims. The Punisher is one of the guys' names. The Punisher and Jules was listed yesterday. Like I said, I ain't making none of this up. This is in the court documentation right here. So we haven't, okay, we got one update. Ventura says she was R-word in the living room in 2018. We already read that. She said, I remember crying, saying no, but it was very fast. She testified. She said she said she wasn't sure if he even noticed her crying. They voluntarily got intimate one more time after that. She also testified that she and Combs had a few check-ins since they ended things in 2018. Just checking in and sending love. Nothing crazy, she said. Let me see. Clarissa, where'd you see that witness list at? Where you see that at? I'll bring it up because it looked like we're about to go on a break before the defense comes in. Yeah, so let me see. Diddy. No, I don't know. I doubt Justin Bieber and Meek Mills are gonna come in here and testify. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm not testifying in that crap. I mean, we'll look at it. I mean, we got time. So I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know if we're gonna let the defense start or okay, well shit, they still on the docket. Let's get it. Emily said, who do you stay in touch with? Cassie said, most people, though I pulled away. Emily gonna say, what did you message Sean about after that? Cassie said, just checking in. What did he send you? Cassie said that he had iPads full of images. Get him his money. Emily's just like us. Money back for what? Cassie said for having paid my now husband to be my trainer. Emily said, what did you write back? Cassie said, do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse. More than freak offs. What? I know this nigga Diddy ain't trying to. I know this nigga Diddy didn't say give me the money back from that trainer. Hey, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Wait. What message did you send Sean about after that? Cassie said just checking in. What did he send you? Cassie said Diddy responded with he had iPads full of images. Get him his money. Money back for what? Cassie said, for having paid for my now husband to be my trainer. What did you write back? Do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse more than free calls. There was a time I couldn't take the pain, tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy. Did you write? Cassie said, yeah, a book with chapters. My mama helped me. Emily said, what did you do with the book? Oh no, what did you want with the book? She said that Sean read it. Okay, Emily said, what pain did Sean put you through? Cassie said, shame. To carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. I expected. It was expected of me. I felt terrible. I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm laughing. Did this nigga ask for his money back? Money back for what? For having paid for my now husband to be my... The book is probably going to drop after. This is a press rollout here. Take the stand, talk about all this. Oh, yeah, I did write a book. You already got the 30 M's. I did write a book. What Kanye say? Gotcha. Now we dropped the book. I'll Be Sure got a book dropping. He should have dropped it. Well, I'll Be Sure's book drops in September. This case would be over in July, maybe, but then the sentencing probably won't be until like October. So if he drops that book, Diddy want that money back. This nigga Diddy sent a text message. Get my money. She said, what money? The money I paid for that trainer. Diddy was still in love, man. Dog, you shouldn't have been in contact with her anymore. If this is over in 2018, you should have just left it at that, man. Cassie said she maintained intermediate contact with Diddy after they finally broke up. Typically, they text only casually to check in on each other. But in March of 2019, Combs sent her a message referring cryptically to iPad full of skeletons, which she says meant the X videos that they had recorded. Combs, Ventura says, wanted to be reimbursed for a personal training session he had paid for when her now husband Alex Fine had trained her. He wanted his money back. Nigga, that money's gone, nigga. You should have cut out. Like, Diddy had multiple opportunities to leave her alone. Dog, just stop messaging her. It's over with, man. You're fucking 55, nigga. It's over with. What Monique say? You need to get you a big woman that can cook, nigga. That's gonna love you for you. How did you get chapters to Sean? Cassie said, through my attorney. And I reached out to KK. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously. How much did you ask for the book? How much did you ask for the book? Cassie said $30 million. Did you sue? Ventura said, yeah, November 2023. What happened with the lawsuit? It settled. So she got 20 million. So we got how much the lawsuit was. What happened with the lawsuit? It was settled for $20 million in 24 hours. Why are you testifying in the trial? Ventura, I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I tried. People like they were disposable. Escorts, anybody. So Diddy paid out $20 million, 24 hours. We got how much it is. She asked for $30 million for the book. Diddy paid out 20 within 24 hours. $20 million. What they do? When you get money, what they do? $20 M's, 10 years to a year. Time to take the stand and tell on this nigga. Damn. So she got $20 million for 10 years of. How many freak offs did you have with Sean? It's impossible to know. Hundreds. After you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak off? No. No further questions. Sidebar before cross. Judge said yes. All right. Well, when you pay somebody 20 M's, you start looking back at like all the little stuff you bought. You know, when you go buy a big purchase, you start looking back at all the little stuff like, damn, 20 M, man, how much did I pay that motherfucking bitch ass trainer? I gave his ass $25,000 and now I done gave her 20. I need that money back, Cassie. Now this is just me talking because that was obviously before the settlement happened. But when you spend $20 million, you start looking back like, what the fuck did I spend? Wait a minute. I had all them damn fucking freak offs. I just spent $20 goddamn million. And now this motherfucker on the stand telling me, oh my God, I'm fucking cooked. Brian, we're cooked, huh? Brian's looking at him like, good news, Diddy. We got your deposit. The bad news is you're getting life. Cassie pulled the okie doke on this nigga. Cassie pulled the okie doke on this nigga. Nah, Cassie testified she settled the lawsuit against Sean for $20 million. Him asking for the money back was in like 2018, 2019 after they broke up. That's when the text message where they were checking on each other. So 4 years passed, 5 years passed. Yeah, 2018, 2019. So let's just say 4 or 5 years. 5 years passed. She's like, you know what? I got a book, nigga. I've been writing a book. I want $30 million for that book. Diddy was probably like, nigga, I ain't paying $30 million. She said, oh, well, she said the attorney was reaching out to Diddy and getting in contact with him. So she wanted $30 million not to release the book. So she didn't get the $30 million for the book. She said she was going to drop the lawsuit. Within 24 hours, Diddy gave her the $20 million. So she was asking for 30 not to drop the book. Diddy paid out. Because remember, there was a talks that there was back and forth between the two attorneys. Diddy knew that she was asking for money. Remember that at first they were talking about, nah, this is a shakedown. She's just asking for money before the lawsuit had dropped. So they were going back and forth. And it looks like Cassie was writing a book. Cassie had the book and was like, Diddy, $30 million and I won't drop this book. Diddy said, fuck that book. Fuck you. Fuck Alex. So she said, you know what, you bitch ass nigga? She dropped the lawsuit. The lawsuit gets dropped. 24 hours later, Diddy shuts the fuck up because he knows what's in this book. Now, whenever you're trying to get money from somebody, you always ask for more. You know, whenever you hear me talking about lawsuits, I'm asking for 100 mil because I'll settle for like Let me not say what I'll settle for on here because they'll go back and use this in court. I want 100 fucking mil. But Cassie asked for 30 M because whatever Diddy would give her would be more than enough. But Diddy basically fuck that book, fuck 30 million. So she said, nigga, watch this. Lawsuit, you bitch ass nigga. Within 24 hours, that bitch ass nigga said, here's 20 million, shut the fuck up. But he thought it was over with. But guess what? The state of New York said, nah, nigga, this shit ain't over with because we can get money off of you because you know when you go to jail, you got to pay these fines also. So the state of New York said, nah, nigga, no, nigga, no, nigga, because more niggas didn't drop lawsuits against Diddy. So now the state of New York said, drop that RICO on that bitch ass nigga, drop them 2 counts of goddamn transportation to engage in prostitution and drop 2 counts of ex-trafficking. Also, go get that lawsuit that Cassie had. And Cassie, will you testify on the stand? Because if you testify on the stand, this will look good for your book. Now, everything I'm saying is what the defense could use to say that Cassie's only up here to get a payday. But the prosecution is using this for their offense. Now, it's up to the defense to try to use everything that I'm telling you. Brian Steele, if you need an assistant attorney, let me know because I'm here from 9 to 5. My office, wait, let me not say that because we know what Diddy allegedly did. But Cassie got 20 M's, and now Cassie is on the stand, and it looks like we're about to have a breaking point. Jury is dismissed for a short break. And that there is what happens when you fuck around and you think that you are larger than life. Remember, at the end of the day, you still a nigga. And that's where we're going to stop at right now for Cassie. The defense is about to take the stand and talk to Cassie a little bit. So it's about to get a little bit crazy, shall I say. Can we all put crazy in the chat? Put crazy in the chat and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. I'm Mo.J. I'm going to go use this bathroom. We're going to come back and the defense is on. The defense is on. Here you go, Lily. All right, guys. All right, let me see. All right, so there is so this is just talking about the book real quick. We'll just go over this. Ventura testifies about her book and the lawsuit against Diddy. Cassie is testifying about the book she wrote in 23, saying that she didn't think Diddy understood the pain she was in. I didn't think he understood. I don't think after all those years of begging for sorries and for him to actually recognize the pain he put me through, I just wanted him to understand. Ventura said she sent the book to Combs through a lawyer and told him that he could buy the rights for $30 million. I wanted to be compensated for the time, the pain, the many, many years of having to fix my life, she said. I didn't even need all of this, and I broke all of that down for you guys. Like, if we can just piece this together with little bit of shit like this, these $1 million lawyers should be able to come in here and clean this whole trial up. You know what I mean? If I put all of that together without having to read all of this, then these defense lawyers should be able to come in here and clean. How did I piece together the whole book situation? 30 million and Diddy wasn't trying to get it, and Cassie said, well, guess what, nigga? Bow, bow, bow. If the defense can't figure this out, which I'm already a little upset with the defense because they said we got to take a different approach. This is unacceptable. I don't want to hear anything about, man, they got Brian Steele. If Diddy loses this case, we got to look at Brian Steele a little bit differently. Like, damn, Brian, you might need to stick to state cases. Damn, Brian. If Brian Steele don't beat this, he isn't the main lawyer, though. He isn't the lead. So shout out to the lead attorney. You know what I'm saying? I used to always watch that brother stuff, especially during the pandemic. I watched this channel, Blossom. Shout out to the lead attorney. But if Brian Steele don't beat this, I'm starting to look at Brian Steele like, damn, nigga, Fed cases might not be your thing, Brian. No disrespect, Brian. You know, we got to talk a little bit of shit. But yeah, if Brian Steele don't get Diddy off, then we got to start like, nah, hell no, Brian. Hell no, we can't trust you in the hood no more. Asking how she reached that number, she said, I really didn't do any research. I just picked the number that I felt would alert him. No, let's be real, Cassie, your lawyer told you to ask for 30. But again, you always ask for more than what you was settled for. You know what I mean? Like when you selling stuff and you know there's going to be a negotiation, because people are always trying to negotiate some shit, which isn't bad. It's like, all right, I at least want $100 for this. So what you ask for? You ask for like 200, and then the person would be like, well, shit. Well, you got some wiggle room. You're like, what you talking? You always want to hear what they talking about. But remember, if you on this side of the negotiation, you never want to tell them niggas what you got in your pocket. Don't ever be like, well, I got like 110, 120, because them niggas gonna try to get that whole 120 up out of you. So really, it's just a game of cat and mouse. So I'm telling them 200 because I'll take 100. So and 200. What you think? You could do like 160. Now you got to make them feel like you could take that 160, but you wanted to see. I got my door open. It's hot as hell. They like, I could do 160. Like, ooh, 160. Shit, I don't know, man. I can do 175. It's like 175. What about 165? I think the lowest I can do is like 170. Ooh, you sure 165? Remember, our target goal was 100. I don't know, man. 165 is kind of low. All right, well, look. You said 2. I can do 170. All right, bet, deal. We got up for 170. Now, we won because we made $70 more than what we wanted. But on their end, it's just a negotiation process. Sometimes you lose. How bad do you really want that? Diddy said, all right, we negotiating 30 million. Fuck that 30 million. Fuck that book. She said, okay, nigga, watch this shit then. I'm going to go ahead and drop everything that's in the book in the lawsuit. Diddy nigga said, wait a minute. All right, I can do 20. All right, look, I'm going to be honest with you, Cassie. I couldn't do 30 million, but I can do 20 right now. We sell this shit. You shut that shit up. So Diddy thought it was over with. It was over with. November 2023. Well, guess what happened in May of 2024? CNN said, wake your bitch ass up, Diddy. Boom! Drop the video. What the fuck? Now everything that Cassie was saying in the damn lawsuit, we looking at Diddy like, damn, nigga, you did that shit. You did that shit. We didn't think nothing about it. Time had passed. And then from there, another lawsuit. Some nigga named Little Rod said that Diddy was groping him. What? Another lawsuit? What the fuck? Hey man, this nigga Diddy a freaky ass nigga. Then a guy named Tony Busby came in the picture. Everybody like, oh, he an ambulance chaser. Well, I'm like, shit. I know for sure he won $100 million for some people that were harmed at work. So is he really an ambulance chaser or is he a decent lawyer? Then he got in some trouble in New York. Now, was it in trouble with Diddy? No, I was in trouble with Jay-Z. See, the difference is between Jay-Z and Diddy was Jay-Z wasn't wilding out like this. Did Jay-Z have some skeletons? Probably so. But did he have shit like this? No. See, Diddy continued to do dumb shit after dumb shit after dumb shit, staying in contact after doing dumb shit. See, Diddy was doing the wildest shit, the mostest. Yeah, I said the mostest. So Diddy then got caught up in this. So then New York said, you know what? This would look good if we can lock this nigga Diddy up. Drop a RICO on that nigga. But don't just drop a RICO with the 4 charges up under the RICO. Make the RICO separate and drop all the other 4 charges individually also. So if he beats one, he might not beat them all. We'll still win. So now we're in court and we're looking around and we're like, damn, okay. Maybe Diddy didn't do it. And then they said, Cassie, get on up there. You know that settlement that you had where Diddy was scared as fuck and dropped that 20 million? Get on up there on the stand and tell us all of that because we're going to ask you everything. So Cassie said, good. I'm going to go ahead and do that because guess what I'm going to do? Guess what I'm going to do? If anything criminal happened throughout this lawsuit, which is the settlement that she had, she can go and testify. She can go and talk about what happened during those moments because if it's an NDA but crimes are committed, NDA is void. So now not only do we have the $20 million that dumbass Diddy sent, which he should have brought the rights to because then she wouldn't be able to put the book out. We got $20 million. We can lock this nigga up. And guess what? We can drop the book. So now we got $20 million and at least $5 to $10 to $20 million off the book. Oh, and guess what? Documentary rights. You know Cassie's probably going to go to 50. 50's putting some shit on Netflix. Right now, regardless of what happens, whether Diddy goes to jail or Diddy is found innocent, we all looking around. Cassie is the only winner in this situation. Diddy's about to lose all his money. He got all these civil lawsuits. Cassie walked away with 20 million and she still got the book. Remember, the defense can do whatever they want. They can cook Cassie. They can do whatever they want. Cassie got 20 M's from Diddy. And since there was a crime, she can talk about anything that was in that book because now it's in open court and it's public record. Cassie potentially got 40 million when she asked for 30 million out of Diddy. Oh my goodness. If this isn't one of the biggest finesses we've seen in fucking modern history, Cassie played the game. It's 20. Well, they in New York. It's not. It's 20 million before taxes. She definitely, unless they may have negotiated. I want 20 million after lawyer fees and after taxes. You can do that. You can do that. But I don't know. It's probably like 20 million and then taxes hit. So she probably like it 11, 12 million. Cassie got the car blown up. Blah, blah, blah. We ran over that. Okay. So we won't have any defense cross-examination of Ventura. It will begin tomorrow morning. The judge has dismissed the jury for the day. The defense will begin cross-examination for Cassie tomorrow, 9:30 a.m., which will be 9:30, 3:30. I'll be on probably around, well, I don't know. Tomorrow might be a late day. I'll probably be on around 4, so maybe 10 o'clock. Oh, man. Defense attorney Anna Estevo says she expects cross-examination to stretch into Friday. Is she the one that's going to be doing it? The judge said the prosecution and defense need to resolve issues regarding the cross-examination before it begins. MDJ, I'm assuming he was hanging. She said she was 4'11", 100 pounds, so I'm assuming he was hanging her over the balcony. Cassie's testimony concluded for the day, and the jurors have been sent home. Cross-examination is scheduled to begin on Thursday. The prosecution pushed to begin cross-examination today, alluding to the timing concerns with Cassie Ventura's pregnancy. The judge wants to start the questioning by Sean Combs' lawyer tomorrow. What the prosecution is doing here, like I said, we switching over now. We switching to the defense side. So now we gotta think. I was gonna say we gotta think like Diddy, but no, hell no. We need to think like the defense lawyers starting tomorrow. Right now, we were on the prosecution side. Tomorrow, we gotta see, okay, how are we gonna do this? We gotta give some advice, even though we are not lawyers. I'm a doctor. The prosecution pushed to begin cross-examination today, alluding to the timing concerns of Cassie Ventura's pregnancy. Now, what they're trying to do is start it today, so anything that the defense brings up, more than likely, is going to be trumped by everything they talked about earlier. So if we start today, this last little 30 minutes to an hour, not the defense, the jurors are going to forget about that shit. They're just going to be thinking about the Cassie stuff. The defense lawyers say they expect the cross-examination to take all day tomorrow and likely go into Friday, but that it should be completed by the end of the week. So they think they're going to have 2 days, just like the prosecution had 2 days. Now, another thing we need to look into is the prosecution. What did they just say? Alluding to the timing concerns of Cassie Ventura's pregnancy. If the prosecution sees that Cassie in their case is getting blown up tomorrow, no Diddy, no Kid Cudi, what are they going to do? Probably Thursday night, Cassie gets a letter from the doctor. It's too much stress. Cassie can't show up. She don't get a second day of testimony. So the prosecution has that in their favor. Now, the defense might push like, oh, hell no. Well, put her ass on a Zoom or a Skype meet. Well, Skype ain't no thing no more. Put her on. No, we can't put her on FaceTime because Diddy was on FaceTime doing a freak off. But the prosecution still has that. Well, Your Honor, Cassie's been stressed out being on the stand this long, 8 hours, 2 days, 3 days. That's what? I ain't that good at math, but 8 times 3, Your Honor, is at least 45 hours. Cassie been up here for 45 hours. She's stressing, all this stress being put on, especially after Wednesday's testimony and seeing those damn freak offs. She can't be on the stand for Friday. So the judge will go say, well, is there any legal documentation from like a doctor or something? Yeah, the doctor says she's too stressed. She need to be bedridden until she has the baby. And the defense is going to say, hell no, Your Honor. She need to get up here and she need to tell us what she knows. So we're going to have to watch for that. But that is an out that the prosecution could use. I don't think they will, because at this point, the defense can only make Cassie. They could make her look like a liar, but just from hearing about all the freak offs and getting stomped on, the jurors already like, oh, hell no. Once the jurors seen the photos earlier today, and oh, that right there, they pretty much sold whatever Cassie said Diddy did. They're gonna go ahead and believe that. Now, they're gonna definitely try to say that Diddy never paid. Cassie, when you said such and such came over Jules, how much did you pay him? Oh, I gave him $700, $600, $1,500. So it came from you. Yeah, but it was Diddy's money. But you paid him, correct? You see what I'm saying? So that's what the defense is going to try to do, to try to get rid of that prostitution and say that, okay, Cassie was doing that shit. Now, you did say you were willing to do free calls. And you were saying you were voluntarily doing drugs, and then you said that Sean did this to you, but you continued to be around him. So what the defense got to do is trying to find a crack. And once they get in there, just like any other crack that you come across, you got to put that water hose on there and you got to turn that spigot all the way up. So the defense is going to have to attack, and they're going to have to attack like they fucking mean it. Who cares that Cassie's pregnant? You got a nigga paying you M's. When a nigga paying you M's, you need to be working like your motherfucking next meal depends on getting this nigga off. So Diddy, hopefully he has, like, you looking around, you looking at, okay, you in all these meetings with your defense attorneys, like, okay, no, I definitely don't want you. Xavier, get the fuck out of here. Don't even show up to court. Xavier, you're done. We don't want you in the courtroom. We don't want niggas to look at you. You didn't do a good job the other day. Okay, Xavier's out of here. Tina Garagos, you might be too soft. You might not be able to put that pressure on Cassie. You're just the lead attorney. No, because I got respect for your pops. Shit, it's coming down to you other 6. Now, there is a black woman that's on the defense. I don't know how good she is. I'm going to try to look her name up. Maybe having her up there would look good, like the optics will look good, like a black woman is standing with Diddy. But then we know Brian Steele, he's nice with it, high profile. But unless they like been following lawsuits and shit, they probably don't know who the fuck Brian Steele is. So to them, that really don't matter unless they just, oh shit, I remember Brian Steele, he's by himself. So it's about to be an uphill battle for the defense. But I don't, you can go in there subtle with Cassie, but you got to try to catch her up on everything. That's what I'm thinking the defense got to do. Sunlight, thank you for that $10. Jeez Louise. You know what I mean? Like, you can take, like, how's it going today, Cassie? Is everything all right? Okay, pregnancy is nice. You and your lovely husband are in here. Did your husband know that you were voluntarily having? So what you got to do is try to make her look like a fool in front of the husband. Did your husband know you were sucking and fucking? You see what I'm saying? Like, we're adults here. We know we're talking about free calls. We already know this is wild shit. So did you talk to your while this was your trainer that Diddy was paying for, did he know that you were still voluntarily going to free calls? Because this text messages on this day said that you were setting up a free call. So what they're going to be trying to do is prove that Cassie was setting this shit up. Cassie had this shit going on. Diddy was just living out a fantasy. We already know that Diddy is abusive, but that ain't what we here for. We want to know, why were you telling escorts how to number one in your mouth? How were you telling them to do this and do that? You said that you slapped Diddy. Why would you slap Diddy? What did he do? So you're saying that you were jealous of Diddy. You see what I'm saying? That's how they got to play it. You want to be calm. You don't want to put that pressure on her until like the last moment. If you see that shit ain't going your way, you got to line that motherfucker up. I'm talking about so bad that the prosecutor's going, objection, Your Honor. You got one more instance. You crossing the line, defense. That's what you got to get to. But this is only day 3. Day 4, we're going to see where the fuck this goes to. I'm definitely excited about it. Again, I'm not picking any side. I don't know Diddy. I don't know Cassie. I don't know none of the other victims. When this case is over with, I'm not going to give a fuck. Before this case started, when they were doing jury selection last week, I said, okay, we're going to cover it, but I didn't give a fuck. So again, I'm just reading what they have on here, having a grand old time. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Yeah, you got to make her cry. You got to get up there, like, start it off cool. Hey, Miss Ventura, how's it going? Everything's all right? All right, good. Yeah, we're just, so could you tell us some of the good times that you had with Sean? What were some of the good memories you had when you were on trips? When you said that you were doing these freak offs, you said you had a drug of choice. You also said that you and one of your friends were about to partake in drugs when Sean showed up. Did Sean ever tell you to hold back on the drugs? Maybe do you feel like you took too much drugs? Like, was there ever an instance where maybe you may have took too much on your own voluntarily? You know, the instance where they said that Cassie was too high and she passed out on the couch and Diddy said, you can't do nothing. So you took the drugs that night by yourself, right? Well, yeah, I mean, Diddy normally gives us drugs. Oh, but that night you did too much on your own, right? You said you had a preference because that night Diddy was on this drug. So you took that drug and you took too much. And nothing happened to you that night, right? You said yourself that and we got testimony from Mr. David Phillips that Diddy told him that no, we couldn't do nothing because you were too high, right? You said you were too high. Remember, you also said you blacked out one night when you had that G-hole. Remember you said that, Cassie? So those drugs you took voluntarily, right? You took too many drugs and Diddy didn't do anything. And then when you became conscious, he asked you about a freak off and you willingly went and did the freak off with him, correct? Well, I was, you know, you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up, right? Because you told us earlier that you voluntarily did this. You were setting up the freak offs. You were paying it. You said the first freak off you paid for, right, Cassie? So why would you pay for the freak off if Diddy was directing you? So did he direct you to pay him that, or you took that money and you paying it? You handled it to him. Well, no. It ain't no did you pay or did you not pay? Oh, so you were flying people out. You were sending. Do you have any messages saying that Diddy was asking for this, or you were just sending him people that you were interested in, Cassie? See, the interesting thing here, Miss Ventura, is all we're seeing here in your testimony is that you were picking out BBCs, that you were informing Diddy that certain people were not available. So if people weren't available, how would Diddy know that unless you were inquiring about it? Well, he told he told you every time, or you just were going in there because you said you knew what to order. So if you knew what to order, Diddy wasn't directing. Well, not every well. So what are you saying, Cassie? That you can't remember what happened and maybe everything you said was fabricated? Objection, Your Honor. Rephrase it, defense. Sorry about that, Your Honor. I got carried away. I'm a little bit passionate about my job. Well, Miss Ventura, during these freak-offs, you said GHB was your favorite go-to. Outside of freak-offs, how often would you be on GHB? How often would you G-hole? Oh, fairly common, huh? You also mentioned that one night you assaulted Diddy because he was flirting. You do understand that Mr. Combs over here is how can I put this? He's a famous man. His job is to be personable and likable to people around him. That is true. So was it really flirting, or was that just Diddy networking and doing what he needed to do to seal a new deal? Well, I'm not sure if did you ever see Diddy intimate with that person that you said he was flirting with? Did you ever see Diddy contact that woman? Well, no, oh. So you assumed that Diddy was flirting. Now, you know that Diddy manages multiple multi-million-dollar companies. Diddy is going to be around, let's just say, attractive women in the industry, because Diddy was a pretty attractive man himself, a pretty famous guy. I know a lot of guys know him as Puff Daddy, maybe P. Diddy, but you assume that he was flirting with that person. Now, you also testified earlier that you and Diddy, you assume, was in a monogamous relationship, but he told you he wasn't. He was going to see other women. He was also with Kim Porter. You remember Kim Porter? Yeah, I do. You know, Kim Porter was the mother of Diddy's kids. Diddy had a close relationship with Kim Porter. So, if you could bring up exhibit 1748, please. There's on record you saying that you wanted to take Kim Porter's spot. There's on record that you allegedly, we're just gonna say allegedly while you're up here. We don't want to stress you out. We don't want to put this pressure on you. But allegedly, you were laughing at things that were going on with Kim Porter. Now, allegedly, Kim Porter was being abused by Diddy. We're not here for that. Okay, jury, I want you to understand, we're not here for domestic violence. We're not here for abuse. We're not here for anything of physical contact. Okay, just throwing that out there. Now, allegedly, Diddy was abusing Kim Porter. Now, we already told you guys that Diddy, if he takes the wrong drugs and he's drinking, well, sometimes cuckoo, he might beat on somebody, but that's not what we're here for. So you laughed at everything that was happening with Kim Porter. Now, this is just online speculation and rumors. Now, could you confirm if you ever laughed at Kim Porter's abuse from Sean Combs here? Well, maybe one time. Remember, Cassie, you were under oath. We wouldn't want you to purge yourself up here on the stand, because you know we got exhibit 1746 up there, right? Well, okay, I did. No, okay. So you were okay with the abuse with other people. Did you ever know Kim Porter to be in a freak off? Well, no, not that oh, so it was just you. So I know you guys were mentioning hundreds of freak offs. We heard you actually say that you didn't mind freak offs because you wanted to please Diddy. You were in love with Diddy. So your love for Diddy, would you say that means you wanted to put on more of a show for Diddy doing these freak offs? Well, I did want to make Diddy. Oh, so you're telling us in the jury, listen up here. You're telling us in the jury that you enjoyed the freak offs because you knew that it made Diddy excited. It made Diddy happy. Well, yeah, I never wanted Diddy to be upset or angry with me because he Ms. Ventura, we're not here for the domestic violence. We're here about these certain charges here. But what we're not going to do is skip over you saying you like to perform at these free calls to make sure that Diddy was happy. Now, there's been several instances where you said that you ordered these guys. You also said that certain people weren't available and you had alternates on deck. Is that correct, Miss Ventura? Oh, well, I did. I said that Greg was available, but I didn't really want to do nothing. But you went ahead and ordered it. Now, did Diddy tell you to do that, or did you do that to please Diddy? Well, so did you pay when they got there? Because Diddy wasn't there, according to you. You had to send him the photos, correct? So Diddy wasn't there when they showed up. Well, yeah, I was there. And David Phillips on day one, he testified and said that you actually were the one that paid him. And then later on, in the end, he would get some money on the back end, correct? Yeah, I would pay him up front $500-$600, but I had to do my vetting process. Oh yeah, we're not gonna skip over that vetting process. We're gonna get to that vetting process. But you said and you admitted that you were paying these escorts, correct? Yeah, I was. And then you paid roughly $5,000 to $6,000. And what would happen if they wouldn't perform? Because remember, you said if they didn't perform, you wouldn't pay them, right? Okay, that's good. That's good there. Ms. Ventura, I like that you're cooperating with us. You're really making it easy for us here over on the defense here. Real quick. You said that Diddy was not present, and you said that you guys were going to be alone. Now, this guy, David Phillips, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that's Clayton Hamilton or whatever his name is, Your Honor. You got to excuse me. But you said that you two may have been one-on-one, and he testified that he thought that there was a relationship type vibe for him. You would run to him and when things would happen to you. So you believe that you was in a monogamous relationship with Diddy, but at the same time, you were having freak offs with these escorts when Diddy wasn't present, correct? Well, there was only a couple times. Oh, so you say it was a couple times. When you say a couple times, are you saying specifically 2 times, or would you say maybe 10, 15? What number would you gauge to say that you were having freak offs on your own without Diddy present? Objection, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor. Did you ever have freak offs without Diddy present? Yes. Did you ever pay the escorts during those freak offs that Diddy wasn't present? Yes. Interesting. So you did have freak offs on your own. Okay. Just making sure. So Diddy wasn't there. You testified that you like to do the freak offs to make sure that you pleased Diddy because you knew what Diddy liked. But if Diddy wasn't there, why would you commit a freak off doing things that Diddy liked if Diddy wasn't there, Ms. Ventura? Well, I was on drugs. Oh, so back to you doing drugs on your own. You see what I'm saying? So that's what the defense is going to have to do. They're going to have to attack Ms. Ventura. I say play it cool. And then you just got to jab. Bow, bow, bow. You got to get on her ass. But you got to try to poke holes in all of her story. What you want to do is try to separate everything that she was doing from Diddy. Eventually, we got to a point where we're just putting it all on her. Diddy wasn't present during this freak off, was it? No, you paid him. So what makes us believe that you wasn't doing all of this on your own, Ms. Ventura? See? So I know people are saying, oh, blah, blah, blah. No, nigga, I do this. I take perspectives of both sides. We go into the defense. So I'm like, all right, I want to see some action. I want to see some action tomorrow. That's why play it cool. We got to, the key is we got the optics. That's what we got to do, the optics. Now, depending on the jurors, how they going to have to play this is going to be kind of tough. Because I don't want to use the secret weapon right now, but we might have to fire on all cylinders. And the secret weapon is the black attorney that they got, the woman. You want to have her up there. So now it's showing that, okay, women support Diddy and it's a black woman also. But she can't drop the ball. Because we already know if some of these jurors are older white men, older white women, they're going to think it's the angry black woman. So that's going to be bad because it's going to be like Diddy's hiring bullies. You know, that all that plays a factor. When the jury is looking, they're like, oh no, this is kind of like a bully, man. There's a black person like, So I say use her, put her out there, but she got to take the right approach to it because this will get ugly fast. It's already tough enough. It's already tough enough. Now, all the abuse shit, I'm trying to stay as far away from that shit. Like, we already know that that's what Diddy does, but we got to try to get away from like the ex trafficking. We got to try to pin all of this on Cassie. You wanted to do the freak offs. You wanted to hire the escorts. You did all of this. Now, I swear, if any of this is in the transcript tomorrow, someone showed this live to the defense. I mean, do I believe it's going to work? Hell no. The jury already think that they got their mind made up. But shit, man, I'm trying to think. That's me off the top of the dome trying to figure out what they could do. But, nigga, this is going to be tough. And if you got to exert that much energy with Cassie, shit, you got Mia coming in. You got Jane coming in. We still got another victim that we ain't heard. Oh, man, this shit. What is Stacia? Did I pronounce that right? Stacia? Is it Stacia? 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 I think it's Stacia. If you don't think they're prepared. I don't believe that they're not prepared. I just know what we read earlier is that they said they needed to take a different approach because of how she testified. I definitely don't think they're not prepared, but I think they're going to try to take some different routes to try to get in there. Nah, trust me. What Cassie did is always going to live in the jurors' minds. The photos that they seen, and remember, the prosecutor said the defense, because remember the judge brought them up there. They got privacy screens on everything. The prosecution, well, I don't know if it's the prosecution is. I think the prosecution did say that. They said they were just using still photos. Either tomorrow or Friday, the defense is going to be using the actual videos of the freak off. Now, there's not going to be any audio of it. They're going to have headphones in, the jurors and the defense and the prosecution. In Cassie, excuse me. But the only thing I could say from the videos is, see, Cassie was directing them. Diddy's not on trial for directing freak-offs. Diddy can be a nasty nigga all he wants. A swimming pool full of baby oil isn't a crime. The crime is paying P2s. The crime is transporting them for P2tion. The crime is extravagant. So even if they put it all on Cassie, her directing, well, you see the video, Cassie. That's not what we here for. That's not what we here for. We here for an enterprise in the racketeering that paid for some shit. We here for bringing escorts across state lines, and we here for ex trafficking. Which, if you can get bringing extuition across the state line, ex trafficking is going to be tied in that anyway because you brought somebody across state lines for X. So it's like, man, we know that there's going to be a leak. There's going to be a leak, but remember, this is a Fed case. So when this is leaked, whoever leaks this, the Department of Justice, you know who they're going to call? Whoever leaks a video of this, the Department of Justice, they're going to get on that phone call. And you know who they calling?
The FBI. Yeah, this the FBI.
Go find the nigga that leaked that shit. And whoever leaked it, it's on. Whoever leaked it, it's on. And it better not be an attorney from either side. Allegedly, Eric. No one drowned in the swimming pool, guys. No one drowned in the swimming pool. Do not get your information from my dog, Eric, man. No one drowned. Everyone survived a freak off from our knowledge. No one was harmed. Well, let's not say no one was harmed. No one was deleted during a freak off. I mean, if there is a video of Diddy and Meek, I think that audio was fake. But if there is a video, there wouldn't be any reason to bring this up in here. There wouldn't be any reason for that. Okay, here we go. Judge and lawyers will address text messages issued tomorrow before the jury comes in. After the jury was dismissed for the day, prosecutors and defense attorneys discussed how they'll handle certain text messages in the case. Prosecutors raised concerns about the defense bringing in text messages that reference Cassie Ventura having sex with someone other than Diddy or an escort. So they're saying it's a third party that wasn't an escort or Diddy, so it was outside of Frico's. They say the messages would be in violation of the parties' agreement to not allow that kind of evidence into the trial. The defense attorney, Mark Anglifo, I think that's his name, I thought he left, said the defense team wants to show the jury conversation between, what the hell? Where we at? Okay. Defense attorney Mark said the defense team wants to show the jury conversation between Combs and Ventura that reference infidelity and jealousy to use more vulgar vocabulary. What did I just say? I just explained that when I was giving it from the defensive perspective. You was out here doing things without Diddy. All right, okay, the defense, we on the same page, Mr. Mark. Attorney at law, we on the same. That's exactly what I was saying. We need to get up there. We need to separate her from Diddy. We need to expose everything she was doing on her own. We need the jury to hear nothing about Diddy and everything about Cassie. Cassie's testimony was all about Diddy. Everything bad. We got to make Cassie seem like a bad person. And that's why I was talking about. You said you was monogamous, but you were going on and doing all this shit on your own. Okay, the defense, we got something here. We playing with fire. I like it. Not a lot, but I like it. I like it. Okay. I need to be right behind their lawyers. Hey, come here, Brian. Let me talk to you.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Diddy cook, but what you could do is isolate Cassie and make Cassie seem like the bad.
They want to show the jury conversations between Combs and Ventura that reference infidelity and jealousy. They use a more vulgar vocabulary. Can Cassie say the N-word? Can Cassie say the N-word? Because I'm thinking maybe in one of those text messages, she may have called Diddy a nigga. Because if she called Diddy a nigga in one of the messages, you see, jury? You got to do it. You're fighting for your life. You got to do it. Cassie was racist. We're just going to throw that out there. You fighting for your life, hey man. Like, Diddy, is there any messages she called you a nigga? Yeah, there's one. Y'all see it? The whole time Diddy was trying to get away from her. I like the way you think. They careless for Diddy. Then it in for the 10 million. I like the way you think. I like it. See, that's what I'm thinking. I like, man, on day one, I like, man, did these niggas backdoor Diddy? And like, shit. Brian still was like, shit, I just got off that damn YSL Rico. Diddy throwing $1 million. Fuck it. I go up there and cross-examine one regular nigga. I'll just do the security guard. I'll do cross-examining on the security guard. $1 million though for that. Yeah. Like, fuck it, we got paid, nigga. Good luck, Diddy. See, Mozzie did. Remember, Cassie didn't. She didn't really like them BBC. Hey, you guys got to look at it like this. This is court. Your job is to get your, you know what I'm saying? Your job is to get your client off, and you got to do whatever you can. You got to take low blows. You got to slap motherfuckers. Shit, we got text messages. Cassie says she hate niggers. What? Any black jurors go, niggers? For her to think of Diddy that way? Yeah, she took the stand and she's lying. Everything she said is made up. She just tried to extort this black man. You got to do what you got to do, man. All's fair when you go to court. A lawyer's job is to lie to get you off. Now, real quick, they said that they want to show this for infidelity, jealousy, and more vulgar language. This is real world. This is the real world way that people express hurt over realization that they're cheating, that there's cheating going on. The judge asked the parties to submit letters on the issue tonight. He said they'll address them tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., an hour before the jury comes in. God. All right, it ain't that serious. We ain't about to submit no letters and have to show up an hour early now. All right, did he sound like he's supposed to be confident? It says when Cassie finished her direct testimony, Sean Combs turned to his family members assembled in the spectators gallery and mouthed off, "I'm okay." Oh, Diddy, you cooked, nigga. So Diddy turned around and looked at the family. "I'm okay. We got this." Shit, I mean, I guess all you can do is be positive. You know what I mean? You're not about to be in there like turning around looking at the family like, "I'm cooked." Albie Shore said he was subpoenaed. Oh, Lord. He got a book dropping too. Let me see. I don't know what he would know about. Well, shit. He might know some shit. He gonna get some testimonies from back in the day. But yeah, if you did, you're supposed to turn around like, take that. This is what Diddy should have did to show that his family is really good. Hold on, give me a second. This is what Diddy should have done when he turned around and mouthed off to his family that he's okay. We good over here. We good. That's what Diddy should have did. That's what Diddy should have did. He should have turned around and told the family, "I'm good over here, nigga. We got Big Brian still. Big B's in the chat." You hear the judge, "Put that goddamn cigar out of my courtroom." Oh, shit, my bad, judge. I thought I was Diddy. Nigga, you Sean Combs in here. Inmate 6744336. I'm like, damn, nigga, Diddy done had a cigar in the courtroom. Damn, they didn't got Diddy, man. They didn't got Diddy, man. All right, man. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I got a little bit of time. Oh, we under 7 hours today. So we did 5 hours Monday, 7 hours yesterday. We had 6:50 now. I got like 10 minutes. We got some free time. All right, let me look up. They said Albie Shore said he's been subpoenaed. So this is why the trial is going to probably take 10 weeks because they're still admitting evidence. They got text messages. They're doing all kinds of stuff. So they say, I'll be sure. Hey, where's Stacia? I like you. I like you a lot. You know a lot. What do you do? What do you do, Miss Duval? What do you do, Miss Duval? How do you know all of this? Thank you for joining the live, though. I definitely appreciate that. We're about to look up this. I'll be sure subpoena. What do you do? How you know all of this? You seem like your picture. You got the professional. Like, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I'm looking at your profile picture. You over there like, that woman's going places. That woman knows things. I like that. Who's your source? Like my dog Eric say. I like that. Matter of fact, if you got an Instagram, message me. You seem like a very informative person. We might need that on the channel. We got 10 weeks ahead of us. All right. I'll be sure says he'll testify after being subpoenaed for Diddy's trial. I'll be sure is coming out swinging against Sean Diddy Combs after the veteran artist says he was subpoenaed to testify in Combs' trial. The singer-songwriter opened up about the subpoena during an interview with Fox 5 on Friday, May 9th. I'll be sure, born Albert Joseph Brown III, said he's currently discussing the possibility of testifying against Combs during the trial. The artist made the revelation after he claimed his late ex, Kim Porter, didn't die of pneumonia. I was subpoenaed, he said. My attorneys worked something out. So I believe when the time is right, I'm going to discuss it with my attorneys. Man, nigga, you need to be with your attorneys already, nigga. I'll be sure confirms he believes Diddy is responsible for him going into a coma for multiple organ failures, stands firm in his belief that Kim Porter didn't die from pneumonia, and reveals he's willing to testify against Diddy in his federal trial. But I mean, what is he like? Nigga, what do you know? All right, I'll be sure you used to be with Kim. Okay, but what do you know about the charges at hand? Like, we're not trying to hear you believe Diddy put you in a coma. Nigga, that ain't got nothing to do with this trial. Kid Cudi's car was blown up and we just swept that shit under the rug. What are you going to tell us? Who do I stand with in the case? To be honest with you, I really don't. To be honest, I'm just going to be real with y'all. I'm here creating content. I really don't care. Just going off of the charges, I believe that at least one charge will be slapped against Diddy. And I just think, I don't know, man. I just harp on the transportation to engage in petition. So for me, I don't care. I definitely want to see the defense. And that was my whole thing with like the Young Thug case. It's like, okay, I'm listening to all this stuff. What the jury's gonna do, but I don't care. If Diddy goes down for this stuff, good. Do I believe that Diddy is a sick, terrible individual? Yeah. Did I see the footage and like that's all I needed? Yeah. But I never, I've always been vocal. Like as far as Diddy goes, I know Diddy songs and shit, but I've never been a fan of Diddy. The same thing, like if you go back to my videos in 2021, like when I was going live, like I don't have nothing personal against these guys, but I don't give a fuck. If Diddy goes to jail for life, guess what? Rent due on the first. Bill Cosby got locked up. I used to love the Cosby Show. Guess what? Rent due on the first. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter to me. I just feel I want to see the defense do good. Just because I like, I like watching that type of stuff. To me, this is all entertainment. I know it's people's personal lives and stuff like that, but when you watch biopics and things of that nature, you watch documentaries, that's entertainment. So that's why I always tell, like, when I'm reenacting this stuff, I know people are like, oh, that's disrespectful. It's no different than any documentary that's going to come out for this. You're going to watch it. You're not going to say it's disrespectful because that person's up there reenacting Cassie crying on the stand. That person's up there fake crying, reenacting what Cassie did. So that's how I looked at it. This is all entertainment for me. I'm not the one on trial, so I really don't give a damn. It's not like I was a personal family member. I don't know Diddy. I don't know Cassie. I don't know anybody in here, to be honest. But I don't stand on either side. You know, if Diddy beats this, damn, he had a high powered team. More power to him. That money will get you out the jam. If Diddy is found guilty, then shit. I ain't tell that nigga to commit them crimes. But that's how I look at it. But I do appreciate you though coming in here though, because I like your perspective on things. And that's why I like doing these live shows for. So I said, you know what? This is my time to do something I won't say out of my comfort zone, because when I get on these lives, you know, I can an 8-hour live, a 9-hour live, that's easy work. I can do that easily if I want to. I do 4 to 5 hour lives easily on Fridays. So doing this, I was like, you know what? We got raised in Canaan. I said, for this next 2 months, I always wanted to expand my channel more into entertainment. So I said, this case here, you know what? I'm going to dedicate myself to going over this trial every single day, going over the updates. I said, how am I going to be different from everybody else? I'm going to read everything out. I'm going to reenact things. I'm going to give my perspective, but I'm not going to take any sides, because I don't, like earlier, I don't want anyone to come into my lives. Oh, like, listen, we all got our own opinions about it. We don't know none of these niggas. I'm not going for bat. If someone was to come up there, Diddy's innocent, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Get out of my face. I don't have nothing to do with this. Me, all I'm doing is reading this. And then when I do find it appropriate, I'll make some jokes about it. Obviously, you know, domestic violence. None of this shit is cool. And even when we hear and we see some of the explicit stuff that they put in here, you know, I'm respectable about that. But the rest of it, yeah, we're going to joke like, I'll be sure right now. I'll be sure confirms he believes Diddy is responsible for him going to go. Okay, we're sorry for that. But nigga, what's that got to do with this trial? We don't give a fuck about none. What is Al B. Sure going to do when he get up there, man? You know, I believe that Diddy put me in a coma. Diddy ain't on trial for a coma, nigga. He's on trial for racketeering, 2 counts of transportation, and engaged in P2 shit and extra. What are you doing? Were you at a freak off, nigga? Do you have any valuable information? If not, get out of here. That's like me saying, well, you know, let me take the stand, because, you know, I used to listen to All About the Benjamins. You know, I used to listen to I Need a Girl to Ride. You know, I used to listen to Shake a Tail Feather. Diddy was on there, and now I'm finding out that Diddy wasn't a playboy. Diddy was a nasty nigga. Can I get on there and say, well, you know what? Diddy traumatized me, because I used to believe that this nigga was making hits for the niggas, but he was really making the hits to be a nasty nigga. Matter of fact. Let me ask you guys this. How do you guys feel? Just hear me out. How do you guys feel about, this is just between us, the Mo and the Mo West. If you in here right now, you may not subscribe. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. You may not subscribe, but how do you guys feel about me leading us? I'm gonna represent us, okay? I'm gonna represent all of us in a class action lawsuit against Bad Boy Records, because he had multiple songs that made us believe that Diddy was a good guy. Now, with this coming out, we were led astray. Now, I'm gonna ask for a small amount of money, just $1 billion. It's not gonna be a lot of money. It's not gonna be a lot. So we're gonna ask for $1 billion. We're gonna do a class action lawsuit. I'm gonna need petitions from at least 1,000 people. I'm gonna set it forth, and we're gonna say that Bad Boy, this whole time we thought Diddy was talking about having consensual sex, getting with the ladies, looking for a girl. We didn't know that subconsciously he was filling our brains with going to freak offs. So we're going to ask for it's not a lot of money. It's a little bit of money, $1 billion. We'll ask for $1 billion. Out of that $1 billion, there's going to be taxes. It's going to leave us around $700 million. So what we'll do, if we can get 2,000 people out of the $700 million after the tax, what we'll do is I'll take my $500 million off the top, right? I'll take $500 million off the top for me because I'm gonna represent all of us. So I'm gonna take we're gonna ask for $1 billion. We're gonna get 700 after taxes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take $500 million off the top and I'm gonna set that to the side. I'm gonna put that in one of my LLCs. All right. I'm just gonna hold it over there. And then that 200 million that's left out of that 700 after taxes, that 200 million that's left out of the 2001 of us, we gonna all split that $200 million between the 2001 of us. All right. So I'll keep the 500 million over here and I'll keep it safe. All right. Over here in one of my LLCs. Now I'll be the sole owner of that and I'll have a board with me, Modi J, and the Mo You Know on the board over there. So if any of that money gets divvied out, I got to go through one of us three, Julius, Modi J, or the Mo You Know. But we'll keep that 500 million over there in that pot. Now I'm gonna have access to it because I'm gonna need to pay like electricity and all that thing. But we're gonna split that 200 million between all of us. So we good with that? We good? $200 million between 2001 people. Let's see how much that money. Let's see how much that is. Let's get that money, y'all. We said 200 million. Divide that by 2001 people. All right, we're all getting a little bit up under $100,000. Okay, that's good. All right, there we go. Why did he buy a casket a month before her death is what I want to know. Oh, see, we going into the Kim Porter. All right. Yeah. So yeah, we'll all get 99,950, and then I got the 500 million. I'm holding it for a rainy day. You know what I mean? If y'all need some money, come and holler at me. But I gotta go through Mo and Modi J and the Mo You Know in order to get that money, y'all. So just know, y'all better do good with y'all 99,000. All right, let me see if they got anything else, and I'm gonna get out of here because it is 11:20. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Tomorrow we will be on here. They said they're gonna start at 8:30. Well, 8:30 they got to show up. 9:30, it's 3:30. So I'll probably be on here around 10 a.m. Eastern. I'll probably be on here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Let me see what updates we got. That was it, I guess. No further questions. Out of the freak off. A lot of updates. All right. Amber, hey, he did have a I ain't gonna say it on here because YouTube is already slapping with the yellow, so we ain't getting paid off of this mug, but it is what it is. All right, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm about to get the hell up out of here. We'll be on here tomorrow, probably 10 a.m. Eastern. That'll give me time to get home, shower, change, and get on this live. And we'll continue, man. This is day 3 of what could potentially turn out to be 40 days and 40 nights of the Diddy trial. They say 8 to 10 weeks. I'll be sure might be testifying. I don't know what the hell he knows, but he might say he might be, you never know. You never know what I'll be sure. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Remember, guys, you can run, but you can't hide. I'm Modi J. This is the Mo You Know. If you haven't subscribed to my other channel, the Mo You Know, I'm cutting all of this up. So Cassie part 1 aired tonight. Cassie part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I might just take the main ones out of them and post those, but we have the defense on tomorrow, which is going to be 2 days probably roughly 4 breaks each day. So we'll have 8 Cassie testimony for the prosecution, 8 Cassie testimony for the defense. And all of those are going to be up on my other channel. The Mo You Know is pinned in the chat. Also, if you'd like to join the Discord where you can talk about TV shows, movies, the Diddy case, or any other cases, we have different tabs in there for that. Tomorrow, we'll be here 10:30-ish, 10 o'clock. Also, Friday will be my last live that I'm doing during the week for TV shows, which is Raising Kanan, the finale. And then we'll be covering the Diddy trial every single day until it's over with. Live updates, 5-6 hour lives, 7 hour lives. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know. You can run, but you can't hide. Love y'all, and I'll see you guys later. And remember, if anyone tells you to take that, don't take that. All right?
You can rap, but you can't hide.